your battles just to pay the rent. It's an automation infestation. It's the corporation disguise. You know, all you got to do is open up your eyes. Don't you know, all you've got to do is open up your eyes. On the move again, on the move, and the sheep are gonna lose again, gonna lose again. You're gonna lose, you're gonna lose, and the sheep are you and me. If we let them lead us, don't let them lead us and bleed us out. And the sheep are on the move again, on the move again. You're on the move again, and the sheep are on the move again, on the move again, on the move again, on the move, and the sheep are gonna lose again, gonna lose again. You're gonna lose, you're gonna lose. The sheep are you and me. Let them lead us, don't let them lead us and bleed us out. And the sheep are on the move again, on the move again. You're on the move again. On your knees, hands above your head. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? One wrong move and we're all dead. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? No more breathing for the innocent. Who let him go? Who let him go? One wrong move and we're all dead. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? Don't let them lead, and the sheep are on the move again, on the move again, on the move again. And the sheep are gonna lose again. You're gonna lose again. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. And the sheep are you and me. If we let them lead us, don't let them lead us and lead us out. And the sheep are on the move again, on the move again. You're on the move again. On your knees, hands above your head. Didn't you know? Didn't you know? It's more than settling the score. I just want to rip your chord out, break every little vein. You must think I'm so insane. Oh, 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 oh. Where do I start? Yeah, oh, 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 oh. It's in art, tearing everything apart. Look out, here I am, blowing through domain like a wrecking hurricane. All eyes up, but you won't know my name. Yeah, look out, here I am, going through domain like a mother-loving train. All eyes up, you won't know my name. Yeah, look out, here I am, going through domain like a wrecking hurricane. All eyes up, you won't know my name. Yeah, look out, here I am, blowing through domain like a wrecking hurricane. All eyes up, you will know my name. Yeah, you will know my name. All eyes up, you will know my name. Yeah, you will know my name. It's more than settling the score, and I just want to rip your chord out, break every little vein. You must think I'm so insane. Oh, 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 oh. Where do I start? Yeah, oh, 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 oh. It's in art, tearing everything apart. Look out, here I am, going through your brain like a mother-loving train. All eyes up, but you won't know my name. Yeah, look out, here I am, blowing through domain like a wrecking hurricane. All eyes up, you won't know my name. Yeah, look out, here I am, blowing through your brain like a mother-loving train. All eyes up, you will know my name. You will know my name. Yeah, you will know my name. All eyes up, you will know my name. Yeah, you will know my name. Hey, next 2018, are we ready for day 2? Woo! Please welcome the CMO of Google Cloud, Allison Wagenfeld.
Good morning, everyone. Woo! Welcome to day 2 of Google Cloud Next. Welcome to the thousands of you here at Moscone and San Francisco, and hello to all of the thousands of you on live stream. How many of you were here yesterday? Yes, woo! Wasn't it cool? In addition to all of the great keynotes and breakouts, I loved wandering around the show floor, talking to all of our partners, visiting all of the hands-on exhibits. I head up marketing for Google Cloud, and it was particularly fun to stop by the NCAA exhibit. Did you see our ads during March Madness this year? Weren't they? We built those using our own BigQuery and machine learning technology. And you can just see how our team, they made those awesome halftime predictions. And on the show floor, you can see how all of that came to be. We love getting hands-on with our technology, and that's what today is all about. We have a fantastic keynote program for you here this morning with 6 great speakers spanning from G Suite to AI to GCP to Maps and IoT. So now today, I would like to start off our program by introducing you to Garrick Tubasi, one of our senior leaders for G Suite. Please join me in welcoming Garrick to the stage. Oh, awesome, bring it.
Thank you, Allison. Wow, impressively energetic for 9 a.m. in the morning. So I trust you all found yesterday's content to be informative and entertaining. For my part, I am continually amazed at the scale and sophistication of our cloud infrastructure. But I think we all know where the real magic happens. The real magic happens when individuals come together in a team to do big things. And that is where G Suite comes in. Now, yesterday you heard from my colleague, Prabhakar, and he talked to you about G Suite and how we're bringing together all the apps you love, like Gmail and Calendar, Google Drive, Docs, Hangouts, and others. And in combination, they give you secure, smart, and simple collaboration in the cloud. I joined Google over 6 years ago to work on G Suite. And in all that time, I haven't seen this kind of momentum. Since last year, we've added 1 million new businesses to G Suite. And the momentum we're seeing is across the globe and across companies of all sizes. So for example, LATAM Airlines in Chile and Carrefour in France. And here in the US at home, SoulCycle uses G Suite, which actually, given how those HD cameras are picking up my profile, I feel like maybe I could use a bit of SoulCycle. But seriously, these businesses that are adopting G Suite increasingly realize that the workforce of tomorrow expects cloud-based collaboration. How can I be so sure? If you want to know what the workforce of tomorrow expects, look at where they are today. They're in school and they're using G Suite. 80 million students worldwide learn with G Suite. So yes, you better believe it's what they're going to expect when in a few years they're working for all of you. So I'm sure you're convinced you want to hop on board the G Suite train, but you almost certainly have pragmatic questions about how it will actually work for your company. And I want to spend some time addressing those questions and showing you how we built G Suite to meet the needs of the enterprise. So first, we ask our customers and prospects, what is your top concern? And the answer is unequivocal. It's security. And of particular concern is email security. 91% of all phishing attacks start with an email. And no provider is better prepared to deal with those threats than Gmail, where we're already protecting 1.4 billion active users. So you take that incredible scale and combine it with our expertise in artificial intelligence, and we can respond to new threats instantaneously in a way no one else can. As a result, Gmail blocks 10 million bad messages every minute. Sometimes, however, the safety of a message is ambiguous, and ultimately in those rare cases, we just have to let the user decide. Even then, we leave nothing to chance, and we're now showing users big, bold, in-your-face banners to make sure they know to take special care when interacting with the message content. And we also know that you're looking for better ways to manage your sensitive email communications, which is why we created confidential mode in Gmail. With confidential mode, you can add restrictions to your messages so they can't be forwarded or printed, and even add expirations so access to the message content is limited. So these security enhancements, combined with the AI-powered features that Prabhakar spoke about yesterday, like Smart Compose, together that makes up what we call the new Gmail. And today, I'm pleased to share that the new Gmail is now generally available for all G Suite customers. I can't wait for you all to try it out. And if you're not on G Suite yet, check it out on your personal account. This brings us to the second topic that comes up, and that is around finding the right information at the right time. Across a large enterprise, finding what you need is hard because information is spread across many systems and trapped in silos. According to McKinsey, the average work week consists of roughly 20% of the time searching for and consolidating information. Last year, we launched Cloud Search, which essentially brings all of Google's expertise in search and applies it to your G Suite documents. But today, we're announcing new functionality in Cloud Search, which lets you go beyond your G Suite content. So you can index all of your third-party enterprise information, whether it's in the cloud or on-prem. And the permissions associated with each of those source systems is reflected in the index, so your employees only see what they're supposed to. Let me show you what one of our customers, Whirlpool Corporation, has done with Cloud Search. So Whirlpool created something they call Whirlpool Search Pro. Built on top of Cloud Search, it indexes over 12 million documents drawn from a dozen disparate on-prem sources. And it's a total game changer. Engineers and technicians can now go to a single user interface and get access to all of that content. And it's super duper fast. We're returning results in an average of 100 milliseconds. So these enhancements to Cloud Search are rolling out to the first wave of customers now, and we'll also be making Cloud Search available as a standalone offering. I'm really looking forward to seeing what more customers do when they get access to the power of Cloud Search. And now, the third topic that comes up in discussion with folks is around unified communications. So last year at Next, we announced our team chat product, Hangouts Chat, and our video conferencing platform, Hangouts Meet. But there's still one pillar of the unified communication story that we get questions about, and that's around telephony. Thus far, when it comes to telephony, we've relied on great partnerships and integrations with third parties for G Suite customers to get their telephony services. And that is and will continue to be a great option for our users. But we asked ourselves, what can Google add here? Can we take our expertise in artificial intelligence and make a better phone experience? Well, we think so. And today, I'm glad to announce that an enterprise-ready version of Google Voice is coming to G Suite. Now, Google Voice is already beloved by millions of consumers, and we've been testing the enterprise version with key customers since last October. And with Google Voice, we're taking telephony beyond simple audio. Powered by Google AI, we can bring in relevant context and intelligence to make calls more productive, and we can give you accurate voicemail transcriptions and call spam filtering, so your employees only focus on what's really important. Today, we're opening up the beta of Google Voice for our G Suite customers, and I'm really looking forward to your help in shaping the future of the product. So this brings us to the final topic I want to touch on that comes up in conversations with enterprise leaders that are considering moving their collaboration to the cloud. And it's around openness and the need to embrace all the tools that power your business. The average employee depends on 36 cloud services at work to collaborate. And we want to make sure that G Suite, as your productivity hub, works well with all of them. It's especially important that we interoperate well with the legacy productivity tools that you're migrating off of when you move to G Suite. So let me give you an example of the kinds of things we're doing here. Let's take calendaring. So yesterday, you heard that Nielsen moved all of their users to G Suite in a single weekend. Now, it's not always that fast to move a bunch of users off of Exchange, and so maybe instead of one weekend, it might take you 2. But during that brief transition period where you have users in both systems, We've done the hard work to make sure everyone can schedule meetings and conference rooms with each other seamlessly. A second example of our commitment to open interoperability is with our video conferencing platform, Hangouts Meet. We see our customers in the industry moving strongly towards ubiquitous video conferencing, and that includes an investment in video meeting hardware. And if you have that kind of investment, you want to know that a move to G Suite won't render it obsolete. Also, you have external partners and customers, and they may be on a different platform or have different hardware, and you want to know they can dial into your video calls. That's why we partnered with Pexip, a meeting interoperability platform. Now through Pexip, Hangouts Meet works openly with all the platforms that your customers and partners depend on, whether it's Cisco, Polycom, Lifesize, or Skype for Business. So these are just some of the steps we're taking to make sure that when you adopt G Suite, the migration is simple. But there's another situation I want to talk about. Now, I know in this room, it's a room full of thought leaders, and I'm sure you want to adopt G Suite, but you may have stakeholders that aren't quite there yet. And so we've thought hard about this situation. How do we open up the possibility for all businesses to start to adopt and get the benefits of G Suite? That's why today, I'm pleased to announce we're making Drive Enterprise available as a standalone offering. For the second straight year, Drive has been named by Gartner as a Magic Quadrant leader. And as you heard yesterday from Diane, Drive is on track to surpass 1 billion active users later this week. With Drive Enterprise, you can easily move all of your content to the cloud in Google Drive and immediately allow your employees to be more productive and collaborative, all the while without disrupting Mail or Calendar or their other legacy productivity tools. We think Drive Enterprise really opens up the possibility for more businesses to start to experience the transformational benefits of G Suite. So we've covered a lot of ground in the past few minutes, and I've walked through some of the questions that come up when people consider moving to cloud-based collaboration. And we've seen how G Suite addresses it, whether it's around email security or search or unified communications or open interop. And so I'm sure you'll all agree there's never been a better time for your company to make it with G Suite. And now, if you're intrigued by all of the AI capabilities we have coursing through the backbone of G Suite, and you want to know how to apply it to your own products and to your own data, well, I've got just the guy for you. I'd like to bring up my esteemed colleague, Rajan Sheth.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Yesterday, Fei-Fei talked to you about all of the innovation that we have going in AI. But today, I want to talk to you about how we can apply it to your business. Now, many of you have told us that data is the lifeblood of your business. But getting intelligence out of data is very hard, and machine learning and AI are hard to use. So we have one goal, which is to make AI simple and useful for you. All of this, of course, starts with your data. And Google provides a comprehensive set of tools to let you handle that data. This starts with bringing that data to the cloud, then processing it via batch or stream, moving it into a scalable data warehouse, and then doing advanced analytics and BI on top of that data. Now, at the heart of all of this is BigQuery. BigQuery is our scalable data warehouse. And what's really unique about BigQuery is that it's blazing fast. It can operate over massive data sets. We have customers storing over hundreds of petabytes of information within BigQuery. So to give you context of what that means, a petabyte is enough to store about 13 years worth of HD video. Hopefully that's more TV than you and I can ever watch in a lifetime. Now, what we're also seeing is that customers are scanning over lots of this data. So customers regularly scan over 5 petabytes of data, and over some of the queries are over 28 trillion rows of data. Now, wouldn't it be great if you could bring machine learning directly into this data warehouse? We think so, and so today I'm excited to announce BigQuery ML. BigQuery ML is bringing machine learning directly into BigQuery, accessible through SQL. So what's great about this? And so what's great about this is all of your data analysts know how to use SQL. And so now they can create custom models using SQL directly in BigQuery. It's also in database, so you don't have to move your data anywhere to be able to access this and do machine learning. You can do it right there within the data warehouse. And it's fast. What's great about that is that, and you're going to see this in a moment, in just seconds you can create a custom model. So to show you more about this, I'd like to welcome up Miguel from 20th Century Fox to show you how they're using BigQuery ML.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Good morning. So 2017 was a big year for Fox. We released more than 30 movies, and we grossed billions of dollars at the box office. Now, we invest significantly in the marketing campaigns for these movies, which means that our marketing team must be able to frequently reassess the media plans at scale. But we have a lean team of data scientists, and it can get a bit challenging to support all these campaigns in all possible cases, which is why we started to use BigQuery ML. Now, let's see this in action for the latest Maze Runner movie. So we have analyzed the trailer of the movie to find the similarity with other movies. Now, to get the audience insights for the media plan, we use BigQuery ML to build a machine learning model. We take an existing SQL query for audience analysis and simply add a create model statement. This builds a linear regression model to predict which audiences are likely to watch this new Maze Runner movie. And look, we've created a machine learning model in 30 seconds without getting out of BigQuery, without getting any data out. That is amazing. So this model predicts that along with the original Maze Runner movie, there are other audiences that obviously are important, like the Divergent series. Now, it might not be obvious, but the audiences at the top of this list are not all the same. So it's the job of the machine learning model to learn the importance of the audiences and to index these audiences based on importance, which is extremely useful for media planners. We are able to get these insights to the marketing team within minutes, and they can use this information to reassess the media plan. Now, I believe that brands that, like us, are constantly bringing new products to market, they must be able to use machine learning models to drive faster decisions at scale, using the tools that they are most comfortable with. And that is what BigQML has enabled us to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. Now, wasn't that amazing? While we were standing up here on stage, Miguel and team were able to build a custom model that solved a business problem. Now, what about the rest of your data? So it turns out that 90% of data within a typical enterprise is unstructured information, so things like documents or images or videos. Over the last 5 years, deep learning has advanced tremendously to make it so that you can, such that it's possible to be able to make sense out of that data. But deep learning is quite hard to use. There are only tens of thousands of people in the world that are able to build a deep learning model from scratch. But there are 21 million developers. So what can we do to bring access to those 21 million developers for all of this technology? Well, we have products in 3 different areas that make this possible. So first of all, we have our AI platform, which makes it easy for you to build a model and then scale it across Google Cloud. Second, we have what we call our AI building blocks. And this is bringing the best of Google's AI to you. So areas like speech recognition, image recognition, text, and translate, Our best models are now things that you can embed within your products. And then third, we have our AI solutions to solve very specific business problems. Now, AI is a mass customization problem, and what I mean by that is two customers that have the same problem will likely require different models trained on different data, and that's not easy to do. So this is why AutoML is so crucial, because AutoML lets you easily create some of the most advanced models in the world without machine learning expertise. Now, we're happy that over the course of the last couple of years, we now have over 14,000 paying customers of our AI products. On top of that, we've had 18,000 customers sign up for interest for AutoML since last January, so when we first launched our alpha. In the 24 hours since yesterday's keynote, we've had 1,400 additional customers that are actively using AutoML just in that time period. And so we're very happy about that. And our customer base includes all of these big customers that you see here and more. So to show you, though, how this can impact a customer, I'd like to welcome up Laura from Chevron, who's going to tell you more about how Chevron has been able to use AutoML.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to be here today to talk about how we've been using Google's AI technologies. At Chevron, we were challenged with something I imagine many of you can relate to: finding the information that you need when you need it. What I'm going to show you is how we used AutoML Vision to address this challenge. You're looking at a map showing some of the millions of documents that we've created over a period of decades, mapped to the geographic areas that they describe. These documents contain a mix of text, tables, and images, which are scattered across many file systems. As you can see on the map, we've invested in the knowledge in our documents. When we're exploring an area, accessing information can be a needle in a haystack type of challenge, so much so that sometimes we're forced to consider redoing the work instead of finding the information. As an example, I'll show you how we used AutoML Vision to make it possible for an explorationist to evaluate a new opportunity. Let's say we're looking at a new opportunity in the Gulf of Mexico. Clearly, there are too many documents here for us to search manually. We can narrow the search by adding a search term for geologic map. As we do this, this reduces the number of hits very dramatically. The first hit is a document that describes the geologic provenance of the Gulf of Mexico. Looking into the stock, we see images on the right here that represent geologic maps, so we know that we're headed in the right direction. What happened here is that we ran the images from the documents against an AutoML Vision model that was trained to recognize over 60 geologic labels. We then used the natural language APIs to classify the information and make it possible for users to search for them. We can also view the document type on the right-hand side and confirm that it's a document that we can use for this project. As you can see, using AutoML, we were able to create a solution that enabled us to do a custom search and find information that would otherwise be very difficult for us to access. AutoML Vision met our unique requirements in a very short time frame. We needed a custom solution. We can now find our documents in seconds instead of weeks, giving us the freedom to make well-informed and timely decisions and transforming the way business decisions are made at Chevron. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. So you could see how Laura was able to take a bunch of our building blocks in AutoML and bring them together to solve a real business problem. So finally, we're looking to figure out how we can build AI solutions that can solve specific business problems. And we're doing this by infusing your enterprise workflows with Google's AI. And partners are key to this process. You saw this with Contact Center AI yesterday, where we're infusing some of the best contact center products in the world with Google's AI to make them even better. But another big problem that you've been telling us about is document understanding. You have troves and troves and troves of documents. How do you actually get meaning out of those documents and to have it get value? So we're delighted to announce a partnership that we're doing with Iron Mountain. Iron Mountain is the data custodian for 95% of the Fortune 1000, and they store 1.7 trillion pages of data. So again, to give you context on that, if you stack those pages end to end, that's enough to reach from here to Mars and back. Now, what we're doing is we're infusing their products with our AI such that you can get value and meaning out of those documents. So I've shown you today how you can make AI simple and useful, but really, we're just at the beginning. So how many of you remember this? This is, of course, the Mosaic browser from 1994, and it was really the first time that the average person saw the internet and saw the value of the internet. And all of us can probably, anyone that used this remembers our aha moment from when we saw the value. So for me, I'm a big sports fan. And so for me, the big aha moment was live sports scores. Now, this is where we are with AI today. We're at the very beginning, where the average person is just starting to see the value of AI. But just like the internet, we believe that over the course of the next 20 years, AI will become the foundation of computing. We're looking forward to innovating with you and working with you to make that a reality. Thank you. So all of this relies on great computing services. And so I'm delighted to bring up my colleague Eyal to tell you about our compute services.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm excited to share more details on Cloud Services Platform that Urs announced yesterday. You know cloud computing can help you speed up your IT and improve security. You want to create software faster, and you want to integrate all the investments you've already made, and you want to do that in the cloud or on-prem. It's your choice, wherever you are. You're looking towards the future. You need a lot to make it work. We hear you. And that's why our team has been working hard to create Cloud Services Platform. CSP is hybrid cloud software for modernization. So let's dive right in. Containers are the universal language of cloud, and Kubernetes is the way the industry has chosen to orchestrate them. Istio is an open source project that is the way to secure and connect microservices together. Cloud Services Platform starts with managed versions of both already integrated to work together. It's not a kit. No assembly is required. It just works. CSP is based on GKE, the industry-leading solution we launched 3 years ago to manage Kubernetes. CSP lets you build and run your applications anywhere in the same way, on-prem, in the cloud, or hybrid. It's your choice. It provides consistent open APIs across those environments. And the reason open is important is that it gives you the portability you need to be future-proof. Think how much faster you can deploy on hybrid with unified cloud build. And that's just one benefit. CSP does a lot of the work for you with little to no ops, built-in monitoring, one-click secure deployments, and smart cost management insights. It automates rapid releases and provides auto-healing in case of issues. With Cloud Services Platform, our vision is to let you move up the cloud stack to realize huge productivity gains through using higher-level abstractions. So today, I'll share more capabilities of CSP. We'll tell you how we're securing containers and deployment pipelines. We'll share new developments on our serverless strategy, and we'll also show you new capabilities that power the container-based ecosystem. Yesterday, we demonstrated Istio, a way to link together the mesh of services that make up modern enterprise application with no additional code needed. Istio gives you service discovery, load balancing, auto-failure recovery, end-to-end authentication and encryption, and observability service graph you saw yesterday. CSP lets you administer security and identity policies centrally and consistently across hybrid environments, and it brings the Kubernetes operating model to all of cloud. If you know GKE, you now also have GKE on-prem we announced yesterday, and you can easily run CSP. One comprehensive policy regime for all of your IT. This is how we've been using Istio technology inside Google for many years. We've also integrated Istio with Apigy's industry-leading API management platform, so you can make your services discoverable for inside and outside your organization for all developers. Customers like AutoTrader, Descartes Labs, HSBC, and MasterCard are already working with CSP and parts of the technology stack that creates CSP. We're also delivering a Google-managed implementation of Istio. We're taking away the toil of managing infrastructure. Managed Istio simplifies the consumption of microservices. Instead of complex policy negotiations, it takes care of those details for you. Running Istio on GKE lets you take advantage of GCP's infrastructure with features like global load balancing, consistent auditable security, and health checking at scale. And for all of that, no code is needed. It's just a simple config. Istio already has wide industry support. As the world's leading provider of networking technology, Cisco's involvement with Istio is significant. To share more on how Istio fits into Cisco's plan, I'd like to invite Kip Compton to the stage. Thanks, Kip, for joining us.
Hey, great to be here.
So, Kip, tell us, how does CSP and Istio fit into Cisco's strategy?
Well, as you know, we've been working together for about a year now, developing and delivering hybrid cloud technologies. In fact, we're shipping our first joint solution next month. And we're really excited that Google has certified that solution as GKE compatible. And it's completely consistent with the CSP architecture that you were just talking about. So, of course, Istio is absolutely a key component. And that's one of the reasons why Cisco joined the Istio open source project very early on, and why we're one of the top corporate contributors to that open source project today. We're particularly excited about Istio's potential to make it easier for customers to build applications that span private data centers and public cloud environments, all with a framework that provides greater performance, security, and observability for microservices-based applications.
So, Kip, tell us, why our customers, though, are so excited about Istio?
That's a great question. And you know, enterprises really need a way to systematically secure, measure, and monitor enterprise applications. We need to be able to apply policies to them. And this is something that Cisco helps enterprises do every day. We're really excited to bring the power of Cisco's enterprise portfolio to microservices-based applications through Istio. And if you think about it, this really takes the concept of hybrid cloud much further. We're talking about an open platform that has the potential to make compliance and security almost automatic. We're going to make it much easier for people to develop and deploy applications, and we're doing it in a way that's much more open, giving our customers more choice and control.
Kip, we're excited to keep building the partnership. Thank you so much for your support.
Thanks, Eyal.
Thank you. One thing we hear over and over from you is how important security is for container adoption. Organizations running containerized application workload also need to ensure only trusted code is deployed. Today, I am pleased to announce the beta release of binary authorization to allow you to require container images to be signed by trusted authorities during the development process and enforce signature validation when the code is actually deployed and when the containers run in production. VM-based workload pose similar security challenges for organizations. So today, we're also announcing shielded VMs that let you run hardened virtual machines and easily spin them up on Google Cloud Platform. And after security, the next requirement we hear from you is development agility. Isn't fast always better than slow, right? Modern development is shifting to event-driven microservices and serverless, which I am personally super excited about. Event-driven computing and serverless allows developer to focus on the business logic rather than the repetitive, low-value tasks that you all know and hear about. In the last year, we've seen 10x growth in the beta use of Cloud Functions. So today, I'm excited to announce the general availability of Cloud Functions. And to give customers the flexibility to run any workload, we're adding container support to Cloud Functions later this year. Serverless can be much more than just snippets of code running in the cloud. As serverless programming becomes more powerful, customers want the benefit to run serverless anywhere without lock-in. So today, we're introducing Knative. Knative is a new open source project that brings serverless building blocks into Kubernetes. It ensures workload portability and consistent capabilities across clouds. We've developed it in partnership with Pivotal, IBM, Red Hat, SAP, and many others. Moving forward, Knative can be the basis for unified and portable serverless environments for the whole industry. Thank you. We've built our own product on top of it as well. The GKE serverless add-on lets customers run serverless workloads on GKE on-prem that you heard yesterday, or pretty much everywhere using the same consistent tooling, regardless where you are, including on-premise. I am pleased to ask Oren and Stern to show us how serverless in Knative can let you move faster and deploy anywhere.
Thanks, Eyal. So what you see on stage right now, on screen right now is a Cloud Function that we've already deployed. We expect the vast majority of users to be deploying Cloud Functions from source code. But implicit in that is always the limitations. What is the platform that we're giving you? And one of the requirements we hear from more advanced use cases is, how do we do something more? How do I take a custom language, a custom binary, an open source project? And we want to give you all the benefits of serverless, but still enable you to run your workloads. So for those users who have these advanced requirements, you're able to go and use Docker. What you can see here on screen is a Docker file. It's a totally idiomatic and normal Docker file in which we've installed a third-party open source software. There's nothing special going on here. We're just doing it the standard way. And then with the same exact commands that you'd be doing your source-based deploys, we're simply adding the image where it's been deployed into a container registry, and we're deploying it now into the cloud. This is taking advantage of all of the same capabilities that you'd get in a normal Cloud Function, the scalability, the maintenance, the patching, and security, but you're getting it with your custom software package bundled. Now, this leads to the second thing that we hear from customers all the time, which is, it's great that we can run it on your cloud, but how do we run it where we are? And so the next thing we want to do is take the exact same container. We're taking no changes of any kind. And with just a small change to the command line that you can see Stern making here, we're going to deploy it into a GKE cluster using the GKE add-on. So what we've done is it's a gcloud serverless deploy instead of function deploy, and we're simply adding which cluster we want to deploy it to. So this is happening live into a pre-provisioned GKE cluster. And in about 15 seconds of time, it gets deployed and running. This allows you to have the same programming model, the same mechanisms of deploying, the same beautiful command line experience you're used to, but now you can have it running anywhere you want without having to make any changes to your code. So you can see now we have our Cloud Function deployed. It's got all the scalability, scales to 0, scales up as it's necessary. We can have it dynamically running this 3D package that we've never been able to have running in a serverless environment before, and you get all the same benefits you'd expect from serverless running anywhere that you need it to run. Thank you so much. Eyal, back to you.
Thank you, Oren and Stern, for the great demo. We're also making it fast and easy to incorporate third-party services in your software from any of the 100 potential of technology partners you need. To make this easy, we're offering a new way to deploy container-based software using only a single click. And it's all managed automatically through the Google Kubernetes engine. Before today, enterprise had to pull the image, get license negotiations, subscription fees, and implement everything independently. And then containers might not have been properly maintained or supported, and you know how painful and risky that can be. So today, we're addressing that with the first public cloud marketplace to offer commercial applications that are deployed easily through the Google Kubernetes Engine. You get the same easy procurement, vetted, supported solution, and simplified usage-based billing that you would expect. Let's see it in action. Starting with the Kubernetes Engine, you can easily discover solutions on the GCP Marketplace. Once you select an application, you can click to deploy into your Kubernetes cluster. While it's configuring, I'll tell you, everything is built through one single unified Google Cloud Bill. And for partners, building and launching Kubernetes containerized applications on GCP Marketplace is fast and easier to maintain. Now you can see the site is live. Thank you to all the partners who have joined us in the Kubernetes space. I'm excited about the applications we have today, and I'm looking forward to see many more solutions joining by the end of this year. So go to GCP Marketplace and try out some of our partners' offering. The transition to cloud computing can speed up your IT, can improve reliability, can make security, compliance easier, and can open up new options for your business. But to make this transition, you need a comprehensive cloud platform. You need to ensure you have the ability to create software faster, to operate it securely, and to carry forward existing investments that you depend on. And you need a vibrant ecosystem to complement that. Kubernetes, Knative, and Istio are all based on technologies we developed inside Google and have been using for years to run Google, and now they provide the foundation layer of cloud services platform. We can't wait to see how you will use it. Thank you. Everything we're doing with Cloud Services Platform is possible because of the excellent core Google infrastructure. I'm thrilled to introduce my colleague, Brad Calder, who leads the infrastructure engineering team.
Thank you, Eyal. Good morning. It's exciting to see the new developments that Eyal highlighted. The services he described are built upon our core infrastructure, which provides the highest levels of security, reliability, and scale. And today I want to talk to you about something that's vital to the success of running your business, which is the importance of having a highly reliable and secure network and being able to effortlessly migrate to the cloud. Over the last 24 months, we've added 13 cloud regions around the globe. We now have a total of 17 regions, including the recently added regions in Finland and Los Angeles, and we have Hong Kong coming online soon. These additional regions give you control over where you store your data and where you run your workloads. Now, from these regions, we give you the best possible connection to your customers and your users with Google's global network. Our network is larger and more scalable than any other cloud provider. Our network now provides you with over 125 points of presence around the world. And these points of presence are your on-ramp to the cloud. And because Google has more of them, means that you can get your data to and from the cloud faster and more reliably than ever before. And because Google has its own global network, we're the only cloud provider with both a premium network and a standard network offering for running your services. Now, standard is similar to what you would get from other cloud providers, whereas our premium network uses Google's global network to deliver your traffic to your users. Now, when you use our premium network, your traffic is delivered over our highly reliable and low latency global network, the same that our own Google services use. This allows your traffic to exit our network near your end user. Now, to directly connect your network to our network, you can easily connect through the network service provider of your choice with our Cloud Interconnect product or VPN tunnels, making it even easier to bring the cloud to you. And on top of that, our Cloud Interconnect offers a higher SLA than other cloud providers. Now, having a powerful network is great, but it's useless if it's not secure, which is why we take security seriously at Google. As Diane mentioned yesterday, Google Cloud was recently named a leader in Forrester's Public Cloud Security Evaluation. And we continue to innovate in order to help enterprises be more secure. And one way we help you be more secure is by providing DDoS and application defense through our Cloud Armor service. This leverages the same global infrastructure that Search, Gmail, and YouTube uses. And this infrastructure is built to defend against attack volumes at the terabit level. Now, Cloud Armor works in conjunction with our global load balancing service and provides a rich language for specifying defense rules. With Cloud Armor, your internet-facing applications are automatically defended against DDoS attacks, and you can defend against and deploy application-level defense at scale based upon your unique requirements. Now I'd like to welcome Prajakta on stage to show you Cloud Armor in action.
You have a tough job. You want to quickly and responsibly serve your users, and at the same time, you need to defend your internet-facing services against malicious attacks. This is where Cloud Armor comes in. Let's see what it can do to defend against a SQL injection attack. Now, with SQL injection, one little flaw in one little feature of your app is all it takes to compromise all of your data. Let's take a look at the screen. We are going to launch a live SQL injection attack using a tool called Metasploit. What you're seeing is a live attack. Now, what would happen without Cloud Armor? You would have to first detect SQL injection, and then react, remediate, and also fix your code and data. Let's switch over to the GCP console, and let's see how Cloud Armor fared under this attack. Let's start with the logs. You can see that Cloud Armor has blocked all SQL injection attacks using the policy that you see on screen. Let's take a close look at our Cloud Armor policy. All you need to do is to configure one single rule to block all SQL injection traffic. When you enable this rule, Cloud Armor looks for over 160 patterns under the hood to identify and block SQL injection attacks. Let's look at a different attack. We are going to launch a live HTTP flood attack. Now, when you're facing an HTTP flood attack, you will see a sharp rise in page views and requests. Unfortunately, this is not good news, because your business metrics, such as orders placed and your dollars, they will continue to decline. Let's look at the screen. We just launched an HTTP flood attack, and you can see a flood of HTTP packets from sources all across the world. What would have happened without Cloud Armor? You would have to first detect this attack, and then continue to add capacity to absorb this HTTP flood. Let's switch to the GCP console, and let's see how Cloud Armor fared under this attack. Let's start with the logs. You can see that Cloud Armor has blocked all HTTP flood attacks using the policy that you see on screen. So let's go take a close look at this Cloud Armor policy. You can see that the IP addresses which were generating the HTTP flood are blacklisted dynamically. How did that happen? These IPs were automatically identified by our BigQuery ML service, which was just announced, and then fed into this Cloud Armor policy, thereby keeping our app safe, up and running. So what you really get with Cloud Armor is actually much more than this. You get defense at scale using Google's massive global and edge infrastructure, and Cloud Armor's open rules language allows you and our security partners to build sophisticated custom defenses. Back to you, Brad.
Thank you, Prajakta. Now, many of you might have existing investments in networking. And that's why we also provide integration with several networking and related security partners to provide you access to your existing solutions as part of bringing the cloud to you. And now I'd like to talk to you about our efforts to migrate and get you to the cloud efficiently. Everyone wants migration to be as painless and effortless as possible. This is why last month we finalized the acquisition of Belastrada, a leader in enterprise cloud migration. With Belastrada, our goal is to provide a migration journey that's as effortless as possible. Velostrada is all about making sure your applications get running quickly on Google Cloud, often with under 10 minutes of downtime. Velostrada quickly migrates your applications, including your stateful applications, irrespective of the amount of data attached to the workloads. And while your applications start running, your data continues to migrate transparently in the background. And companies like Cardinal Health recently did their migration with Velostrada, easily migrating a set of their workloads to Google Cloud, completing the migrations quickly, and keeping the costs low. Now, in addition to the migration capabilities of Velostrada, we've expanded our database offerings to bring the cloud to you. This includes providing support for the most popular third-party databases that you'd find on-premise in the cloud, including fully managed MySQL, Postgres, and Redis, as well as pay-by-the-second Microsoft SQL Server in Compute Engine. And we also support 4 terabytes SAP HANA natively today, and I'm pleased to announce that we'll be providing support for 12 terabytes next summer and 18 terabytes by the end of next year. Yes. You can have your cake and run your SAP too. And we're pleased to announce that coming this fall, we will be offering managed services for your large-scale enterprise workloads, including Oracle RAC and Exadata, as well as SAP HANA through our strategic partners, including Accenture. Yes, thank you. Now, in addition to providing you access to the most popular databases you'd find on-premise, Google continues to lead in database innovation. From Cloud Bigtable for high ingestion and data-intensive workloads, to Cloud Spanner, which is still the only relational database that provides strong consistency with multi-region replication with 5 nines of availability. And Cloud Firestore is becoming the de facto database for mobile development. Now, when migrating to the cloud, in addition to migrating your network, your applications, and your databases, you need enterprise-grade file storage. And to provide that, we've partnered with NetApp to create high-performance cloud volumes for your workload needs. This gives you the same familiar file-sharing experience you have on-premises in Google Cloud. And if you're looking for a Google solution, we also have you covered with a high-performance file storage option with Cloud File Store. Now I'd like to conclude by inviting Parag Agarwal, CTO of Twitter, on stage to share their migration experience to Google Cloud.
Hey, Brad.
Welcome, Parag.
Pleasure to be here.
Can you tell us a bit about how Twitter is using Google Cloud?
We operate at a massive scale with a relatively small team. Our strategy is to use the best tools to make our teams as productive as they can be. We've built a lot of infrastructure over the years to enable this, and we've open sourced a lot of it. But we found that ad hoc data analysis is a use case where we could benefit from options in the public cloud. Our data scientists constantly analyze large amounts of data. For example, to detect patterns of abuse or to understand how conversation evolves on the platform. Some of these analyses can read petabytes of data. As a result, we need solutions that are fast at scale. To support this, we're migrating several large-scale Hadoop clusters to GCP. And when I say large scale, I'm serious. In total, we're migrating over 300 petabytes of data. These clusters are primarily used for cold storage and for ad hoc analyses and constitute only a small part of our overall infrastructure. But we think of this migration as a really important learning opportunity for us in working with Google.
Great. And you can tell us, why did you choose Google Cloud?
A lot of factors go into making a choice of this kind, as you can understand. I want to talk about 3 that stood out for us. The first is performance. We did an extensive technical evaluation with a bunch of our engineers over many months and found that GCP performed the best for our specific use case around ad hoc analysis. We believe that the throughput of GCP's network and storage solutions was the primary reason for this performance. In fact, the network performance was so good that we were able to decouple storage and compute This architectural flexibility is a huge advantage for us. We can now scale storage and compute independent of each other, and also run multiple data processing frameworks over the same data more easily. The second factor for us was efficiency. At our scale, costs can really add up. We have deep technical teams that drive optimizations up and down the stack to drive efficiency. We found that we're able to use GCP's custom machine types to avoid resource stranding and drive a lot of efficiency as a result. Lastly, any choice of this kind requires a prediction into the future. The Google team's culture, their commitment to open source, their focus on security, all give us confidence in the future of this partnership.
Great. Thanks, Parag. It's a pleasure working with you. So as you can see, we are successfully bringing the cloud to you. We help migrate your workloads with Velostrada and connect you to our secure and global network to take you farther than ever before. And now I'd like to invite my colleague Gayatri on stage to share how Google Maps and GCP are driving to help businesses deliver innovative experiences to customers. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gayatri Rajan, VP for Google Maps platform, and I'm delighted to be here with you today. So the video you just saw took you all the way from outer space down to Moscone, using the knowledge that we have about the world from Google Maps. Google Maps is one of Google's best-loved consumer apps. More than 1 billion people worldwide use Google Maps every day to help them navigate and explore the world. You might have even used it to find a restaurant near your hotel last night, or to get here this morning. Now, 13 years ago, we took the same rich, accurate, real-world data that powers our consumer app and turned it into a platform for our enterprise customers. This platform benefits from the same coverage and freshness that our consumer app does. It covers 99% of the world and is updated more than 25 million times a day. Now, since we've launched, millions of businesses and organizations have benefited from Google's deep knowledge of the real world in real time to build great experiences for their users. They've changed the way you look for a place to live, get where you're going, and even find the best schools for your children. But we've recognized that we can do a lot more for our enterprise customers. And over the last year, we embarked on a significant overhaul of our Maps platform. But before I tell you more about these exciting changes, I want to show you a video that brings to life what our products can do now, with a little splash of what's possible.
What if businesses could see the patterns, connecting people, places, and things? Like how things are moving in real time. How places look and feel in rich detail. How real-world spaces become incredible playing fields. How cities move now, and where to direct them next. How data and trends look in real life. And how the world is changing. To know how to grow next. See patterns and opportunities in plain sight with Google Maps platform.
Thank you. So as you can see, this is a lot more than just a name change. With Google Maps platform, we've pivoted from providing data to building solutions. We've simplified our APIs into 3 core products: Maps, Routes, and Places, to make them easier to use and more scalable as our customers grow. And we wanted to see what our customers can do with both Maps and Cloud together. Developers now on Google Maps platform can access our core API products using the same systems and tools as Cloud products. So it's even easier for customers like Carrefour, Shopify, AAA, and Snap to use these products in tandem to create even better experiences using our real-world insights at cloud scale. And as I mentioned earlier, we've reinforced our commitment to serving enterprise customers by better understanding your needs and developing vertical-specific solutions with you. We believe we can solve even your biggest problems together. Let's start with asset tracking. We've offered APIs for asset tracking for some time, but with the launch of Google Maps platform, we assembled an end-to-end solution for our customers. And using this solution, Verizon Connect helps its customers track and visualize their vehicles in real time and plan multi-stop routes. Vagabond is able to see the location of vending machines and monitor how much candy is left so they can efficiently route their vans to restock these machines. You can even keep track of sharks. And that's exactly what Discovery Channel has done for Shark Week this week. So using our technology and a humane tagging system, people can see them on a map and get a shark's eye view of what they're up to. To learn more about our asset tracking solution, stop by at our demo in the IoT zone. We'll show you how our real-time solution helps you keep track of ice cream deliveries. And if you complete your journey melt-free, you'll get a cone to go. You can't miss it. Just look for the ice cream truck. So a second industry solution helps studios build real-world games based on Google Maps. Game developers can now transfer our model of the real world into their own game worlds, from a medieval fantasy to a bubblegum candy land or anything else designers dream up. We'll also help you with the crazy challenge of finding appropriate places for gameplay anywhere in the world. Some games need popular social spots to place their treasures. Others want to direct players off the beaten path. Either way, we help them make sure they're always sending people to places where they can actually play, not into a private ground or the middle of a swamp. Our new Unity-based gaming solution is already powering 3 live mobile AR games created by some of the world's top studios and IP holders. So whether you want to save dinosaurs from extinction, form alliances to survive zombie attacks, or collect the yokai of Japanese folklore, there's a great location-based game for you powered by Google Maps. And it's not just brand new games that are taking notice. Developer Mixi just added a maps mode to its phenomenally popular game, Monster Strike. So players can now find loot at real places around them while they're playing the game. We're thrilled to see the rich AR experiences game developers are already building using our solution. And with the recent collaboration between Cloud Spanner and Unity, I see some really interesting possibilities for connected, real-world gaming at global and cloud scale. We can't wait to see where you'll take the industry next. These are clearly very early and exciting times. Now, switching from augmented reality to the world of real traffic, there's been a sea change happening in the world of on-demand transportation in the past few years. And we noticed that several of these businesses used our Maps API products to build products that weren't really fully meeting their needs. So we decided to go deep and build a ride-sharing solution in close collaboration with some of the most disruptive companies in the market. Our solution helps address pain points like ensuring convenient pickup points, fastest routes, accurate ETAs. And it also helps these businesses optimize their fleets so they can better manage driver supply and be responsive to rider demand. And as many of these businesses evolve from transporting riders to providing services, we're evolving our solution. So you can get sushi delivered to your home, or if you're in Indonesia, you can even
Hello, Gayatri. Didn't you expect me over here, did you? Hi, my name is Ajay Gore. I'm a group CTO at Gojek. Gojek is Indonesia's largest transport, food, payments, and lifestyle startup. We started in 2015 from 5,000 orders per day, and now we are doing around 3 million orders per day. That means we have to take around 2.5 million customers every day across Jakarta. which is like thrice the Jakarta's public transport. That also means that to get that scale, today we stand around 80 million downloads. We have around 3.5 million customers on us every day. At any point of time, we serve 2.5 million customers, figuring out various food, on-demand ride-sharing, and transport services. And that also means that Gojek today is the single market largest food delivery application in the world except China. At core of it, what it means is that we have to match the right driver with the right demand of the food and product. Whether it's carrying a human across, whether it's sending a package, whether getting your lost wallet from home, or whether getting your food for your lunch. All these things has to happen within no time. Google Maps, at the core of our location engine, helps us figure out the ETAs, the route, figuring out the right driver on the right side of the road. One of the biggest problems we have, when you are off by, say, 5 meters, you can be on the other side of one way of 5 kilometers, and you can be reaching in 25 minutes instead of 5 minutes. And that is something very, very important for us. Given all this stuff, Google Maps, with the routing and ETA and route optimization, help us provide the better and better services for our customers. On the other hand, when you look at 1 million drivers, 100,000 restaurants, 2.5 million customers every day, and having 500,000 food deliveries going across Jakarta, it also means that we need to make sure that we take care of this data and the demand and visualize it better. For example, we do a driver ping every 10 seconds. That means we do 6 million pings in a minute. That means we do 8 billion pings in a day. That is just driver pings. If you look at the scale and if you look at the customer interaction, we store around 4 to 5 terabyte data every day. How do we tell our driver where is the demand? How do we tell our driver what is the right way to go? All this stuff is not possible if we don't have tools like BigQuery, Cloud Data Flow, Google Cloud Storage in our arsenal. In last 2 years, we have been working very closely with Google Maps team and Google Cloud Platform team. And what has happened is, over the period of time, we have been able to realize new frontiers and new possibilities in terms of product impact and in terms of customer impact, so that we can deliver right products to our customer and right features to them. In my last 20 years of experience, one of the things which I learned is technology is the most effective way to challenge the impossible. Who thought that a small startup in Indonesia 3 years back, which is doing like 5,000 orders, will do 3 million orders, and it will be still the #1 app for transport, food, and everything else. But if you want to challenge the technology in the most impossible ways, you need to have right intent, positivity, and most importantly, very nice partners. For us, Google Maps and Google Cloud Platform having that. So thank you for that, Gayatri. And I think I should get going now, because SF traffic is pretty bad. I should get my lunch right now. See you guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks for scooting by, Ajay. So just as we've helped Gojek with Google Maps and Google Cloud, we've learned a lot from them as well. So for example, as Ajay mentioned, the majority of Gojek drivers are on scooters. Well, scooters and cars travel very differently. And we quickly realized that in order to serve accurate ETAs to scooter drivers, we needed to significantly redo our traffic models. So we used our deep expertise in machine learning to add these new elements to our platform. And this is something we never would have considered doing if we hadn't worked so closely with our customers. So what I shared today is just the beginning. We're looking at many more verticals and use cases where we can solve problems with our real-world insights, location-based solutions, and the power of cloud. What is particularly interesting as we look to the future is the possibilities of cloud IoT. And to tell you more about that, here's In Jong Ri. Thank you.
Thanks, Gayatri. That's a great seg into next topic. I want to talk about opportunity, the kind generations before us could only imagine, thanks to Internet of Things. As you know, there are so many applications for IoT. IoT can help improve world hunger problems with better food tracking. It can save lives at hospitals with remote patient monitoring. It can tremendously improve efficiency of factories by minimizing the downtime. IoT has so many applications that are improving humanity and making our world a better place to live. I've been with Google for about 6 months, and this is one of the reasons that I joined Google to work on IoT. At Google, we've been working on IoT for quite some time. Earlier this year, we launched Cloud IoT Core, Google Cloud Platform for IoT, that allows IoT developers to connect millions of devices around the world to Google Cloud. We have received quite a few positive feedback from our customers. Aker BP, an oil exploration company, is building predictive maintenance solutions to improve safety and reduce downtime in the oil field. Smart Parking is reinventing the parking experience. Freight Farm is revolutionizing the way fresh goods are grown and delivered. All of this are possible because of Cloud IoT Core. Complementary to Cloud IoT Core, we see there are emerging needs of edge computing, which is essentially running data analytics and intelligence services at locations where data are collected, or what we call at the edge. This is required because uploading all data to the cloud from sensors can be quite expensive for many use cases, or simply violate data privacy and compliance policies for some customers. Or sometimes the network can be disconnected. Running intelligence services at the edge, network gateways, or end devices is quite challenging because many types of end devices need to be extremely cost and power efficient. Today, we have a solution for this. I'm pleased to announce HTPU, Google's hardware accelerator chip for running TensorFlow Lite-based machine learning inference models at lightning speed. It can be combined with a low-cost microcontroller along with the sensors or general-purpose CPU, depending on your budget. HTPU is so small that we can fit more than 4, if I can find it in my pocket. It's so small. More than 4 TPU chips onto one penny. Small enough to fit into your smallest sensors. When designing HTPU, we are hyper-focused on optimizing for performance per dollar and performance per watt, which is power consumption. HTPU will bring a brain to your end devices or everyday things at extremely low cost and high power efficiency, but without compromising performance. I believe this is a game changer. Here's the HTPU in action. HTPU can be embedded into traffic cameras to analyze real-time traffic. Smart cities with the smart traffic management systems often needs to have thousands of these cameras all over the city. HTPU, combined with Google Maps platform, will make this type of initiative feasible because of its low cost, high power efficiency, and high performance. To try HTPU, we're making a development kit available in October this year. You don't know how many rabbits I have in my pocket. There's another one. So this is a development kit that we actually made in partnership with the NXP and Microchip, and this is available in October. We're working with our developer and partner ecosystem for building IoT solutions. And I want to thank all our partners. But it's not enough to bring machine learning to the hardware layer. We need a software to run with it. Today, I'm pleased to announce Cloud IoT Edge. Cloud IoT Edge can run on Android Things or Linux, and it consists of two components. One is Edge IoT Core, which is basically a gateway functions for faster provisioning, connecting into cloud, and data aggregation and filtering a lot of data pre-processing. And the other is Edge ML, a TensorFlow-like-based runtime for running ML models at the edge. It is designed to run ML on hardware accelerators like Edge TPU or general-purpose CPUs or GPUs. Cloud IoT Edge is now available in ARPA, and you can sign up for the early access program starting today. Now, I'd like to, well, if you want, you know. Yeah, it doesn't hurt to actually enjoy the moment. Right? So now I'd like to invite a customer on stage that's using our Edge solutions. LG is a technology innovator and a global leader in electronics and in consumer goods. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Shingyun Hyun, SVP CTO of LG CNS, to understand how our Edge solutions help LG. Welcome, Mr. Hyun.
Hi.
Long time no see. It's been about 7 minutes.
Right.
Right. So can you give us a sense of complexity and scale of the problem you're solving at LG CNS?
Sure. LG CNS is the IT service company in LG Group, and we are improving the productivity of our manufacturing lines with a smart factory initiative. For instance, LG Chem's glass substrate line is used for manufacturing glass for display panels. Every production line has 5 to 6 inspection processes to check the quality of the product. LG Chem's glass line has to inspect 200 images of the LCD panel within 0.8 seconds. It's not easy. This inspection process has been very labor-intensive work.
Wow, so it's actually, you know, the inspecting the LCD panels for defects.
Yes.
And it's very labor-intensive.
Yeah.
So how LG is planning to use Google Cloud IoT and Edge TPU?
Okay. Before Google Cloud, we had our most senior engineers working on improving model accuracy. It used to very time-consuming efforts. After Google Cloud, it took one junior engineer 1 week to get us to 99.9% accuracy on our glass inspection. Now, we use Edge TPU. We put the deep learning models directly into the computer vision system from the cloud to run the models locally. We are able to detect anomalies and imperfections in our glass with much greater accuracy, and more important is speed. This is why I'm so excited with TPU and IoT solutions. This solution will help LG Chemical to save around $1 million per production line per year.
Wow.
We plan to apply this great technology in other production lines like a battery, display panels, and many others. Google AI and Edge TPU with LG CNS Data Analytics Solution, DAP, will provide great value for our customers in smart factory area, I believe.
Wow, that's a great story. I mean, you're getting one junior engineer and just spend 1 week to get to the accuracy level of 99.9%. Wow, that's better than a human being actually doing the inspection, right? And then also,
that's so impressed.
Right, and then the saving, on top of that, $1 million per production line per dollar.
That's great.
Per year, and
yeah,
that's very impressive. And I'm really, excited about this partnership. Looking forward to the, working with you in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Hyun. And So to summarize, I have 3 IoT product announcements today. Right? So one was the Edge DPU. Remember that penny, right? It's an accelerator chip for running the TensorFlow Lite models. And then development kit, and the cloud IoT, the cloud IoT Edge software. And all of this product make Google the only cloud service provider that has an integrated IoT solution with the software and custom hardware stack for implementing machine learning in IoT, in the cloud and at the edge. And this is the future of IoT. I cannot wait to see what we build together in the future. Now, let me welcome back Allison to wrap things up. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, In-Jung. Wow, what a morning. I must admit that the one downside of being backstage is I didn't get to fully appreciate seeing Ajay Scooter. But the upside is that I did get to hear about all of the great technology that we talked about, and I loved hearing about how Gojek is working with Google Maps and cloud. As I wrap up for the day, I want to share a few areas that really struck me while listening this morning. Garrick mentioned that Drive is on track to cross over 1 billion users in the coming weeks. That means that 1/8 of the world's population is using Drive, and it makes it Google's 8th billion user application. I know I speak on behalf of all Googlers when I say that we are humbled by the opportunity to build technology for so many people. It is truly a privilege. And Rajan talked about our new AutoML technology. I can't tell you how many Googlers, including many on the marketing team, have been playing with the AutoML product by simply taking a few dozen photos on their smartphones and training a model. The latest one I saw was for cheese. Who knew that ML is better than most people in differentiating brie from camembert? And it was great to get product updates from Eyal and Brad. I'm always blown away by how quickly our GCP teams have been launching new products. And finally, In-Jung painted a picture of what it means to add intelligence to everything. When he was rehearsing a few days ago, I couldn't stop peppering him with questions. I really wanted to understand what it means to have chips smaller than a penny on so many things in the world. As I said, that was quite a morning. But the day is just beginning. We are in for a treat during our lunchtime keynote here on stage with the 2 2017 Turing Award winners, Alphabet Chair John Hennessy and Google Distinguished Engineer David Patterson. They'll be interviewed right here at 12:30 by Diane. And then this afternoon, we have our second customer innovation keynote, also on the main stage, with mini TED-style talks by tech leaders who will be sharing their own cloud journeys. I'm so appreciative of all the customer speakers we have here, sharing their stories. This is what the conference is all about. It's why we do this. It's for you to learn from each other. As you wander around, I hope you'll stop to ask questions, share your challenges, and of course, share best practices. We have thousands of Googlers here today, members of our dev teams. Please look for them, and please give us your suggestions. That's why they're here, is to interact with all of you. Our theme for next is Made Here Together. We truly believe that we'll all be better by working together. We're excited and motivated to build the cloud together with you. Thank you for your time, and this concludes the morning keynotes for Google Cloud Next. And I really appreciate all of you listening in on live stream. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome back to day 2 of Next 18. You just heard our main keynote, Bringing the Cloud to You. Thanks for joining us. I'm Roda Meyer.
And I'm Stephanie Wong. We have a full day of programming ahead for you, including showcases from AI, industry solutions, data analytics, security, and more. Make sure to join the conversation across all social media platforms using the hashtag GoogleNext18.
But before we dive in to discuss all of the exciting announcements shared this morning, here's what's happening on the next live show. On this channel, we'll have a spotlight session on transform work, driving culture change, productivity, and efficiency. A fireside chat with two pioneers of computer architecture, John Hennessy, chairman of Alphabet, and David Patterson, distinguished Google engineer. Our Google Cloud Customer Innovation Series continues with tech and business leaders, a spotlight session on rethinking big data analytics with Google Cloud, as well as Cloud AI, how to get started injecting AI into your applications.
And over on the featured Spotlight Sessions channel, we have spotlight sessions on adding intelligence and agility, applying artificial intelligence, security trust for Google Cloud, cloud native development with SAP, Google Cloud's IoT vision.
Now let's get to the recap of this morning's main keynote. Joining us now is Greg Wilson, developer of Cloud Developer Relations. Welcome, Greg.
Hey there.
It's nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, you too.
So let's start.
Today.
Yes. So let's start with the big picture. What would you say was today's main message?
A lot of it's just doubling down on some of the scale that we've had. One thing that struck me today is after 4 years at Google and hearing terms for the first time like petabytes and all, I'm still blown away by the scale. Like there was a comment made about Google Maps having 1 billion active,
it's a crazy
users
number.
I can't even get my head around that.
Yeah.
Talking about BigQuery, mentioned that we have customers, querying 23 trillion rows of data. And I'm old enough to remember when I queried 1 million rows, I thought that was kind of crazy. And if you do the math, that's a tiny, tiny fraction.
Yeah.
So like a lot was doubling down on that, like bringing ML to BigQuery, I thought was kind of a huge context shift for a lot of people. It was for me. I think it was for a lot of the folks in the audience. I mean, a lot of people that aren't familiar with BigQuery, they see, they hear about it, they know it's a database that can query 23 trillion rows. But when you start thinking about applying ML to the data that's already in there, that just kind of blows your mind a little bit on what could be accomplished. So that really struck me. One of the other things that really caught my attention was with IoT. Many years I've had friends, I've dabbled a little myself, and I've had friends that were in IoT, and it's always like little pet projects, and they'll have some fun little device doing something. But now when you start looking at like the industrial use of IoT and how it's actually affecting our lives, and the possibilities it's bringing, it just feels like it's reaching that point in the technology evolution where it's really about to go crazy, and we're going to see things we can't even imagine today. And so like announcements today, I think set us up for that. Like being able to have like edge TPUs, taking that type of incredible hardware power and putting it into a small device out on the edge, and then the software that backs that and the cloud services that backs that. It just makes me think about IoT like very differently than I've ever thought of it before. So that's super exciting. I mean, a lot of us developers have used Google Maps APIs for years. I think it's one of the first Google things I ever touched, way before I ever worked for Google, and it's a lot of fun. You write a little code and a map appears with a dot on it. But gosh, it's come such a long way since then. I mean, people using it in business to make decisions and to track packages, tracking sharks, as she mentioned. All those uses. That what's going on in gaming with Maps is mind-blowing to me. I never thought of Maps API as evolving into that type of platform. So I thought that was incredibly cool. That was a surprise to me.
Yeah, it's amazing how there's this huge scale, enterprise scale stuff, but we can still, as developers, we can still play with a lot of it.
Oh yeah, it's all toys to us.
Exactly,
right. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's wonderful to see people being enabled, both tinkerers at home and enterprises building real businesses on the same material.
Well, to see all the stuff that we played with and tried to justify playing with it, now it's becoming a real mainstream thing, and now there's this huge demand building up around that stuff. Yeah. It's kind of vindicating in a way.
Absolutely.
Sounds like we're at the cusp of a wave of possibilities with the kind of technology, as you said. And you mentioned BigQuery, you mentioned IoT. Are there any other products or features that stood out to you?
A lot of the talk around security. I love it that we're really starting to double down on our strength around security.
Right.
One of the things that really struck me when I hired on to Google is Google Cloud is not just Google saying, hey, we should offer this service. Oh, and we should make it secure, by the way, because customers want that. That's not what it is. Like Google, it's 20 years history building these incredible products that have millions, billions, tens of billions of users. and you think about all the security challenges that we face, some of which we've heard about, some of which I'm sure we haven't, but just all of that experience dealing with security and being baked into our products in the beginning. It's not like we just decided, 3 weeks before we ship, oh, we need to add some security features. A lot of these things have been serving Google for years, way before we made it a public cloud service. So just seeing that really, strengthening. And customers starting to see it. I mean, we're getting traction in that. People are starting to get it. Things like Gmail that we take for granted. You think about some of the statements that were made in yesterday's keynote and today's keynote around the security and the track record we have there. It's impressive. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things you mentioned, and we heard a lot about this in the keynote, was scale. You talked about petabytes of data, billions of rows, all of this sort of stuff. Yeah, it's crazy. Every year we add an extra zero, right?
Trillions.
I've forgotten how to count that low.
Right. Yeah.
So tell me, when you hear all of that about this scale and about these products, what strikes you as how this sort of is, how this sense of scale affects us at Google?
Well, the one thing about scale, you used to, I'm old enough when I had my first computer that had over a meg of memory, and the whole "I'll never need more than this." My first serious hard drive that my father loaned me money to buy was a 200 meg hard drive. To express that in terabytes requires a lot of zeros after the decimal point. So as much scale as we're talking about, a lot of people may think, I don't need that scale. But when you think about what IoT is bringing and all this new data that's being collected, the amount of data that we're going to create as humans over the next few years is staggering. I mean, if you look at some of the estimations, it's just mind-blowing. So this scale is important. It's going to be important to people that think it's not important today. And not to sound like a marketing guy, but you want to make decisions now that get you in a platform that has proven scalability. We know how to do this. Google's had to deal with it just rolling out their own products. Some of the challenges we faced behind the scenes way before we decided to get into the public cloud business, just building a map system that could handle the billion users a day, handling Gmail, which who knows how many millions of emails have gone through since we've started this conversation. The tech that goes into that scale is super impressive, and I think it puts us ahead of everyone else, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's all very impressive. I mean, you talked about how we're really baking our internal strategies into our products.
Yeah.
How else do you think threading this approach into our cloud strategy is going to really shape the future of our cloud?
Well, I think we're getting to the point now where we're not just learning from our own things with scale and security, but we're starting to learn from customers. It used to be, here's the technology all of our stuff runs on, and we learn day to day as we grow. But now we have like some major customers bringing different types of use cases that we've never imagined to our platform. And so what I'm excited about over the next few years is seeing where all that leads. Like what IoT demos are going to be showed next year. I mean, we saw an incredible one today with like Chevron and some others. But like, what are we going to see 3 years from now as the demo? And I think it really positions us well. The security requirements that we're going to need the world to get smarter, on both sides. And with every new technology, there's always, new attempts to exploit that. And I think Google has a good track history of doing that. So I think it's our ability to adapt and learn from our customers. And I think that's what's exciting about it.
So I think the thing which kind of I was most excited about, and I think I'm probably not alone in this, in the keynote, was with all the cool stuff around IoT. Yeah. So can you give us a summary of like what's cool, what's new happening around the IoT world?
Yeah. Well, it's the scale of IoT, really. IoT is more than Raspberry Pi or some little gimmicky thing that you do that we've all built and had a lot of fun doing. It's thinking about putting sensors in industrial complexes where you have thousands of sensors creating a ton of data. That all sounds easy until you get down to really how do I implement that? Well, you have to be provisioning every one of those sensors and tracking them and knowing how to handle the data, where to store the data, how to analyze the data. And so you look at like Cloud IoT Core, the things that we announced today around moving some of that technology out on the edge, where it's handled, basically TensorFlow Lite running on the edge using some specialized hardware out on the edge, and then being able to take care of a lot of the ML aspects of it, and then all the cloud services that go behind that, the provisioning and all the configuration technology that goes behind it. So that's what I was saying earlier. it makes you think of IoT in a whole different light. It's not a toy anymore. It's still a toy, but it's not a toy.
It's also a toy.
Yeah, it's
but
also
it doesn't
like everything
have to
else
be.
we touch.
Mutually exclusive.
Right. Yeah. Everything we do is a toy to us. It's. I mean, it's fun stuff, but to see it being used in some of these real-world applications, like life-changing, like seriously human-affecting implementations, that's super exciting. And today we're just seeing the hints of it. Some cool announcements today. I think it sets us up for some amazing future.
Absolutely. Thanks, Greg. We really appreciate you taking the time, giving us your insights. Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course. Now, let's head over to the showcase to see more Google Cloud products in action.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and we're here with Steve in the AI Solutions Lab. Steve, what's AI in Motion?
So AI in Motion is a demo that shows how artificial intelligence can perceive the world, make predictions about it, and then take action on those predictions.
Awesome.
And so what we've actually got here is a demo showing these robot balls. They're made by a company called Spheros. And some of them are controlled by humans here playing the game.
Yes.
And some are controlled by AI. So what we've got is an AI model that actually perceives the whole playing field and uses object detection to identify where the balls are and where your obstacles are.
Right.
And then another model that uses reinforcement learning to basically set the strategy for the robots.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, it's been super fun.
Tell me a little bit more about how people might go about learning more about what we're doing with machine learning.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd go to cloud.google.com/machine learning. You can look up TPUs. All these models were trained on TPUs. You can look up CloudML Engine, which was also a technology that was used. And then go to TensorFlow.org to see how you can use TF Lite, TensorFlow Lite, to deploy these models and shrink them down so they can run on a phone. Which is what these ones are doing.
Yes. How can people learn a little bit more about AI in motion or what Google is doing in general in machine learning and artificial intelligence?
Cool. Well, let's go check out the TPU booth.
All right, let's do it.
So TPU is a tensor processing unit. It's a chip for processing large amounts of data for machine learning and other kinds of tasks.
Awesome. Tell us a little bit more information about it.
Yeah, so this is a TPU v3.
Okay.
And this is our third generation, which we announced today. It's available in alpha,
Great.
and it has 420 teraflops of processing power.
Right, quite impressive.
This one back here is our second generation of TPU.
Okay.
This one is actually generally available, and it's even available for free tier customers in Google Cloud with 180 teraflops of processing power.
Amazing. Can you give us an example of a customer that might be using?
Sure. So eBay has used the TPU v2 to improve their image recognition by 100x.
Steve, can you show me one more thing in this AI lab?
Sure. Let's go take a look at AutoML.
All right, let's do it.
Awesome. So here we are at the AI Building Blocks booth. And let's talk about AutoML.
Yeah, so tell me about AutoML.
So AutoML enables you to retrain models with your own custom data without having to get into the guts of writing your own training loops.
Awesome.
You can do it using a UI, and here in the web is a UI. We're training a model to understand the difference between different types of clouds appropriate for this conference.
Yes, absolutely.
So you can upload your basically your images in batch. Inside of the web UI here, you can see statistics for how your model's performing. You can even resume training if you're not satisfied with the accuracy you're getting.
Okay.
Resume training and capture all of the value you've gotten so far and get even better accuracy.
So you don't lose all your hard work.
That's right, exactly. And then see the evaluations of your results. And including down here, if I can scroll to it, a confusion matrix, which shows you false positives and false negatives. And then ultimately host your model for prediction on the cloud.
Awesome. I guess one of the really interesting things about AutoML is just how easy it is to actually get started with machine learning. There's typically quite a high barrier to entry to say, how can I get started with machine learning?
Yeah, we've always loved the usability of the ML APIs.
Yes.
We've had them for 18 months or so. But AutoML enables those same APIs to be just as easy to use, but now customizable to exactly what your business needs.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thanks so much, Steve. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate your help.
Thank you.
This has been one of my favorite installations, so thank you. Thanks for
Natalie.
joining us.
I'm Yuri. I'm here with Lukman, and we are at the AI Solutions booth here at Google Cloud Next 2018. And today we're going to talk about the recommendation engine. So Lukman, what is a recommendation engine?
So a recommendation engine is one of our AI solutions. It's what we call a reference architecture. Basically, has code and a set of papers that describes to you how to implement this kind of solution on Google Cloud Platform.
What can I build with it?
Well, let me show you. So this shows you an example of e-commerce store where the user might be scrolling through a whole catalog of items, picking ones that they're interested in, say they're adding them to a shopping cart. As soon as they do that, then the data that we've collected from them in that store can be sent to this recommendation engine and essentially recommend other items or products that they might be interested in buying. It works off of Google Analytics data, a very popular product that Google has had. Our Google Analytics 360 product allows that data to be directly synced to Google Cloud into BigQuery, basically what our data warehouse solution. From BigQuery, the data is exported into cloud storage and then used as an input to train a model in TensorFlow that provides the recommendations. That model is loaded into App Engine, which serves as the API, essentially. And this is where the application server for the client application would make a request to the API saying, I've got a user, give me 5 recommendations for that user. Important to know that you've got to not recommend things that users have already bought or purchased. So you got to filter those ones out. Anyway, you provide that back to the user. And then on the store, the user would see these items that we've recommended to them in addition to the ones that they've already bought or purchased.
Excellent.
So very, very popular application.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now let's take a look at another example of using AI, this time at the contact center. So, Steve, why don't you, how can we apply AI to the contact center?
Yeah, well thanks. And when we were looking at the market, we're trying to find more natural ways to apply AI to the marketplace, and the contact center seemed like one of the more easy ways, one of the more natural ways to apply it. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to help out when people call in to get much more easier assistance when they talk to a virtual agent versus having to go through a complicated phone tree. And we're also trying to help out the live agent when you eventually get connected to them, make their job a little easier, provide them help as much as we can, and AI was a very easy way to do that. So what I want to walk through a demo of a person actually calling in to Contact Center AI and try to show you how much different that is than the normal experience we have. So what you're going to see is a person calling in and they're going to get responded to by the virtual agent. At least the virtual agent is going to try to answer all their questions. So what happened is one person's calling in. I just placed an order recently and one of the items are damaged. And so as the person's calling in, the Contact Center AI is able to discern what they're talking about, interpret into real text, and get the context of the conversation. So the virtual agent knows it wants to return, but it needs a little bit more information. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it needs to go look up what the order number is to figure out what they actually want returned. They also need to authenticate the customer, making sure it's the right person calling in. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so with this information, the virtual agent is actually going to be able to process the claim, process the refund, send an email to the customer, and actually process all their concerns on the spot. And it connects automatically to an enterprise's knowledge base on the back end and their fulfillment processes. And that's how we're using AI to help out contact centers.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If customers want to learn more, where should they go?
So they should go to our website and check out our Cloud Contact Center AI solution. They can sign up for public alpha access right now and hopefully get access to one of our partners that we're working with.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll have a lot more of our showcase coming up on later in the show. The first spotlight sessions of the day will begin shortly. Stick around afterwards for more Next Live. We'll see you then.
use G Suite to run nearly our entire business.
G Suite really is the backbone of everything we do at Sanmina.
Empezamos a utilizar Google Cloud porque necesitábamos una plataforma segura para trabajar en todo el mundo de manera colaborativa.
Jamboard provides us a better way to collaborate and explore more ideas within the same amount of time.
My commute has become my most valuable work time because of the tools in G Suite.
Tenemos más de 70 millones de clientes en el mundo. Los modelos de negocio financiero están cambiando para atender la demanda de los clientes. Y la única forma de cambiar esos modelos es innovando.
We have close to 700 people working all over the world. We need all of those people working together.
Ahora trabajamos de una forma mucho más sencilla, más colaborativa, más conectada entre empleados.
With the help of Google Collaborative Tools and G Suite, we're a lot more efficient than we were before.
We're all about pushing the envelope and learning each step of the way. And G Suite is right there with us.
Good morning. Please welcome David Thacker.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Thacker. I'm the VP of Product Management at Google, and very excited to have you all here today. Thank you for your time. Hopefully you enjoyed the keynote sessions this morning. Our teams have been really hard at work this last year building new product innovations into G Suite. And as you saw in the keynotes this morning and yesterday, we had a number of new product announcements which really show how we're helping organizations reimagine the way they work. In today's Spotlight session, this session, we'll dive deeper into how organizations are realizing the benefits of G Suite. We'll make a few more product announcements. We'll do a demo of some of our products. We're also fortunate enough today to have two of our customers which will come on stage, both Colgate and Casper, to talk about their experience with G Suite. So let's dive in. First, I want to talk about some of the trends we're seeing in the nature of work. It's estimated by the year 2020, almost 50% of the global workforce will be working remotely, at least part-time. That means they could be working from home, they could be working from a coffee shop, from an airport, from a client location. So technology needs to allow seamless collaboration anytime, anywhere. Now, most of you have probably worked in environments with traditional technology tools, legacy productivity solutions, where collaborating means sending file attachments back and forth over email, always trying to figure out who has the latest version of the file. Not very efficient for today's working world. So to be competitive, organizations need to provide their workforces new ways to seamlessly collaborate. And that's one of the things we're really focused on within G Suite. Another big trend we're seeing is that employees are increasingly spending time on things that don't really matter and aren't really driving business impact. So companies need to empower their employees to focus on the things that they were hired to do, adding more strategic value. According to a McKinsey study, we see that almost half the work week is spent on what could be mundane tasks, such as searching for information, consolidating information, or just reading and responding to emails. So within G Suite, you're going to see a big focus on we're trying to automate a lot of those repetitive tasks and help employees focus on driving business impact and focus on work that really matters. So it's time to reimagine work. And at G Suite, our mission is to move businesses to a better way of working, helping them become more dynamic and more innovative. We do this through our suite of applications. And so for those of you not familiar with G Suite has a pretty robust suite of products, products you've heard of, products like Gmail, Google Drive, which is approaching 1 billion users, as you heard this morning. Other products such as Google Docs, Sheets, and Slides. So the best way to think about G Suite as a suite is to see how we've bundled the suite together and have these products work seamlessly together. So I'd like to invite two of my colleagues, Rich and Vishnu, on stage to give you a demo of G Suite in action.
Thanks, David. Imagine this. You get into the office and you get an urgent ping. There's a new, crazy, high-profile deadline project that you have, and it's due when? In a seemingly impossible amount of time. Does that sound familiar? Did it happen this week? No matter what industry we're in, situations like these are inevitable. And versions of this, big and small, happen every day. When they do happen, wouldn't you want to use the tools that help your teams create their best work and in less time? Okay, enough talking about work transformation. Let us show you what we mean. Meet Sammy. He forgot his Pixel book on the kitchen counter this morning. But luckily for him, he's able to grab a loaner Chromebook and log in instantly with his two-factor authentication security key. These security keys are easy and they complement passwords. Unlike tokens, they plug in and can't be broken. In fact, there have been 0 detected or reported G Suite account hijackings with security key deployments.
Nothing like a ping first thing in the morning. Looks like Julie created a chat room just for the Project Alpha project. Let's take a look. Oh wow, we need to make a presentation in just 2 days. How are we gonna do that? All right, let's get started. Great, looks like Julie gave us a framework that we can work with.
Hangouts Chat makes it easy to collaborate in teams and share documents in one place. As you see here, the slides are fully embedded in the presentation, and the right permissions have been shared automatically.
All right, let's take a look at the presentation. Looks like a lot of the team is already in here working real time. It's very seamless, and no one is bothered by edits that need to be blocked. You can also leave comments that can be assigned to specific owners. In this case, it looks like I have a comment and I need to follow up on something. Let's see, Julie wants me to check on how Phase 2 regional sales are doing. Okay, now I just need to track down this information somehow.
As David mentioned, according to McKinsey, the average worker spends about 20% of their week trying to find and consolidate information. And when you're racing against the clock, chances are if you can't find that information at your fingertips, you just won't include it. And that's not reflective of your best work. With Cloud Search, you can leverage Google's expertise in search to find the information your team needs to create their best work. Not only do we help you find your G Suite documents, but we also analyze data from tools that your companies use the most, like Salesforce. And all of this without leaving the tab.
Great. I found the exact spreadsheet that I need to look at. It's the Phase 2 regional sales export from Salesforce. Let's go ahead, open that, take a look. Again, my team is actually working in this real time. Edits are all happening seamlessly. No one gets a workbook is locked warning, and I have the confidence of knowing that the data in here is always up to date. And just like docs or slides, you can leave comments and have them assigned to specific owners, allowing them to be actually trackable.
Spreadsheets are one of the most relied upon sources of data in the enterprise. Yet less than 30% of users feel comfortable using spreadsheets and manipulating formulas. With Explore in Sheets, anyone, even Sammy, can find insights in their data instantly by asking questions in plain English, not having to write formulas. Sheets uses natural language processing to understand your request and convert it into a formula. Aside for equals sum, who can remember all the parameters for every formula anyway? Who wants to? Explore in Sheets can help you visualize your data by suggesting relevant charts, pivot tables, and insights, all instantly.
Okay, so Julie wanted me to update the Phase 2 regional sales revenue. So let's go ahead and actually ask that question. What is the average revenue per region? All right, great. It looks like Sheets gives me the answer right here. And all I need to do is go back to the deck and update the data. As you can see here, I'm actually just making a simple update to the slide. And just like that, it's again up to date. I don't need to share a new version of the presentation, create a V1, V2. We're just done with version roulette. And let me also update Julie on the good news. Let's chat. Some things are better covered in person, so I'm actually going ahead and actually create a meeting right from the calendar in the side panel in Google Slides.
As Sammy mentioned, some topics are discussed better face-to-face. But setting up that meeting can take a lot of time. Time you just don't have when you're racing against the deadline. In Google Calendar, we've incorporated smart suggestions to make this process a whole lot easier.
Calendar suggests meeting times that work for everyone. It's even smart enough to account for time zones and work blocks. It's able to account for the fact that Rosa is located in Madrid and Nick in New York. Calendar also suggests meeting rooms that work for everyone, like this brainstormer room here in Madrid. And as you can see, Calendar will also tell you what technology is available in each room, like Hangouts Meet hardware or a Jamboard. Scheduling meetings is now quick and easy, just like it should be. Let's go ahead and actually have that meeting right now. As you can see, it's easy to join a Hangouts Meet call right from Calendar. You can also join by phone or from an outside domain. And once you join that meeting, it's easy to collaborate. You can present documents, presentations, or even Jamboard sessions. So I'm going to go ahead and join this meeting. Great. Looks like our teammates are already in here. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey, Sammy. How's San Francisco?
Hi, everyone.
Amazing. The weather's great. Love it. Let's go ahead and actually collaborate on the document we've all been working on.
With G Suite and Google Docs, collaboration happens at the same time. This means that your documents are always up to date. This helps your projects keep moving forward. You can assign action items, or, as Sammy is doing, type in a phrase using natural language English, just saying something like Julie to follow up on this. Docs uses the power of natural language processing to suggest an action item in real time. Plus, it even knows which Julie to assign it to. Oh, wow, it looked like Julie responded. That's pretty powerful. We didn't have to wait for an email. We could just see her response right there.
That was super fast. We're all done. Let's go ahead and update Susan on the fact that the presentation is good to go.
As Sammy drafts his email, Gmail helps him complete his sentences. As you can see, Smart Compose offers Sammy suggestions as he types and saves him valuable time. One thing I'd like to point out here is that Sammy isn't just getting suggestions that are one-word suggestions. Gmail is smart enough to suggest phrases or almost complete sentences that help him speed up his email typing process. We take security very seriously. When you need to manage sensitive information over email communications, you can use the confidential mode in Gmail. This lets you put restrictions on messages so they cannot be forwarded, downloaded, copied, or printed. You can even set expirations so that access to the message content is limited. These security enhancements, combined with AI-powered features like Smart Compose, make up the new Gmail. And in case you missed it, good news. Gmail is generally available for all G Suite customers starting today. Okay, Sammy sent the email, and naturally, he goes back to chat where this all started.
All right, after that sprint, it's time to recognize a team for all of their hard work. So I'm going to go ahead and schedule some celebration cupcakes right in Hangouts chat.
Finding a time that works for everyone isn't easy. But with the Meet bot, Sammy can enter a simple command with the names of all the attendees, and Meet will figure out who they are and what times work for everyone.
Looks like Meet found us a few options. So I'm going to go ahead and pick the second option, and just like that, I'm all done.
Sammy's story is a small peek at how G Suite can help enterprises like yours reimagine work. Whether it's an urgent exec request like Sammy's story or an everyday project, G Suite can help your teams create better work together and faster. We're constantly innovating on G Suite to make it more secure, smart, and simple. And David will share more.
Thank you, Richa and Vishnu, and hopefully that demo gave you some insight on how the products work together as a suite. It's one thing that we've really been focused on this last year is making sure our products are tightly integrated and work cohesively as a suite. So let's talk about secure, smart, and simple, as Richa mentioned. These are the three pillars of our G Suite product strategy, and they're what really set our products apart. So let's take a deeper dive in each one of these. First, let's start with smart. And what we mean by smart is how do we bring artificial intelligence into our G Suite products? With artificial intelligence, our philosophy has been to not replace humans, but to rather create assistive technologies that help humans, right? So things that automate repetitive tasks, automate mundane tasks, help humans focus on the things they're uniquely suited for, such as interfacing with clients or higher value-added work, creative work, that sort of thing. So we've built in intelligence across all of our products within G Suite. For the purposes of this session, I'm going to focus on two of the most important products within the business world, which are spreadsheets and email. So Google Sheets in the enterprise. Again, there's been a big focus within Google Sheets team to make sure that Google Sheets is first class in terms of enterprise support. We want to make sure that businesses, when they adopt G Suite, can continue as business as usual when they migrate to Google Sheets. So we've introduced a number of unique features. First is our macro recording in the cloud. So now with Sheets, you can easily record a macro and save it automatically to the cloud. So if there's things you want to automate in terms of repetitive tasks, you can do that now through Sheets. Another example in Sheets is the ability to create your own functions using our app scripting language. And finally, we've invested quite a bit in pivot tables so that using our Explore feature, which I'll show on the next slide, you can easily create the best pivot tables for your data. Wait till the video finishes. So in terms of making better business decisions, Richa gave this example of this in the demo. Again, she cited the fact that 1/3 of your employees know how to use formulas, the rest aren't sure how to use them, right? And so if you want to get insights, we want to let any employee within an organization get insights from the data. So by asking natural language questions of the data, such as what's the average profit by type of garment, you can get insights automatically, and you can get the formula that was used to construct that answer. We've also heard from enterprise customers that they want to be able to import data into Sheets from other solutions in the enterprise. So one of the most requested solutions for integration was SAP. So we now have an SAP integration where you can export data from SAP easily into Sheets so you can run analysis on that data. Another integration we're really excited to announce today is integration with Salesforce. Many of you may probably use Salesforce as your CRM. With Salesforce now in the Sheets add-on, you can easily exchange data back and forth with Salesforce Lightning. That allows you to run easy analysis on sales data. We're also looking to add several more integrations to different various SaaS and ERP solutions over the coming year. So let's now talk about email. With Smart and Email, we're trying to help remove the effort from email. You saw the earlier stat that employees spend hours and hours per week in their inbox. So there's a couple interesting features. We demoed Smart Compose earlier in the product demo. Another area we're adding intelligence is helping people stay on top of their inbox. So many of you receive, I assume, lots and lots of emails, and when you're at a conference like this, you're probably falling way behind, right? So we want to leverage artificial intelligence to help people stay on top of their email. So we've created a feature called nudging, and I've shown you a few examples of how this works. First type of nudging is for inbound messages. So if someone sends you an email, for instance, Diane, CEO of Google Cloud, sent me an email a few days ago asking what time our group was going to head over to see the Chainsmokers. Now, the Chainsmokers, for those of you that aren't familiar, are a band. It's not a group of smoking people within Google. It's a very popular band, and they're actually playing tonight for the next event, so I encourage you to go attend. Gmail knows this is an important email that I need to respond to. I haven't followed up, so it's prompting me to write a response. The other type of nudging is with outbound nudging, and so this is where I've sent an email. So in this case, on the right, I've sent an email to my colleague William to talk about our presentation on Thursday, which is tomorrow. I sent this a few days ago. He hasn't written me back. I need to follow up. So again, Gmail's proactively and intelligently recommending that I follow up with him. Again, this helps me stay on top of my email and make sure nothing falls through the cracks. We're also leveraging artificial intelligence in Gmail to minimize distractions. So if you set up notifications in Gmail, you could get buzzed for every single time a message comes into your inbox. This could be quite annoying, quite distracting. Really, you only want to be buzzed or messaged when you have an important email that you need to respond to. So within Gmail, you can now turn on priority notifications, and we'll automatically use AI and various signals to determine which types of emails are important to you and only notify you when important emails come in. Again, helping you focus on getting your work done and only notifying you when it's really important. So as Richa said, these features are available in the new Gmail, which is generally available to all G Suite customers today. There's a few other features in the new Gmail, things like much better offline support, which has been a heavily requested feature. So if you're working on an airplane or you're in a location without an internet connection, you can now use Gmail effortlessly. Another big advancement in Gmail is what we're calling the side panel. And you'll see that here in the screenshot on the right, where you can bring other applications into Gmail, things like Calendar. So that's the smart pillar. Let's talk about our second pillar, which is simple. So at Google, we have tremendous experience building products that scale to billions of users, including some of our G Suite applications that have over 1 billion users. We know how to build these easy-to-use interfaces, and it's not just for end users. We're also looking to build seamless, easy-to-use experiences for IT administrators to make it very easy to manage and deploy a G Suite experience. So one of the ways simplicity manifests itself is in our communication products. And we've now built out a suite of communication products. We want to make it, when you're working with remote attendees, to be as effortless as if you were in a face-to-face meeting. So I'm going to walk you through our unified communication suite of products. And there's really 5 core products in this suite. The first is Hangouts Meet, which is our enterprise video solution. And we're happy to report that we're now expanding the number of attendees that can attend a video conference through Meet up to 100. We're also announcing the ability to live stream a meeting to up to 100,000 attendees to let you run very large, sort of all-hand employee meetings, for instance. The second product is our Hangouts Chat product. This is our chat solution within G Suite. We recently relaunched this product just a few months ago. It includes a number of advancements, including strong focus on team collaboration and the existence of rooms. The other thing it allows are threaded conversations, intelligent bots. We've opened it up to third parties so they can integrate to G Suite. We now have dozens of third parties that have written bots on the platform. And as you heard earlier in the keynote yesterday, we're now bringing our Smart Reply technology in the coming weeks to Hangouts Chat. The third product in our suite is the Hangouts Meet hardware kits. These hardware kits let you easily and cost-effectively deploy video conferencing into your conference rooms. We've seen this be very popular with G Suite customers as they look to outfit many more rooms with video conferencing capabilities. And as you heard yesterday, we're bringing some additional enhancements to this product later this year, where we'll support voice-activated commands. So you can start a meeting just by saying, OK, Google, start the meeting. There'll be other types of commands that will be supported at launch. The fourth product is our Jamboard, which is our digital whiteboard. So this allows creative type work, brainstorming, that sort of thing, with remote attendees. Everyone can follow along. If you ever tried to run a brainstorming meeting with people that are in different offices, it's really hard. They can't follow what's on the whiteboard. With Jamboard, you can make that all digital. And so it's very easy to do these types of collaboration with groups that are spread at remote offices. And finally, our fifth product, which we announced earlier today in the keynote, is Google Voice. This completes our suite of unified communication products. Google Voice is our cloud telephony solution. It's based on the technology that we've used for many, many years in the consumer Google Voice, but we're bringing it to enterprise. Again, very easy to deploy, and it's going to be tightly integrated with the rest of the G Suite products. So now let's talk about another use case for G Suite, which is optimizing meeting room usage. This is something we have quite a bit of experience with at Google. At Google, we have around 20,000 conference rooms that have video conferencing capabilities. So that makes us, if not one of the most heavy consumers of video conferencing in the enterprise space today. We have a lot of experience managing these rooms, and we want to bring some of that expertise to our products in G Suite to help our customers as well. So let me give you some examples of that. I'm sure you've all been in situations in your companies where you've had a meeting you really wanted to schedule and you couldn't find any available meeting rooms, right? And what might be frustrating is then when it's time for the meeting, you walk around your office and you see there's several meeting rooms that are booked, but no one's in there, right? That's a pretty common occurrence that happens at Google sometimes. And there could be a lot of reasons for that. It could be everyone declined the meetings. It could be everyone's working remotely that day, and so they didn't need the actual physical meeting room. It could have been it's a nice day outside, so they wanted to go sit in a picnic table in the courtyard for their meeting. So we want to help solve this problem and return unused meeting rooms back to the pool of available rooms. So what we've built is an advancement where Google Calendar will automatically monitor meetings. And if everyone declines a meeting, then it'll automatically return that room back to the available pool of rooms to be booked. Another enhancement we're going to make along the lines coming down the road is the ability to use our Hangouts Meet hardware to monitor the room. So if we see that there's no activity in the room, no one's physically present in the room, we can automatically return those rooms back to the pool of available rooms to be booked. Again, helping you save facilities cost and better utilize your rooms. We're also investing heavily in analytics. We want to help companies maximize their meeting room utilization. So this is an example of our dashboard. This is real data from our Zurich office. But you can see some common things such as what are the most popular rooms? How frequently are meetings being used? What size meetings are most common within your organization? And so to zoom in on some of this data, let's say, for instance, we wanted to outfit next generation of hardware in some of our meeting rooms. Or let's say we were looking to provision more meeting rooms and we wanted to figure out what's the best location to put additional meeting rooms. Or maybe to put Jamboards in meeting rooms. We could leverage this data and it would give us all those insights. Right? So these are some pretty powerful analytics that we think can really help optimize the space, not just your employees' time, but the space in which they operate. So that covers smart and simple. Our third pillar is secure. And so I'd like to invite my colleague Rena on stage to talk about security in G Suite and how we keep our customers safe.
Thank you, David. Hello, everyone, and good morning. I'm Reena Nedkarni. I'm the product lead for security and analytics on G Suite. There's so much excitement about our machine learning features in G Suite. But one question I often get is, what about security? Are you going to help me with my compliance journey? Let's start by looking at some of the customer pain points in this area. First, just keeping up. It is becoming increasingly difficult for IT to manage these assets at scale. Did you know that on an average, a large organization has to manage upwards of 1,400 cloud-based services? Email still remains one of the most important attack vectors. 91% of attacks start with phishing someone's credentials in your account. There has been a 15x, not 15%, 15 times increase in ransomware. Some people are even offering ransomware as a service. So it's clearly very, very difficult for IT to get a handle on all of this. We want to make it simple for IT, but also provide tools for the enterprise end user to be a part of the security ecosystem. We believe that, first of all, a cloud-native solution can help you with your security needs. It can help you mitigate risk. It's like getting a locker in a bank instead of trying to keep your money under your mattress at home. When I think about security for G Suite, I think about three simple things: intelligent, compliant, and simple. What do I mean by intelligent? By default, an admin should have some basic protections. We announced yesterday that when someone adds your organization's credentials to their Android or iOS device, without them having to download anything, without you having to do anything, we are able to protect that device. We're able to allow you to do a selective account wipe, or you can protect it with a password. And that is really keeping it simple. And finally, we want to help our customers on their compliance journey. The first thing you can do is use the cloud to stop these bad actors. And why should you use the Google Cloud? We have the capability to show you 500,000 YouTube videos in high definition simultaneously. What does that mean for security? It allows our network, the network that runs 1/4 of all of the internet's traffic, to absorb some of the most egregious denial of service attacks. Second, we filter 10 million spam messages per minute. And finally, 3 billion devices are protected by Google's safe browsing technology. But why are we talking about scale anyway? In security, scale matters. Scale allows us to build better machine learning models. You can see here some statistics about what happens every single minute at Google. We talked about the 10 million spam messages that we spam. But did you know that every minute, close to 700,000 web pages are scanned for harmful software? We find 2 phishing websites that are isolated every single minute. But these are machines, and they're machine learning models that really thrive on data. But hey, what about those admins? They're only human. How are they doing? This is where the Security Center comes into play. Admins are humans, and they don't do as well when you throw a whole bunch of data at them. In fact, it's really difficult for them to distinguish the signal from the noise. The Security Center helps an admin go from prevention to detection to remediation. First, we show you Security Health, which is Google's best practices on what you should do with our security settings. We show you a nice green checkbox if you are correctly adhering to our security best practices. If not, we show you the delta so you can fix it. Second, security dashboards. Everything from your mobility, your login audit, your Google Drive activity is now available in one single spot. And yesterday at Google Next, we announced the Security Investigation Tool. This allows an admin to very quickly isolate incidences when they happen. The amount of time you have when a bad actor enters into your organization to remediate that situation is very little. So this is a very powerful capability that allows you to go from one data corpus to the other and quickly isolate that incident. We did a lot of customer research when we were building the security center. And this quote from one of our CIOs really warms my heart, and she felt that we were listening to our customer requirements. We talked a little bit about how we're trying to keep things simple. We have one admin console, not 12, not 14, one admin console that allows you to look at everything across the board. I'm so excited to announce that we have over 10 million devices under management with Google Mobile Device Management, and they are growing really fast. We encrypt your data at rest. We encrypt your data in transit. Yesterday, we announced the functionality of data regions. Data regions allows you the ability to be able to store your data selectively, either in Europe or in the US or globally. This provides you additional control over where your data resides. And it's really easy to use. You can assign it to as many regions as you want. And guess what? It adapts normally. So if I have a file that I'm the owner of, and then I transfer the ownership of that file to David, and David is based in Europe, the data regions policy for David's region will automatically apply. And my favorite part is that during this entire data move, your content remains available to you. You're never locked out of your data. This is an enterprise-ready product that is available both in our G Suite Business and our G Suite Enterprise editions at no extra cost. So what are we doing with G Suite in the enterprise? One question I often get is, hey, you're Google, what about ads? Let me be clear. Google does not use, scan, or show advertisements in G Suite. We do not use your data. Your data belongs to you. One of our goals is to never lock you into G Suite, so you can delete or export your data at any time. We also work with third-party auditors and regulators to make sure that our data practices are met and they are verified by them. So to summarize, we talked about three main things. We talked about how Google's scale in security helps us build better machine learning models. We talked about how, with advances like the Security Center investigation tool and data regions, we are providing you with more control and powerful capabilities to better manage the security of your organization. And finally, we talked about how Google is helping its customers on their compliance journey. With that, I would like to call David back on stage to talk about how we have designed G Suite to be a more open platform. Thank you.
Thanks, Rita. So let's talk about G Suite being an open platform. You know, one of the things that we found is that our customers typically use lots of different SaaS applications, 36 to be exact, and that number is growing every year. And so we want to make sure G Suite works really well with these other applications. I talked earlier about how Sheets is working with SAP and Salesforce now. We've also integrated G Suite with a number of our other products with third parties. So one example, we now have a Gmail add-on framework where developers can write add-ons that plug into Gmail and show up on the right rail of Gmail here in this side panel. And what's great about this is they're fully interactive, so you can drag and drop between these things depending on how the developers configured it. We're excited to announce we have 3 new add-ons that are coming shortly to Gmail: Atlassian, Box, and Dropbox, who are 3 of our partners. In this example, the Atlassian example, you'd be able to, for example, let's say you're looking at a Jira ticket that's referenced in an email, you'd be able to see that the details of that show up on the right-hand side in the side panel. So some pretty powerful things that let people stay in their inbox and then minimizes context switching between apps. We're also looking at how do we collaborate with legacy productivity solutions that may be used in your enterprise for a variety of reasons. And I'll take you through a few of these examples, and you heard about some of this morning in the keynote. But one is scheduling with Calendar. We know scheduling meetings is really important, especially if you have different calendaring systems in your enterprise. And so to date, you've been able to use Google Calendar and exchange visibility with Exchange Calendar in the enterprise. We're extending that capability in the coming months, so you'll actually be able to book Exchange resources through Google Calendar. So do all your management through Google Calendar, which is pretty powerful. Another example of how we're interoperating in the meeting space is with video conferencing. We recently announced a partnership with Pexip that allows you to use your hardware from either Cisco or Polycom or Lifesize to call into a Hangouts Meet meeting. So you can use your existing facilities investments in these hardware systems to use Hangouts Meet. It also supports the ability to call into a Hangouts Meet meeting from the Skype for Business app. So this will support multi-use environments. And then finally, one of the things we're most excited about is Google-level collaboration experience within the Microsoft Office environment. So here's an example where in Drive today, you can open a Word document, say, in Drive, and from within Drive in this preview pane, you can actually comment on the document and assign action items, and that'll get saved locally to that Word file. So when your colleagues come into Microsoft Word, they'll be able to see all those actions. But you yourself don't need to be using Word to make these adjustments. Another thing that we're really excited to announce today is real-time presence in Drive for Microsoft documents. So if someone opens a Microsoft Word document from within Drive and they start editing that file, other Drive users will see that that document is being edited and someone else has it open, and it'll notify you when the document's actually safe to edit. So this will eliminate those collisions you'll see in a Microsoft world where employees are trying to operate on the same file at the same time. Through Drive, we're trying to solve that for users. So with that, let's hear from some of our customers and their transition to G Suite. And I'd first like to invite Mike Crow, who's the CIO of Colgate-Palmolive, to talk about their transition to G Suite and the impact it's had on their business. Mike?
Thanks, David. Good morning. I'm happy to be here today to take you through the Colgate G Suite story. Let me start by giving you a brief overview of our company. Colgate-Palmolive is a leader in the consumer packaged goods industry. We've been around for more than 210 years, and we closed 2017 with $15.5 billion in sales. And we're truly a global company. We have 36,000 Colgate people around the world, and we sell our products in over 200 countries and territories around the world. We're tightly focused in 4 core categories: oral care, personal care, home care, and pet nutrition, representing some of the most recognizable brands in the world, which you can see on the screen here. In 2015, we realized that we had reached an inflection point regarding our collaboration capabilities inside of Colgate. In our Colgate business, our teams around the world were getting more and more interdependent. That was making it more important to collaborate more frequently and better across functions and across geographies. From a technology standpoint, we were on a legacy on-premise set of collaboration tools, and we knew we needed to make a change. We knew we needed to go to the cloud. We needed to go to the cloud because that's where the entire space of collaboration was going. But more importantly, we needed to move to the cloud because we recognized that the pace of innovation, the pace of adding new collaborative capabilities to contribute to our organization was something we wanted to latch onto. So we embarked on an evaluation of multiple suppliers, and we of course picked G Suite. We picked G Suite for 3 key reasons. The first was integration. As we looked at the Google Cloud Platform, we thought it was architected to best fit together all of these different capabilities in a consistent fashion and make sure it kept things as simple as possible for our users. We were also impressed with Google's pace of innovation. And finally, we thought we had the best chance to create a strong partnership with Google. After selecting Google, it was time to move on to implementation. And we made 2 key decisions early on. The first was related to who we were going to work with. We recognized that we hadn't done this before, and we wanted to partner with somebody who had, and we chose SADA Systems. The second was related to how we were going to deploy. With consultation from SADA, we decided to deploy the full capabilities of the G Suite at once, but in a staged approach as it applied to our user population. We started with our IT organization. It was a safe set of users to start with. It gave us a chance to learn the capabilities of the G Suite. It gave us a chance to develop training so that we could actually support the wider population as we continued to roll out. And it gave us a chance to learn. As you can imagine, on that first conversion weekend, we had lots of bumps. We barely made it to Monday morning and having the G Suite available for our IT users around the world. But that was the point. We needed to learn because we knew we needed to scale to greater numbers as we continued. Our second phase was to leverage the excitement we had seen in our user population when we announced that we were going Google. We recruited 4,000 volunteers to be early adopters and Google guides. Learning what we had in the first phase, that implementation went much smoother. And it gave us the confidence that we were ready for the ultimate scale that we had to get to, which was our last phase, implementing 24,000 users in one weekend. And I'm happy to say that that implementation couldn't have gone any better. It went smoothly because of the learnings we applied from the first 2 phases of implementation, and it went smooth because we leveraged those volunteers. We knew this was going to be a big change for our people in Colgate. We had been on that legacy set of collaboration tools for a very long time, and our user base is dispersed all around the world. Those volunteers gave us feet on the ground in all of our locations to create excitement and get the organization ready for what was coming on launch day. It gave us feet on the ground to support the users in those early days and beyond. But of course, you all know it doesn't stop with the initial implementation. We continue to promote and grow the utilization of the G Suite. And what's been particularly rewarding for me over the past year in the circles I travel in is that I'm increasingly hearing from functions outside of IT the benefits of fully leveraging G Suite. I'm not going to go through all the quotes that you see on the screen here, but what impresses me about them is they cover multiple functions in the organization, multiple places around the world, and they really touch on the benefits of fully leveraging Google. Not just about learning new mail and new calendar capabilities, but sharing documents on Drive, collaborating in docs and sheets and slides, conducting virtual meetings with Hangouts Meet and Hangouts Chat, and all the productivity improvements that come along with that. As an IT organization, we're enjoying the pace of innovation. It's much easier for us to consume the new capabilities coming without having to talk about upgrades and the number of servers we need to upgrade and how long that's going to take. And I can sincerely tell you today that Google has turned out to be precisely the partner that we expected. We look forward to continuing to partner, to innovate, and to explore with Google. Thank you, and David, thanks for having me. Back to you.
Thanks, Mike, for sharing the story with us. Really awesome to see the quotes up here from your employees post-migration and the impact what our products are having. So now we want to juxtapose that with a second customer conversation with Ryan Sight, who's the Director IT for Casper Sleep. Casper is one of the hottest e-commerce startups in the Valley. They're not 200 years old, I think they're 4 years old. And they were born on G Suite and have scaled their business quite dramatically on G Suite. So we'd love to invite Ryan up here to talk about that experience.
Thank you. Hey guys, my name is Ryan. I'm the Director of IT for Casper. A little history about the company. When we started in 2014, the term mattress startup was completely unheard of. Casper brought innovation to a product and industry that had essentially been on autopilot for decades. We disrupted the industry. It was a $15 or is a $15 billion industry by shipping the best mattress possible directly to our consumers at a reasonable price. In addition to that, we were one of the first companies to offer a 100-night free trial. Within those first 28 days of opening Casper, we earned $1 million in revenue. Since then, Casper has been named one of Fast Company's most innovative companies in the world. In addition, our mattress was crowned Time Magazine's best invention. Currently in our 4th year, our total revenue has grown to more than $600 million. What I'll be doing today is just walking you guys through how Casper has positioned G Suite as the cornerstone for our growth and innovation. In the beginning, Casper was based out of a single office / showroom located in New York. And at that time, we had somewhere around 5 to 10 employees. That may be exaggerating things a bit. But as the brand continued to grow, so the need for us to increase our workforce. We went from a grand total of less than 10 employees to 400, and that seemed to happen overnight. To accommodate that growth, obviously, we needed to expand our presence. So initially, that New York office then expanded to San Francisco, here, LA, Berlin, and coming this fall, we're going to be opening up a headquarters in Toronto as well. G Suite proved critical to helping us grow as our workforce became distributed across those multiple continents. It allowed us to communicate and collaborate both internally and externally with ease. The implementation of Gmail, Google Docs, Hangouts, and all of the other Google products allowed our teams to build and maintain strong working relationships in addition to retaining our company culture, and that is huge. And that happened regardless of the location, within office or home. So since our initial launch, we've grown from that single product, our Casper mattress, to a number of sleep products, including pillows, bedding, and more. And G Suite helped us to foster that innovation mindset that has helped Casper become hugely successful. It's allowed all of our teams to bring new ideas to life and present these ideas across the company in a quick fashion rather than to spend time on the process of actually creating it. That can prove time-consuming with other products. Teams are able to quickly open one of the many templates that we've created in Google Docs, Slides, Sheets, and begin collaborating with each other immediately. And all of this collaboration, as you saw in the presentation earlier, happens in real time. In addition to that, it doesn't matter where they're located. They can be in the office, they can be in transit, they can be at home. It happens anywhere in real time. And that's due in part to the fact that G Suite is cloud-based, which is helpful for IT, and that's the mic. So, for example, marketing teams can track, they can plan launches to make necessary changes on the fly. Personally, I've been able to collaborate with other teams within tight deadlines, collaborating using Google Docs, Sheets, and Slides, and I've been able to do so, within the office, at home, or even on the way here to the conference mid-flight. The latest G Suite introduction that we've introduced to our employees is the Team Drive functionality, which that enables IT to ensure that data is managed in one centralized location rather than being dispersed or scattered throughout multiple services, and it scares me to say, locally on people's computers. That is no longer the case, which is wonderful. So that's been a huge help for us in reducing that data sprawl that I'm sure everybody in IT has experienced at one point or another, in addition to ensuring that no data that we have is lost. Past that, the story does not stop there for Casper. A little over 6 months ago, we started opening retail locations, physical retail locations, and we call them sleep shops. One of those first sleep shops is right here in the Marina District in San Francisco, with other locations in New York, Atlanta, Denver, Chicago, Boston. You get the idea, right? Since then, we've opened 18 stores across the US and recently 2 in Canada. Introducing these sleep shops has created a different challenge for our IT team, as we now had retail employees in addition to our corporate employees. And oftentimes, retail employees don't get access to email. Not the case with Casper, but what that does, it limits the information that can be shared across the organization. And it creates that disconnect between retail and HQ. That's something we strove to avoid. As a startup, it's important for us to be able to have that real-time communication across the board to ensure that we're moving at that quick pace and everybody's understanding what's happening at all times. So in doing so, it gave us the ability to manage a high level of security, which was necessary for us, but enable that communication between all of our employees. So retail employees then now have access to the information applications that they need and can work directly with our corporate, retail, and CX teams. What that does enables them, or those store employees, to provide the premium customer experience that Casper is known for. Another challenge G Suite helps streamline for IT is the provisioning and deprovisioning of user accounts for both corporate and retail employees through automation. This is especially helpful for retail, where there can be seasonal hiring. All this being said, with G Suite, it just comes down to being simple to manage. As a team, IT has the right controls to help us secure both our corporate and retail users, as well as, and most importantly, our company data. G Suite serves as our primary directory for integrations with hundreds of other third-party services. It acts as a single source of truth for employee and organizational info. Mobile device management features, coupled with two-factor authentication, enables employees to use devices they're comfortable using that they already own. And in doing that, it enables us to A, sleep at night, but also ensure that regardless of what endpoint that user is using or chooses to use, the data is secured. For instance, if someone were to lose their phone, which has never happened to anybody, I'm sure, we can easily provide or push a remote wipe just of that company data on that device to ensure it is not there anymore. So that being said, these are just a handful of ways that G Suite assists IT in keeping Casper secure so that users can freely collaborate. And as an IT team at Casper, we're very excited to see what the future holds in our partnership with Google as they continue to chart the course for the way businesses work. Thanks.
Thanks, Ryan. Great to hear how G Suite's supporting your growth in terms of employee headcount, expansion, and of products, and also expansion into physical stores. I also love the meeting rooms that were actually mattress rooms, where you take off your shoes and get in there. With our new calendar analytics, you'll be able to see how often those are utilized. My guess is you'll probably want more of them. Okay, well that concludes our session today. Again, this slide recaps all the products that were announced both yesterday, today at the keynote, and in this session. We have coming up this afternoon and tomorrow deep dives in all of our major products led by our various product leads. So I'll leave this up here. Highly encourage you, if you want to learn more about any of these products, go to these sessions. You'll learn quite a bit. And then tomorrow at 11:40, we will recap what's next for G Suite. We'll cover everything that was covered in these sessions. But thank you very much today, and thank you to our customers again for coming to share your stories with us. But I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you all.
Welcome back to the next live show. We're here with one of my friends and colleagues, Eric Schmidt. Eric is a technical program manager for Google Cloud. Thanks for joining us, Eric.
Thanks, Rachel.
So we're here at the NCAA Experience. Eric, what is this?
Physically, it's a basketball court inside of the Moscone Center.
Yes.
Because why not, right? Google Cloud became the official cloud provider for the NCAA. So
nice.
out on the court right now, we're recording attendees live at 180 frames a second, performing analysis on their shooting mechanics. So as an attendee walks off the court, they get an email that goes to an IPython notebook. They can open it up and look at all their shooting mechanics.
I can't think of a better way to make sports ball more entertaining for nerds than to give them analytics data for everything they've been doing.
That's right.
It's kind of amazing. So I'm looking at a giant leaderboard scoreboard over here. I assume this ties into some of the data and analytics.
Yeah.
What is it we're looking at here?
So what we did to make this fun and gamey is we built a game for the shooting session. An attendee has 60 seconds to put as many shots up as possible. For every shot, and we're tracking this in real time, we give them a score that they could potentially get if they make the shot. And the score is a function of distance, how far they move from their last shot, as well as the probability. This is kind of like their score juice, if you will.
Right.
So if you're making lots of shots, your probability is going to go up. If you're missing shots, etc., and this is based on a training set from a couple thousand shots. This all runs locally. We use TensorFlow serving to do all this analysis locally here on the court.
Right.
But then we're pushing all the data up into the cloud through Cloud Spanner as well as BigQuery so that we can retrain. We're also using Firebase to drive this scoreboard in real time.
So tell me, what's the relationship then that we have with the NCAA?
The NCAA is kind of like a typical enterprise. They have lots of data, lots of customers. All those schools are collecting data. And it's just not about basketball. You're talking about softball, soccer, etc. So they have lots of data all over the place. We're helping them build data analytic workflows on Google Cloud, leveraging things like BigQuery. That's awesome. This is live television. Helping them build these analytic workflows so they can make decisions like potentially moving the three-point line back, or changing how the ranking system works for competitions. Or looking at impact of travel schedules on student athletes.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Right. Well, I mean, I'm always looking for tips on my shot. Do you mind if I maybe give this a go and see if I can learn some tips?
You bet.
All right.
Let's try it out.
Let's do it.
Hold your left hand out for me. I crown you king of basketball. lot of hard shots, so I got to hand that to you. Your last shot was launch angle 44 degrees, which is good. So for that location, release height, you're getting some good release. Rotation, 100 RPMs, that's good. So overall, really good shooting session. I bet you if you come back and shoot again, you'll be at least, say, 40-42%.
Oh, of course, yeah, double it at least. Thanks for your time, Eric.
Cheers.
All right, that's it for us here at the NCAA Experience. If you're at Next 18, head on over to Moscone South so that you can improve your score. I'm sure you're going to do a better job than me. We're going to head off to the showcase team now and see where they're at. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, my name's Natalie and we're here in the security zone where we're going to be speaking about smart access from anywhere. So I'm here joined today with Grant, who's going to walk us through this zone. So firstly, we know security is so important in the enterprise, particularly as it relates to connecting to devices. So tell us a little bit about how Google's innovating in this space.
Yeah, so most enterprises really care about how their employees get access to their corporate data. Yes. And the traditional solution is to use a VPN, where you sort of tether back to your network inside of the corporate network and get access that way. But VPNs are pretty painful. They don't work great with mobile devices. They're sort of frustrating to set up, and they don't lead to a very good security perimeter, especially when applications move to the cloud, like SaaS applications or other applications that are running in the cloud. So at Google, we've developed a replacement for VPNs, which we call BeyondCorp, or Smart Access from Anywhere. And the idea is that instead of connecting through the VPN, you can connect directly to the applications on the internet, but we can use policy based on your network and your device in order to enforce strong security when accessing internal applications without the use of a VPN.
Why don't you kick off by showing us how this actually works?
Okay, great. So we have a story here. It starts with Sally. So Sally is a sales rep at Zotkix, and she needs to access data inside a CRM application. So you can see that there's two computers here. There's an unmanaged device, which is a tablet, and there's her managed corporate device. And inside the corporate network, Sally has access both on the unmanaged device as well as on the managed device. However, when Sally transitions to the coffee shop, she goes and stops at the coffee shop on her way to visit a customer. The corporate policy is that she should lose access on the unmanaged device because there's no screen lock, maybe there's someone looking over the shoulder or something like that. So if she tries to access this application from the unmanaged device, you'll see that access is denied. However, on the managed device, she still has access to the application because policy allows for access to exist on the managed device. When she travels internationally to a hotel in a foreign country inside a restricted region, then the policy changes yet again. Inside this country, her access is denied to this sensitive application from the managed device. Now note that all these policies are configurable, so the security team at Zotkix has decided who should have access where. But Sally decides she wants to extend her stay in the restricted country by a day, and she needs to shoot her boss an email. She's not able to do that on the unmanaged device. If she tries to access her email, she'll get access denied even on the unmanaged device, as you can see. But she is able to access her mail on the managed device because it's only a medium trust application and the policy allows that.
That makes sense. I think that's one of the biggest distinctions for customers is to understand the difference between managed and unmanaged devices.
Right.
So we can obviously see here the devices that are managed have the Chrome management console and able to kind of push down those policies in seconds.
You have more context and information about those devices, and so you're more comfortable allowing data access from more places.
Exactly.
So Smart Access from Anywhere allows Zotkix to define a custom security policy and enforce it across different environments, across their fleet of applications without using a VPN.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it. It was really nice having you.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you, Natalie.
Not a problem.
Hi, I'm Yuri. I'm here with Daniel here at the AI Platform booth at Google Cloud Next 2018. And today we're going to talk about Kubeflow.
Yeah, so Kubeflow is an open source machine learning framework. They focus on the infrastructure side of things. So this is to run training and serving jobs on the Kubernetes cluster.
Now, that makes a lot of sense. So the textbook ML problem is handwriting recognition.
Yeah, that's a classic problem we're always trying to solve.
All right, so can you show me how Kubeflow can be used to solve it?
Yeah, so right here we have a standard website that's running a handwriting recognition problem on it. So right now our model isn't trained, so it's just giving us random results. So we're going to use Kubeflow to train a model that'll improve on that. If we have a standard TensorFlow file here, there's nothing Kubeflow specific for this. So now we just need to turn this into a container and push this up onto Google Cloud.
So you're actually taking a machine learning model and you're making a container image out of it.
Yeah, we're containerizing it so you can write once, deploy anywhere.
Amazing.
And now that that's finished being built, it'll be here on Google Cloud for us to see. So the next step is to push the training job onto the cluster. So we have this script here called train that will do that for us. So because Kubeflow is using Kubernetes, we actually get to make use of all the resources that we have on Google Cloud, but we can still manage this using our laptop or any other device we have handy. So now Kubeflow running on our website will have found our new version and it'll update our model accordingly. So now the website that we showed earlier should detect our new model and we can see it's a lot more accurate than it was before.
Excellent. That was very cool. If folks want to learn more, what should they do?
Yeah, so there's a Kubeflow website that they can check out, and this is an open source project, so anybody can get involved in GitHub.
All right. Thank you very much, Daniel. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
Thank you to our hardworking showcase team for sharing all these interesting product demos with us. Okay, coming up on the next live show, we have a very special discussion with Turing Award winners John Hennessy, the chairman of Alphabet, and David Patterson, distinguished engineer at Google. You don't want to miss that. And on the other channel, we have Applying Artificial Intelligence with featured speakers from Accenture. Stay tuned.
Please welcome Diane Green.
You look like you. Hi, everybody. A lot of us have been so looking forward to this fireside with these two amazing people. And I will quickly introduce John and Dave, who everybody knows who they are. But just to remind you, John Hennessy, who's now the chairman of Alphabet, and Dave Patterson, who's now a distinguished engineer at Google. And that's what they call it, right?
Distinguished engineer.
Yeah, distinguished engineer at Google. And they both wrote the hardware architecture book that most people use to learn hardware architecture. In fact, 2 versions of it now are out. And of course, they developed the RISC architecture together, and then they just won the Turing Award together. Great YouTube video of their speech about that. And the Turing Award citation was for developing architecture approach to the design and evaluation of computer architecture while with enduring impact on the microprocessor world industry. And John came to Stanford as a professor in 1977, began the MIPS project in 1981, was director of the Computer Systems Lab for 89 to 93, and I normally wouldn't mention that, but that was when he recruited my husband to Stanford, and that was when I met him. And then, of course, was an amazingly impactful president of Stanford for 16 years, from 2000 to 2016. And then Dave joined UC Berkeley as a professor in CS in 1976. And of course, he co-led the RISC project starting in 1980 and coined the term RISC. He has an amazing way with names. And that was when I met him because I was in his architecture class at Berkeley. And I'm sure he didn't remember me from that, but
I remember. What grade did she get, Dave? Oh, A plus. I'm sure that's what it was.
And he retired after just about 40 years at UC Berkeley in 2016. And both have an amazing legacy of graduate students, and I just noticed on Wikipedia, I didn't know this, but Dave has been the highest contributor to a charity bicycle ride for MS. He was the highest from 2006 to 2012. It sounds like you stopped riding it. It's a 2-day event.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But another nice thing about both of these people, I mean, they've spent their life in service to the world, but they both have been married well over 40 years to the same person.
No, wait.
I don't think it counts if it's not the same person.
No, there's 2 different women. We're not married. We're not.
You share a lot, but
this is how rumors get started.
Okay. So neither of you grew up near Silicon Valley, and it was back in the 70s. Since your PhDs were mid to late 70s, it must have been even earlier than that you got interested in EECS. And that was a while ago. What caused you to do that?
I'll give my story first. I was a math major at UCLA. This was before you could get a degree in computer science. And I knew computers existed, but it never crossed my mind. Nobody whispered computers in my ear like the graduate plastics. So a math class was canceled. I took a half-unit course at UCLA at the end of my junior year. It was Fortran with punch cards, but still, it was the ideas from my mind came alive in the computer, and I was hooked. And so I did a do-it-yourself computer science major my senior year from business and engineering classes, and then stumbled into graduate school because somebody got me a job as an undergraduate and stuck around after that.
So I actually had my first encounter with computing when I was in high school. We had time-sharing machines and paper tape. I mean, it was really bizarre. And then I undertook a science project to build a machine that plays tic-tac-toe, built from surplus relays, believe it or not, because at that time, that was what I could afford. It worked. You know, if you know about tic-tac-toe, you know you never lose if you're smart, right? So, and lots of people are not so smart, so the machine would win a lot. It was sufficient to convince my then girlfriend's family that maybe I was going to do okay, and that's the person who's now my wife, so that worked out well from that perspective as well.
That's amazing.
And then I headed to college. I mean, unbelievable when you think about it. It's the 70s. You couldn't major in computer science yet. There were graduate programs, but no undergraduate programs. So I was a double E major, but I decided to go to graduate school in CS and never looked back.
And by the way, I did a distributed tic-tac-toe program in graduate school. It was real state-of-the-art. But fast forward today and what's happening, I mean, would either of you have been surprised if someone had painted that picture for you back then?
You mean our careers?
No, well, no, not your careers, but just where we are in technology. Because I know.
Yeah, when Gordon Moore did his prediction, he wrote an article in IEEE, some IEEE magazine, where he laid out the future, right? It's little cartoons that show people, computers in cars and selling computers at the store, and I don't think I believed it.
Yeah, he actually has a cartoon where somebody's selling a home computer right in this. But even Gordon was hesitant. He said, we can predict about 10 years, but I don't know longer than that. So I don't think anybody would have guessed. Who would have guessed that microprocessors would take over the entire industry, right, and replace mainframes and supercomputers eventually? Who would have guessed that the explosion of big data and what's happened in machine learning? I don't think any of us would have predicted it.
Machine learning is something that's been around forever, and suddenly, in the last 5 years, it's on the front page of all newspapers. Yeah. That would have been hard to predict even 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely been pretty amazing. And speaking of Moore's Law, what is going on in Moore's Law right now?
It's over. It's over. The reason it's hard for people to believe it's over is people said 10 and 20 years ago it was over. Mm-hmm. It's over. It's double number of transistors every year or two. John has, in our talk, John's slides show it hasn't continued. That doesn't mean there won't be more technological improvements. It doesn't mean we're frozen, but it's not doubling every year or two. It's doubling at a much slower rate.
Right. So in the last 5 years, roughly, when the slowdown really became clear, there's about a gap of 10 already built up over the last 5 years. So it's going to continue. There's another problem which doesn't get talked about as much, but is actually much more acute, and it's a thing called Dennard scaling. And Robert Dennard, who you all have used his technology, he's the person who invented the one transistor DRAM cell. Everybody uses it every day. He made a prediction that the amount of energy, actually the amount of power per square millimeter of silicon would stay constant. What that meant was that the energy per computation was dropping very quickly. And that was because of voltage scaling and other things. That's gone away, which is why you see processors today that have to slow their clock down or turn cores off to prevent overheating, because that factor's gone away.
The second generation TPU is liquid cooled, right?
Yeah.
Right, that's the or third generation? Third generation, I guess, is liquid cooled, and that's because of the Dennard scaling ending.
And liquid cool is fine when you're in a big data center, but I don't think we're going to liquid cool my phone and then put a backpack on my back with a radiator. I just don't see it.
It's become a power game.
Yeah, it's become a power game.
And it's interesting. And carrying on with that processor argument, I mean, if we could just go into, you did MIPS, you did the RISC, and bringing out new chips, and we could go through what it meant to bring out RISC, and then maybe we could go through when can you bring out custom chips and why would you? That's a big question. There's plenty to, oh, and actually, I just have to pause. We're going to let the audience ask questions. We're going to have 20 minutes for questions, so please think about your questions. We'll give you plenty of time.
Yeah, in about a half an hour, the questions are open. So RISC got started in research at Berkeley and Stanford. We not only argued for the ideas and built simulators and compilers, we both built chips.
What does RISC stand for?
Reduced Instruction Set Computer. So the idea isn't very hard. Software speaks to hardware in a vocabulary. That vocabulary is called the instruction set. The prevailing wisdom for the big computers was a really rich, big vocabulary with $5 words, that was going to make it easier for the software and hardware. John and I thought the opposite thing to do. We should have a simplified vocabulary with simple instructions. And the question was, how many more instructions did you have to execute, and how fast could you read them? And it ended up, maybe we needed 25% more instructions, but we could read them 5 times faster. So that was our research results. And in San Francisco, Stanford students and Berkeley students got up at the leading conference here in San Francisco in 1984, presented chips that were arguably better than what industry could build, which was kind of amazing.
How long did that take to go from the idea to that?
It was 4 years, I guess.
Yeah.
4 years.
Yeah.
How long would that take today?
I don't know, less?
Less.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Just curious.
You know, lots of things were changing at the same time. The early microprocessors, people were all programming them in assembly language, and they were switching over, so that change was occurring, which meant that you cared about what the compiler could use, not about what some clever assembly language programmer could use, right? Unix was just coming on the scene. We were going to have an operating system written in a high-level language. And then the technology was changing, right? Yeah. Mini computers were still built with these bit slice technologies, and the microprocessor was a different technology with different set of trade-offs. And all those things added up to a discontinuity in how you should think about designing computers.
And so, was it well received?
we were seen as Molotov cocktail throwing radicals. The prevailing wisdom was that these richer instruction sets would be better for software. By going backwards to these simple primitive instruction sets, we're going to have more software projects, more projects would fail because we had these dangerous ideas. So we would go to places like this several times between 1980 and 1984 and participate in debates where people got angry and would shout. And John and I would be on one side and the panelists, and then the whole audience would be on the other side. So we'd try to make our points. And after a couple of years, they finally started to come around.
But industry was very resistant. I remember one famous computer pioneer saying to me, well, the problem is you're going to threaten their existing revenue because you're bringing out a technology which is much more cost effective. So you're going to take that mini computer that they sell for $200,000 and replace it with a box that costs $25,000.
Sounds kind of disruptive.
Yeah, it's disruptive, right? And that always worries people, and that's exactly what happened. There were a lot of people who didn't believe it and didn't believe it was going to happen. And
there's people today that still don't believe RISC is a good idea.
But Intel was getting faster at such a fast rate while you were doing that.
Yeah, so lots of things happened with Intel. First of all, they discovered that the really clever way to implement a so-called CISC instruction set is to translate the instructions into RISC instructions and then build a pipeline of the RISC instructions. And in fact, that happened, and they did it effectively in the Pentium Pro. And that made a big difference in terms of their efficiency, right? Caches consumed more and more chip area, so other things mattered less. But there's one difficult problem you can't overcome, that they've never overcome, which is design cost and design time. Right. So Intel's just fine if they have a 2 or 3 year design cycle and they have a team of 400 engineers. But in this world where, for example, in the mobile world, you have to have 5 different chips, not just one chip that covers the space. You need people who can really do the designs quickly, can verify them quickly, can get them right, and ship them quickly. And that's really changed the whole space.
And risk is an advantage.
Yeah.
And that's
Big
why
advantage of
risk
design
is
time.
today just taken over.
It's the design time, and it's because of what John said about the energy. If there's less transistors, that's more energy efficient.
And when you have to sell chips for $10, or in the IoT space, you've got to sell a processor for $1.
Yeah.
You're not going to sell an x86 that's got to have a gigantic translation mechanism for $1.
Yeah, the price is really going to have to come down there. It's for sure. And so what's going on? I mean, Apple's now making its own chips. Google's making its own chips. And, that just wasn't happening back then.
Yeah, right. I mean, Google started buying everything off the shelf, right? And over time, it started designing its own boxes and then its own networks and stuff like that. And so, as John has said earlier, it used to be these horizontal companies, and they're becoming vertically integrated. I think that there's the data.
Is that something you were glad to see? Or you didn't?
Am I glad to see? Yeah.
Or you didn't
Well,
care?
for me, if you're in the business of selling ideas, you want to find people who are anxious to try new ideas. A problem has been, when there was just say Intel and ARM are the two purveyors of instruction sets and chips, you have to go convince them. You write your papers, you go beg them, they're gatekeepers. These more software-entered companies may well be more open to more innovations because it just has to work inside their companies.
And it's driven by where the innovation opportunity is, Diane. So for a long time, we were on these general purpose processors that kept getting faster and faster. And then as efficiency of those processors became lower and lower, we had to look for another route. That route is trying to optimize designs for particular domains. So machine learning, building things like the tensor processing unit that's tailored at that. Well, who has the expertise that's required there? It's the vertically oriented companies that have the software expertise, that have the expertise to build a language and translation system that can target that hardware. So it's an interesting change. I think we're going to see people who do computer architecture work have to become much more like Renaissance people. They're going to have to be able to talk to people way up the software stack and understand what they care about in a very different way. And I think that's exciting for the field.
Yeah, it is because it was getting so specialized. It's almost a reversal. And then you look at the cloud where you see so many workloads. So probably the cloud vendors are seeing more workloads than the processor vendors get to see it.
Right. Yeah, I guess the excitement, well, the other excitement is the cloud vendors, it's a closed ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
If you decide, inside the company, they only have to work in one spot, right? You don't have to make it for the general purpose market and all kinds of crazy situations. It's got to work. It only has to work there. So I think that can shorten the lead time. And so far, these big companies have been pretty bold about making bets in this area. Microsoft's making a big bet around FPGAs. Google's doing it around custom chips. Rumors are Amazon and others are doing exotic things. So it's a very exciting time where a lot of innovation.
Any rumors about Alibaba, Tencent?
I think they're doing chips too, right?
Yeah. I think it's an interesting time because one of the things that happened that we didn't expect was, even though we switched to high-level languages and standard operating systems, in the 80s and 90s, shrink wrap became more important because of the domination of the PC in the space. Shrink wrap software became really important.
I guess
and
it
that
was just the
actually
volumes,
reduced
right?
the choices.
Yeah, the volume of the PC.
The volume was so large that became the focus. I mean, even look at companies that build software, even some that started originally building software for Macs, converted to PC-only companies because it dominated the space.
The volume, yeah.
And that limited the amount of creativity and the amount of innovativeness that could go into that. And once we get that innovation quotient up, I think we can do lots of new things.
It limited the innovation because it all was for one person defining the processor they all had to work on.
Binary compatibility with the x86 instruction set was extraordinarily valuable. And I guess another way to think about it is right now is I think what the companies are doing vertically, they're raising the level of abstraction. So when we go from x86 binary to TensorFlow, that's a really, or
big
Python,
jump.
that's a big jump.
Yeah.
And if we go way up here, then there's lots of places to innovate and do things better.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. What about in the languages and the frameworks?
Well, these, independent of from what's going on in hardware, there's this move to try to make programmers more productive. And today, if you take an introductory to computer science, you learn Python, which is a very cool language with all kinds of powerful features and these Jupyter notebooks. So really, productivity is the same thing. So is the word. And so we're seeing, in general, these scripting languages like Python, and then domain-specific things like TensorFlow or Halide or other things that are for narrower to improve their productivity.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the right way to go, because we're going to, if you're going to get performance out of it while maintaining software productivity, it wouldn't help a lot if we forced programmers to do a lot more work in order to get hardware performance up. We've got to find a way to get both at the same time, and that's going to require some innovation on the programming environments, probably not just the languages, but also the entire programming environment and how that works and the feedback it gives programmers.
And that'll feed on itself, because everybody, the third graders will be programming by that, everybody in the world will be
Well, imagine third graders using machine learning.
Yeah.
It could be incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So will there be lots of different processors for machine learning, I've heard you guys talk about what's happening in machine learning. It'd be really great to get.
It's this, I think in our careers, it's an unusual combination of a fast-moving, exciting application area that needs, because of the end of Moore's Law and Bernard Scaling, needs custom architecture ideas. So here's this, you're trying, typically in computer architecture, it's like skeet shooting, right? It's going to take a few years, we want to be over there. Well, the skeet's like on, is on jet. Who knows where it's going to end up? So we have all these companies building hardware that's better than standard microprocessors for this, but who knows who's got the best idea, especially since it's moving fast. So, we're going to see, supposedly there's 45 hardware startups right now around machine learning. So we expect to see many, many ideas being tried, and we'll see who wins, Historically, if we look back in computer architecture, the marketplace figures this out. Everybody tries these bets,
and you don't think they're going to be held back by the software needed to get their processor used?
The argument is since we've raised the level of abstraction, that's what people want to program in. Otherwise, that's the classic problem.
Yeah, that's the classic problem. And I think the world's changed. The world's changed in another important way. If you think back to the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s, the desktop was still the dominant computing paradigm. Desktop and the small server behind it. All of a sudden, it's cloud and things you carry in your pocket or IoT. It's not the middle of that space anymore. What does that say? That says there's a much greater variety in terms of energy, performance, cost trade-offs. I've got to be able to build processors that cost $1, and then I can have a next generation Google Cloud with a second generation TPU that's actually liquid cooled, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's a very different range of environments, different set of concerns. So it allows a lot more flexibility.
And as I think about it right now, what's in the middle? Binary compatibility is in the middle, right? And does binary compatibility matter in the cloud? I don't think so. Does binary compatibility matter for most IoT? I don't think so. So that lets us innovate. Right?
Yeah, so all these constraints are getting removed. It's pretty cool. And then along comes maybe quantum computing. Could you tell us what that is and what you think about that and when it might happen?
Tell them what it is.
So quantum computing is the technology of tomorrow. The question is whether it always will be or not. And that's an open problem. The way I like to think about it is, if most of the people working on it are physicists as opposed to engineers, then it's more than 10 years away. And right now, most of the people are physicists. Whether or not they'll be able to, the real challenge in quantum is whether or not it can scale.
Right.
It has, for certain problems, it has tremendous advantages, right? And the one problem it happens to do very well is the factoring problem, which poses a challenge to all the cybersecurity mechanisms we use because the RSA algorithm depends on being able to factor large integers, not being able to factor large integers quickly. So that would create a real difficulty. There are other areas where it has great advantages. Quantum chemistry, for example, being able to simulate chemical reactions at an extremely fine level of detail. But to do that, to do interesting versions of that problem, which you really care about are larger organic molecules, now you've got to build a pretty big quantum computer. Remember that a quantum computer is operating at a few millikelvins above absolute zero. So physically, I have to keep something that holds that computer at a temperature which is very close to absolute zero. That's very hard to do.
Right.
Vibrations in the room, sensing the data. You walk near a quantum computer that's not adequately shielded with a cell phone, the state of the quantum computer will completely change. So whether or not you have to maintain this quantum state in order to get it to do its computing, but then eventually you have to sense that quantum state. The physics is incredible. I think we're going to learn a lot about that domain. How general purpose these machines ever become, that's an open question, I think.
But I think of it as like the computer equivalent of fusion reactors, right? It's a really good thing to work on. If they ever get it working, it'll be transforming, but it's at least 10 years out. And it's not, we're not going to have quantum cell phones, you know. So, so I'm glad people are working on it. I admire people who take these long-term things, but, in my career, it's really hard to see 5 or 7 years out. So I've enjoyed working on things with a shorter horizon.
Like 2 years, 3 years?
No, we do 5-year projects hoping to change the world in 7 years. But, we're often wrong. So the longer your horizon, the harder it is to be right.
That actually, you're sort of bringing up research, and of course, both of you have spanned academics and industry, and the relationship between those two is perhaps evolving. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'd love to hear how you think about it.
I think one of the strengths of our field is we have this synergistic relationship between industry and academia. There's other fields like biology or others where there's an adversarial relationship. Is somehow, one side is you're selling out if you go to industry and you only do research. We've never had that attitude in our field. I think there's an issue, right?
Really? Not even when all the machine learning people keep leaving being professors?
Well, that's a small problem. It's a small problem because if all the machine learning people leave to go to industry, then nobody's going to educate the next generation of machine learning people.
No, industry will.
Maybe, perhaps.
Yeah, I would say that the last 5 years, because
or AutoML will solve it. But
well, the last 5 years, there's been this surge of interest in machine learning that has commercial significance, so the salaries are going way up. So it's a little worrying. There was a time early in our careers there was this concern about eating the seed corn. The computer, microprocessors or the internet or something was so valuable, they were going to suck up everybody from universities, and then if they did that, there'd be nobody to educate. So I think right now it's in machine learning. It's an issue, but in the big picture, there's always been bright young people who want to be academics, and they're not getting 100% of them. Well, he was president, so what do you think?
Well, I think the great thing, as you said, the great thing about our field is this give and take, this back and forth, and a mutual respect between what happens in industry and what happens in the academy. And lots of fields, that's not the case. They think, the academicians think that people in industry are all doing boring work, and the people in industry all think the academicians are doing useless work. We don't have that in computer science, and I think partly because it's a fast-moving field. There's a lot happening. You can do research, which 10 years later can change the field, and that's an incredible thing.
And is that generally going on where the longer-term research for computer science is in academia and the shorter-term stuff is in industry, or is that?
That's probably true.
Yeah, probably true, although some, clearly there are people making some investments. DeepMind is a long-term investment.
Right.
Both Microsoft and Google have big investments in quantum. Those are long-term investments. Think of those in the same way that AT&T once thought of Bell Labs. as a long-term investment, and certainly it was an investment that paid off well for the country.
And so engineering as it evolves, I mean, I recently heard a talk by this guy at Arizona that's kind of got a brand new engineering school, what's his name? Michael somebody? Crow?
Michael Crow?
Yeah.
At Arizona State?
Yeah. Is that?
I don't know about it. Do you?
Well, I think people are certainly reinventing engineering. I think there's been a lot of, computer science has had the great advantage compared to other engineering.
He did away with departments.
Yeah, he did away with departments, and he has basically an integrated school.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a lot more interdisciplinary things. The number of disciplines pulling on computer science right now is phenomenal. Right, there are certain disciplines always pulled, right? I mean, the medical profession, various things. But the number of the social sciences, the big data machine learning revolution that's occurring in the social sciences is phenomenal. And we're going to discover things about the way we are as people and as a society, the way to improve our society from that big data revolution that are going to be really important. And I think computer science, I was astonished because when I became president in 2000, when I became president of Stanford, I thought computer science had had its run.
Like
it was going to be fine, but the biologists and the medical people were going to drive it, right?
It was the century of biology.
Functional genomics, it was the century of biology. Functional genomics, all these kinds of things. And not that functional genomics is not important, but computer science may be the most important thing for functional genomics to actually find out what it's trying to find out.
That's right.
So we've seen this incredible revolution. We've seen a growth in student demand.
Yeah.
We finally are seeing an increase in the number of women in the discipline, thank God, after many years of struggling with it. I think those are all healthy things. We're attracting the best and the brightest young minds across the whole country, across the world, are coming to work in our field. That's really exciting.
Because the field is about the whole world. And
it's changing the world. It is changing the world.
Yeah.
And both business and the disciplines.
Yeah, and you know, when John and I got into this, it was, I think our relatives didn't think we were brilliant to go into computing. It was like, okay, if you want to. But now,
that's my father telling me, you know, hardware's okay, but don't do that software stuff.
Actually, my father told me to stay out of computers, too. Anyhow, just one more question, and then we'll turn to the audience. And I don't know.
And there's microphones somewhere there. Oh, there's one.
Yeah, there's 2 microphones on either side. But, and I don't, you know, maybe there's nothing to say here, but I just, you know, tech, and it's drawn so much money, and you've had so many students found companies, John's founded companies, and so on. And how, you know, and we have Bill Gates, who's gone off, and he's a full-time philanthropist now. How do you think about, I mean, and you've kind of done philanthropy all your life in that you've been teachers, but how do you think about philanthropy in the world and everybody in tech? And
well, look, a thing that I guess I had some time between I got the job offer and when I showed up at Berkeley, so I read a book that was where they interviewed, it was called Working by Suds Terkel, who he interviewed a lot of people about their careers.
Called Working what?
It was called Working, where he interviewed, say, 40 people in different disciplines.
Mendel told me about that.
And what I got out of that book is that the people who either they built things that lasted forever, like the Empire State Building or the Golden Gate Bridge, or they worked with people, like priests or teachers, really felt a lot of satisfaction that they affected people's lives. So that was, I kind of went in expecting that. And then I think in America, you kind of grew up thinking if you're rich, you're happy. But, you know, if you're trying to be happy, you could just try to be happy directly, and rich may not be part of it. So I think that's kind of driven what I did. And people have started studying what makes people happy, and one of those things is helping other people. That makes you influencing people, you know, helping them is the thing that makes you happy. So, yeah, I think if you'd like to be happy, you should help people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's been fascinating to watch. I remember a discussion I had with Bill Gates probably now 25 years ago, asking about what his philanthropic thoughts were. And he said to me, I'm too busy running Microsoft right now. I don't have time to think about it yet. But if you've met Bill, you know he is an extremely focused, driven individual, and you'd know that from the way he ran Microsoft as well, and what he managed to do there. When he became a philanthropist, he became a real philanthropist. I mean, he can sit down with our faculty in the medical school and talk about biology and infectious diseases at levels that few can other than professionals. And he and Melinda are really committed to making a difference in the world, to measuring it. I saw that happen. Gordon Moore now, and what they've been able to do at the Moore Foundation and putting money into their two big things are
I
science
have to
and
say, Bill
conservation.
Gates seems like one of the most joyous people now.
He is happy.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Oh.
He is
Boy.
happy doing his
Bill
work.
Gates happy.
He's happy doing it. They really love it. And it's a team. It's a team effort for he and Melinda. I mean, seeing Gordon Moore do it and being able to, I was up in Alaska visiting work they're doing on conservation in Alaska, and seeing what they've been able to do to restore wild salmon habitat that was in danger of vanishing forever. I mean, it's phenomenal. Sitting with Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla and talking about their philanthropic ambitions and their desire to really reduce the damage of human disease. I think in each case, each one of these people, it's given them something really exciting in their lives. Early on when I was president, I was looking for some inspiration about how to inspire people to become more philanthropic.
Yeah.
And I read a book by Ron Chernow, the person that wrote the Hamilton book, the famous Hamilton book, about John Rockefeller, the creator of Standard Oil. He had a heart attack and he almost died when he was 50. He retired. He became a lifelong philanthropist. He started the University of Chicago. He started the Rockefeller Foundation. And he lived to be well into his late 90s.
Whoa.
And had a joyous life.
Yeah.
So I think giving back brings joy to people. Doing it well, which we're all smart people, we're creative, we like to do it well, I think is something that can really help make the world a better place.
Well, thank you for that. Let's give these guys a little. And
You want to walk?
we have quite a line, so we'll start here.
Hi, I'm Max from IBM Cloud and IBM Research. It's an honor to ask a question of you guys. Two questions, but you can answer one only if you want.
Yeah, we're looking for short questions,
Yeah,
too.
very quick. So imagine I'm a PhD student at one of your institutions. What advice would you give me? What problem would you advise me to work on? And then said also, if I was a startup, somebody starting a startup, what problem would you advise me to work on?
In terms of PhD students, wow, there's just a lot of exciting areas. I can say that, I'm sure both Stanford and Berkeley are inundated with people who want to learn machine learning. It's, 3/4 of our applicants are around that, and we can't let everybody in one area. We've got to spread it out. But machine learning, I think there's been an uptick in architecture interest, maybe because of architecture and machine learning. But it's a very broad, rich area.
Yeah, so I would work on compiler and language technology for domain-specific architectures, because there is such a big gap there. It's a new field. The opportunity to build technology which will make you a hero to both the applications people and the architects is phenomenal. So that's an area I would work on.
Yeah, if you see our lecture, John's got a slide that shows that Python unoptimized versus Python optimized, the gap is 63,000. So if you do it by hand. So
if you get just 10% of that 63,000 gap, you'll have created the best compiler technology in the world. So
startups is that's a hard one. That's just
startups are hard.
We'll go over here. Thank you.
Is RISC-V going to be a game changer, and related, is open source hardware going to have a similar impact that open source software has in the past 20 years?
What a great question. So RISC-V is the 5th generation RISC project at Berkeley. We were using it in our courses, and then companies started complaining about us changing our instruction set in our courses, and why do you care? It's because there's this thirst for an open architecture. And we're trying to make that happen. There's a RISC-V Foundation that's got more than 150 members. companies have already announced that they're shipping it in products, including NVIDIA and Western Digital. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. It's a tremendous opportunity for researchers that there's an industrial strength version of a hardware and software stack that's completely open and everybody can use. I think RISC-V is definitely going to be successful, and we just have to decide how successful it's going to be. Will it be the architecture for IoT? Because there's no precedent there and you could use it. Will it be everywhere, right? I think it's going to be successful. It's the early days of it. We're hoping it'll be as successful as Linux is for operating systems. I don't know what you would say about Linux and operating systems. Is it the dominant operating system today, Linux? I don't know. What do you think, John?
Well, I think there's certainly an opportunity. I think what the hardware industry needs to do is it needs to adopt openness. Part of it is the ISA. The rest of it will be how we exchange IP and we move IP around. That has to happen in order to really liberate designers to do everything they can do.
But there's another foundation that's getting started that's around open implementations. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the same idea. Can we agree? How do we share IP that everybody can use? But yeah, I guess I don't see any technical reason open architectures can't be as successful as open software.
Agreed.
There's no technical reason, and we see proprietary versions of IP like ARM be successful in people using them. So I think it can happen, and we'll see how many hardware people volunteer to make their stuff available, which happen in software. So I think it's probably going to happen, but it's we'll know in a few years.
Thank you.
Hi. When we went from mainframes that were difficult to program to personal computers that were much easier, is it a problem that we are going to consolidate like CPUs at the cloud and that's not so easy to program? And what can we maybe do to make it easy for people coming in?
I was there. I don't think mainframes to personal computers made it easier to program. The difference was you didn't have to get up in the middle of the night to get your work done, and the difference was it was a very wimpy processor, right? You had the programming was difficult because very limited. The first Mac had 128K bytes and it had very limited resources, but you had it all to yourself. That was the exciting thing. And then, but today the programming environments on mainframes are no different than the programming environments on your desktop, right? It's the same languages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I don't think.
So I think you'd like both programmer efficiency and processor hardware efficiency in terms of execution. And I think the question is, can you design an environment where you get both? I think the one thing we can't sacrifice is we can't sacrifice security. And unfortunately, we have in some cases sacrificed security in order to get hardware performance or ease of use sometimes, right?
Right.
Why is it so easy to guess somebody's password? Because it's easy to hack the password back out. So those are things we've got to fix. I think security is just far too important. Privacy is far too important. And certainly, Google Cloud invests a lot in this. It's going to be critical going forward.
Yeah, top priority.
Hi, I have more of a general question. I'm from oil and gas, and as you guys said...
You're from where?
Oil and gas.
Oil and gas.
And as you guys said, technology and computer science is making a great impact all over the world. So I just wanted to gauge what your opinion is in terms of the fact that since data is power, do you guys see any disruptions in terms of the governance or government or political systems of that sort? I mean, for example, do you see the power shift from having governments to just moving into the technical industry or something of that sort? I know it's a very vague and...
Yeah, I mean, it could happen. I think the challenge we face is there's a lot of data out there. It is valuable. It is important. Companies want to keep it. Individuals want to keep their own data private. I think we've got to evolve our privacy mechanisms. I worry that if government becomes too involved in legislating it, the one thing I can tell you is that government always legislates a solution to the problem from 5 years ago and doesn't change the legislation once the problem shifts. I mean, look at our copyright law. Our copyright law was written for when books were physical things and you printed them and they were really expensive. And it's stuck in the same definition. So we've got to evolve that and try to create mechanisms. And I think it's going to require the industry to take a stronger leadership position so that government doesn't become the default provider of legislative solutions.
And we need to educate the government leaders in technology. I mean,
absolutely.
Everybody needs to be educated in technology. It's like learning to read. And because the next generation better have a technology background.
Well, and you know, government can also be part of the problem. My personal information, including my Social Security number, the Social Security number of my wife, all my kids' names, everything, wasn't given away by information I have on a Google Cloud. It was given away by the US government, who was hacked into. So it's, I think they've got to up their game as well before they start trying to fix other people's game.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's strategies to improve the performance per watt through hardware efficiency improvements and code efficiency. But I don't hear a lot of discussion around the improvement in the utilization of compute resources. So you have the idea of comatose servers, zombie servers, and that's even true, they're finding now in the virtual machine space, where typical human beings, you know, we use things and then we put them in storage and then we forget about them and we don't take care of them. We have a lot of digital photos on our computers that we haven't curated. So there's a lot of unused resources out there. And so is there an effort underway to address that in terms of using machine learning to say when a resource is being used effectively or not? And if it's not, can you repurpose it or decommission it, et cetera?
Not that I'm aware.
Well, it's a good question. I think certainly I know the people at Google care a lot about efficiency of large-scale
Google
data
Cloud,
centers.
I mean, you know, resource usage is super important. A lot, you know, you can do a lot of work to overcommit things when you know that things aren't being used, and that reduces waste.
But if you're talking about, you know, YouTube is, as far as I can tell, is promising to keep videos forever. You know, it's kind of nice to have a kind of a
the storage,
an archival storage, so we don't lose things. I mean, you know, I remember there's a friend of mine started the Internet Archive because his belief was we needed to capture what's on the internet; it'll be lost, and that's, you know, historically really important. So, you know, there's this. I guess there's a trade-off between keeping the historical record and underutilization.
No, we probably could do a better job of garbage collection. I mean, I don't know how many copies of my photos are sitting somewhere on Google Drive, as well as on my home machine, as well as in a machine in my office. There are probably 5 copies of most of my photos, right? So, and multiple copies of videos. We could do a little garbage collection so that maybe there are just 2 copies out there, and that would be just fine. That's a good idea.
Yeah, it is a good idea. Thank you. I'm going to go one more to this side since your line is longer. But
all right, it's an honor to be able to ask you guys questions. Back to computer architecture. We're seeing, with the end of Moore's Law, an explosion of interesting chips in deep learning, GPU, neuromorphic. What about for the existing kind of more normal workloads, databases, web servers, parsing, template rendering? Are we going to see an explosion of specialized processors to replace you know, existing x86 systems for those workloads?
Well, I think computer architects believe that if you can't depend on general purpose processors to go faster. We're basically it. In the first figure of our book, we plotted it every year, and it was like this, and now it's flat. You know, and the latest edition suggests doubling performance every 20 years, which is like infinity, right? So as far as we know, if you want to make anything go faster, you're going to need to have some kind of accelerator. Now, one of the questions is how far is machine learning going to go? So there's a recent result by a professor at MIT, Kim Kraska, where he's taken this vulnerable data structure, the B tree, fundamental to databases, and he said, you know, what I'm thinking of machine learning has done is calculate very quickly the probability distribution of all my data. If I know that, I can build a really great data structure. So he's basically, it's kind of one of these machine learning results where you replace all this complicated stuff by a pretty simple idea, simple algorithm learned from data that runs much better. So is that the tip of the iceberg? You know, are we going to find all...
Network routing is doing that. Network routing, they're doing that.
Yeah, so are we going to start looking at our own internal technology and say, you know what? All that code could be replaced by some machine learning-based results, which is a lot simpler, and that'll accelerate us. And if you want to make that machine learning stuff go faster, we know how to build hardware to do that. Kind of, it's a godsend for architects, right? What's the fundamental operation they want to do? They want to do matrix multiply. We know how to build matrix multiply. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff we don't know how to do, but matrix multiply we can do pretty damn well. Yeah. So if that's going to happen, we'll see accelerators. Probably we'll see accelerators through legacy software stacks. Maybe it'll be machine learning based, or maybe more custom.
Yeah, I think Dave's right. I mean, I think the one thing, you should just use general purpose processors for the things they're good at. One of the things they're not good at, for example, is moving data around, because moving data does all the wrong thing for caches. Instead of getting lots of reuse, it's bring it in, move it once, move it another time. So if you look at large-scale data centers, for example, they spend a lot of time moving data from network packets into operating system space, into user space. We could improve that whole thing and offload it. So instead of trying to make the machine faster, pull that stuff out. Put it in a special purpose unit that handles that. I think we'll see innovations like this coming along as we try to improve the performance of these large-scale environments.
Thank you.
Hi, I work in public education in Canada, and I saw you guys mentioned that you're able to evolve very quickly at post-secondary institutions here in California. We find it hard to keep software curriculum up to date, and we don't know how we're going to deal with that problem, where it takes maybe 5 years for the system nationwide to bring itself up to speed.
I think there's tremendous interest in trying to help with education. I think there's, it's code.org here, which is an attempt to bring computing to the high schools or even younger. So I think there's a lot of people in the IT field who really want to improve the quality of IT education or of computing in the grade schools here. That stuff I think is available everywhere, right? Yeah. And you don't need much. A Google thing that they do is the Chromebook. This is like a godsend for high schools. Certainly, is here the biggest problem for they have no staff to do the maintenance of this hardware or the software. And the Chromebook is just use Google Cloud products and this pretty cheap hardware. And that's a huge boon there. So I think with Chromebooks and open source software, I could imagine the K through 12 doing tremendously better education around computing than was available before.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think 3 Rs has changed to 3 Rs plus computing. I mean, computing is such a fundamental concept. The challenge we have is ensuring that there are enough people like you out there who can play a role in being teachers in this field, and that's going to be our challenge. We've got to produce more people who can teach basic computing to young people all over the country.
And more tools to help them. I know my daughter taught at a software coding camp this summer that was K through 8.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she said the kindergartners could barely hold the mouse, but they knew, they kind of knew what they were doing.
It's really hard to lecture to kindergartners. Yeah. Wow. That's great. Well, good luck.
Yeah.
Hi, speaking of academics, I'm a college student, in particular an undergraduate college student. And at least in my own experience on separate projects, I know that the cloud is clearly the future. Though as an undergraduate student, it's not too often that we see a lot of exposure in cloud technologies, particularly machine learning. Now, my institution was fortunate. We worked a lot with Google. We had the advanced bracketology team on campus, where we filled an auditorium with students that were interested. But for anyone looking at trying to explore the field, they really need to wait until they hit the 500, 600 level courses available to graduate students. So my question is, how do we get the exposure down to the undergraduate students, people at the sophomore, junior level?
I think, yeah, at Berkeley, when I taught a sophomore course, and we took advantage of cloud computing. We were teaching MapReduce back then. I think the cloud companies, well, I believe, I'll find out. The cloud companies have a pretty generous, enlightened self-interest, right? This is what
Google helps quite a lot. Google Cloud
and
donates.
it's not just graduate, it's the undergraduate. And in fact, you can, I think these companies, you can just say, I'm teaching a course, and they'll give you so much per head for undergraduate courses, and I think they're kind of routinely approved.
And I think I think you'll see machine learning courses come down further in the curriculum. There's a little more math that most computer scientists need to know, and that's part of the challenge right now. You've got to learn some statistics.
Yeah, we certainly have
but it'll happen.
I think Stanford and Berkeley, we have a...
Yeah, calculus is still required, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I would say machine learning increases the importance of math.
Oh, absolutely.
And
a different kind of math.
Different kind of math, yeah. No, but certainly Berkeley has, and probably Stanford too, has junior, senior level courses in machine learning.
It'll happen.
And they're very, very popular.
Yeah, I think Berkeley's also been very innovative in how they've used student teachers to help do that.
Undergraduates help teach.
Yeah.
I'm in high school right now, and I'm planning a high school hackathon in October. And I was wondering, we're trying to target emerging technologies, and I was wondering, like, what emerging technologies would you choose to have, like, high school students learn and develop on?
Machine learning?
Yeah, machine learning. Arduino boards. I mean, there are a lot of things you can do that are really... Arduino boards are great because you can build something. You get your hands on real hardware, you can build something. It's pretty easy.
It's cheap,
and it's cheap, and you can do some amazing things. They're a really great prototyping technology.
Do you have access... Do you have access to computing? Will they bring their own computers? Or?
It's going to be bring your own computers, but we will have computers for people to develop.
Yeah.
So.
What a cool thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck with it.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Yeah.
Hi, I am honors competitive program, prospective student, and I would like to see what about the chances and risks to scale classes worldwide?
To scale classes abroad?
Abroad?
Yes, from the HSCP program.
Yeah, well, I think all of our institutions are putting lots of course material and educational material online. I think that's an important way to get material out there. And I think if you look historically, many institutions, as they grew, used material initially from other institutions, more well-established institutions. It's a way to bootstrap, and I think it's a great idea.
I think we are actually out of time. I see the zeros. Thank you very,
Thank you, Diane. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Good job.
Okay.
All right.
Welcome back to the next live show. I'm here with Dave Renson, Google SRE Director. Thanks for joining us, Dave.
Thanks for having me, Rado.
Now, you've written a few books on the cloud now. Your latest is an O'Reilly publication, the Site Reliability Workbook.
Yep.
Beautiful tone. It's a collaborative effort this time, right? Who is it meant for?
Anyone doing production engineering in the modern age.
Okay.
We all want our little things to grow to be very large. And what happens when they do, and how do we make that happen and work? This book is the work of 150 plus Googlers, plus 25 or 30 people from outside of Google. Big, New York Times and Netflix and all sorts of wonderful companies. Home Depot.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was really neat.
Now, as you said, it wasn't just Googlers. You mentioned a few companies. What made you bring all of these people, all these new authors from other places on board?
Well, the big thing is 2 years ago when we published the first SRE book, there weren't a lot of SREs outside of Google. There were some, but not a ton. It's spread very far and wide now, and there are a lot of other companies who have a lot of really useful stuff to teach the world about how to SRE, if you will. And we thought, no implementation book is going to be complete if we don't include those voices. And we're really glad we did that. Some of this content is really pretty special.
That's fantastic. Now, you mentioned sort of Google and these other big companies. Now, I would think that being an SRE at place like Google, where you've got thousands of SRE specialists, is going to be pretty different from a company of like, 30 people total.
Well, this is a common kind of a question. I think the important thing is to separate the principles of SRE from the practice of SRE. Okay. The principles of SRE, error budgets and SLOs and SLIs, they apply at any scale. 2 people, 3 people, 30 people, 3,000 people. That's not a problem. The practices are going to change and evolve as you grow larger, as you would expect to have happen. They have here, we started SRE 15-ish years ago here at Google. We weren't 2,500 SREs, we were like 3. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now it's a pretty hefty tome you've got here, which is impressive. A lot of people involved. If a CTO asks you, what's the one chapter I should read? How can I get the most out of this? What's the chapter you'd suggest and why?
Well, everyone on the editorial team has their favorite. My personal favorite is a chapter called NALSD, Non-Abstract Large Systems Design. It really walks through how, as SREs, we want you and expect you to think about how to construct a large distributed system. It's an incredibly useful skill that anyone can learn, and a kind of technique that not a lot of people sort of intuitively apply. And we expect every SRE to be able to do it. And so that was very hard, but a lot of fun and very fulfilling to write.
Oh, fantastic. It sounds like a really good way to sort of find out something new no matter what your experience is.
Yeah, that chapter is going to be a new experience for a lot of folks.
Fantastic. Now, this is book 2. You've got, you're on the way to a trilogy, if not more. What do you have in store for us? What can we look forward to in the 3rd edition?
No, we just launched this one, and it was a lot of work with a lot of people. Will there be a 3rd book? I imagine there probably will. Actually, I hope there'll be a lot of them, and I hope they'll come from a lot of different places. What will it be? Man, Reto, I don't know. Ask me in 6 months when the memory of this effort has worn off just a little.
All right, we'll hold you to that. We're going to check back in. Now, last question I want to know is, how do you think that the move to cloud has really shaped this book?
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is before Google did cloud, we ran our infrastructure for ourselves. And so, in a way, we could kind of have shortcuts because we could prescribe to our developers, do it this way, do it that way, do some other way. When you're giving your infrastructure to other people, you've got a lot less control over how they use it, right?
Absolutely.
And also, the reliability they experience becomes a partnership. It's a combination of the decisions they make and the decisions we make running the infrastructure. And that was really the impetus for both books, is we can't expect them to have a good experience, if we haven't tried to help them think through how they're going to do it.
That makes a lot of sense. So obviously the question everyone wants to know is, how can they get a copy of this book?
Well, okay, if you're here at the show, there are 20,000 attendees. We have 5,000 books here at the show. Come by the 5th 9 here in Moscone West on the 2nd floor. We'll give you a book and we'll sign it for you. All the editors and most of the authors are here too. So if you're the first sort of 25%, if you're not in those first 5,000 people or you're not here at the show, for the next 30 days, you can go to google.com/SRE, and you can actually download this book for free for the next 30 days. And of course, you can read the original there as well.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, free is, it's a hard price to
Everyone's favorite price.
Absolutely. All right, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
Excellent. Now, if you are here in person and you want to grab your own copy of this wonderful book, come over to the Fifth Nine Lounge, as it says behind us, located here on level 2 of Moscone West. The Fifth Nine Lounge is a dedicated space where Google SRE customers, DevOps, people ops and teams can mingle, meet and exchange ideas and listen to SRE-focused fireside chats and panel discussions. Now, our next live reporters are standing by with more showcase demos to share with us. So what do you guys have going on over there?
Hi, I'm Yuri, and we're here at the Application Development and DevOps Zone. I'm here with Aja from Cloud Advocacy. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us what is it that we're showing here this week?
So I've got 2 demos that I'm working on here showing Stackdriver, which is our resiliency and monitoring and APM framework for Google Cloud. One of our demos is showing how it shows you to various errors. We've got a big giant panel with a whole bunch of different buttons and stuff you can hit, and each one of those causes a different kind of error. And then you can see it reflected in the dashboards in real time. We've got another demo that's showing the dashboard status of all of the different interactive demos we have on the showcase floor this year. And so you can see what it looks like when you have a bunch of different demos using Stackdriver, and it kind of gives you an idea of what it might look like if you had a bunch of microservices or something else using Stackdriver. So in the error-causing demo, we've got a giant big button that takes down the load balancer. We've got another big button that simulates like an EPO, emergency power off switch in a data center. And those buttons will take down various aspects of the compute infrastructure, load balancer, individual compute nodes. And then we also have a patch panel where you can cause various errors. And we've got some load generation buttons so that you can just hammer on them and generate load. If you like breaking stuff, if you have that little chaos generator type thing in you, this is the perfect demo for you.
Awesome. So I'm going to be hitting buttons, we're going to be flipping switches, stuff is going to break. What is Stackdriver going to show us?
So we're showing a couple different parts of Stackdriver. I've got the error reporting screen, so when we cause an error, you'll see the error show up, and you'll see that it last happened just now. But you'll also see in the logs, you'll see all the messages going to this GKE application that we're breaking. The monitoring, you'll see that our latency goes up on our uptime checks, or maybe uptime check fails, and that the uptime on the various nodes fails.
Awesome. All right, thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Mark. We're at the Mobility and Devices Zone. I'm with Max from the Chrome Enterprise team. So Max, tell us, what is Chrome Enterprise?
So very simply put, Chrome Enterprise is an OS, it's a browser, and it's devices all built for the enterprise. When we talk about Chrome Enterprise, it captures our consumer brands of Chromebooks, Chrome OS, and Chrome Browser, all used in that enterprise context.
So what is the Cloud Worker?
The Cloud Worker is it's a thought leadership campaign that we have, and it's supposed to talk about the new ways of working. If you think about a new type of employee, they're accessing from more devices than ever before. They're using more SaaS-based applications than ever before, and this is creating new paradigms. Employees want to be able to access their data from wherever they are, and they want to be able to access it from all their devices.
So what's an example of someone that might be a Cloud Worker?
So we think that any type of worker can be a cloud worker. At this booth today, we're actually showcasing sales reps, frontline cloud workers. We also have marketing cloud workers. We have software engineering cloud workers. We're also showcasing IT administrators and how they can manage the cloud workers in their organization.
Okay, let's take a look at one.
Sure. So here we have, for instance, a sales rep. So a sales rep, if you think about it, what they're doing on a daily basis, they could be calling their customers, they can be reviewing pitch decks, they could be updating their CRMs. So in this booth, we wanted to show how somebody who is a sales rep could be doing that here. So in this demo, we actually have Cisco WebEx. If you press play on the demo, you'll actually see the balls in the display go up the tube, keeping it a little fun. In the demo, what we're actually showing is that a Chromebook, not only can you be a participant in a call, but you can be a presenter as well. So we're excited to showcase that here. We're also showcasing here software engineering cloud workers, marketing cloud workers, and IT administrators as cloud workers and as the folks who would be making sure that their employees are secure.
Perfect. So we're really seeing how different types of people in the industry can really take advantage of the cloud and transform what they normally do into a much more cloud-centric way.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. So where can people go if they want to learn more?
Sure. If they'd like to learn more, best place to go is cloud.google.com/Chrome-enterprise. We just revamped the website in the past few weeks, so hopefully there's a lot of new information there for you to learn about Chrome Enterprise.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Max.
Hi, my name's Natalie, a cloud customer engineer from Sydney, and we are here in the security zone. And I'm joined today by Maya, who's going to take us through, firstly, the Google infrastructure tour. But I guess the first question is, we hear the term secure by design over and over again. We just heard Diane say it in the keynote, so can you kind of run us through what that means at Google?
Sure, yeah, security is not, baked in as an afterthought. A lot of things that we design at Google have security in from the get-go. So things like how our network is designed and secured, we have multiple layers of security in place in multiple different spots so that if any single layer of security fails, your data is still protected. So let's jump in.
Awesome, yeah, show us how it's done.
So I have this really cute picture of a dog here.
Yes.
And I want to save that to my drive because I want to look at it later, obviously. So I'm just going to drag that to my drive. This is a perfectly normal thing that you probably do every day. Let me save something to Google Drive. And while it uploaded like that, there's lots of stuff that went on behind the scenes that we didn't get to see. So we're uploading our file and it's connecting to Google. And you see your file, flowing along these network cables connecting to Google. And that channel is actually encrypted. So Google uses encryption in transit by default to our front end using HTTPS. And HTTPS connections are provided by the Google front end or the GFE servers. GFE servers terminate incoming traffic to Google, provide DDoS attack countermeasures, and are available in points of presence globally so that you can connect to Google closest to wherever you are. So once it does connect to Google, you'll see you're connecting to the actual data centers that you might have. But what if your data has to go somewhere else? What if it has to go to another Google data center to have another operation performed on it? In that case, it travels across Google-owned fiber, including some of our undersea cables, such as this one that we have here, our undersea fiber cables. And these provide thousands of miles of connectivity for our data centers globally. Tiny little piece of fiber you see there, multiple layers of steel, and then also covered in rubber before it goes on the ocean floor. We have to deal with things like shark attacks trying to get to your data.
So I've heard.
So protect against those as well. Next, and you'll see here we have a variety of network cables that we've already laid in blue and a variety of new cables coming in green. So we're constantly investing in our network. We carry 25% of the internet's traffic on our network backbone.
Yeah, it's quite an impressive statistic, isn't it?
Yeah. So once your data is at Google, how is that protected and how is it encrypted at rest? Well, your file, my cute picture of a dog, is going to be split up into smaller sub-file chunks for storage. And each of those chunks gets its own data encryption key for that specific chunk of data. What that means is that no two chunks of data, even if they're part of the same file, even if they're sitting on the same machine, and even if they belong to the same customer, they're encrypted with different data encryption keys. So your data has a super low level granularity of protection. Those chunks are then spread across Google's infrastructure. This is about reliability and accessibility, but also just, that provides some additional layer of security that if somebody wanted to then access your data, an attacker, she would have to go find all the chunks of data that belong to that file and also find the keys that belong to that file. So if somebody were to, for some reason, be able to get in our data centers and walk out with a rack, they really don't have access to your data. It's encrypted and they can't get back to your data in plain text. And we rotate those keys. So when you modify a file or change anything in a file, we encrypt it with a new data encryption key rather than reusing the same key. And that just provides an additional layer of protection for how we protect that data. All right, so that's how your data is stored. But now we're going to process your data. Yes. So maybe we're going to run a BigQuery query on your data or open it up in Google Drive or something like that. And so we're doing something on these servers that we have in our data centers. Now these servers, how do we know that these are actually real Google servers, that they have the integrity that they need to actually run that job and whatnot? Well, each of those servers has a Titan chip on those servers. So it's this tiny little piece of hardware running in our data centers and all of our hardware. And that makes sure that only authorized machines can connect to the network. So we know that it's Google Drive, we know that it's BigQuery accessing your data, and we know that it's authorized to do so when it touches your data.
And this is really key innovation for Google technology specifically, isn't it?
It's super cool what these chips can do. And then, once we're running compute and when all those are sitting inside our physical data centers. So Google, we build our own hardware, we build our own software that runs in our data centers. We protect our data centers because they're so critical. We protect them with metal detectors, badge readers, with biometric scanners. And on top of that, we have interior and exterior high-resolution cameras to protect our data centers, physical gates, some local wildlife that's sometimes a little bit threatening, like alligators in some of our data centers, and vehicle barrier access gates to make sure that only people who are supposed to be in our data centers are actually there. What that means is that actually a lot of Googlers never go to a data center. So I've never been to one. I'm probably not going to get to go to one.
No, nor have I.
Yeah,
I'd like to though.
Less than 1% of Googlers will end up seeing a data center. Yeah. Need a legitimate business reason to do so. Mm-hmm. So the closest you're going to get is our, virtual reality 360 tour of our data centers. Yes. You can check that out on YouTube using Cardboard or one of these, and you can actually see what a data center looks like, and it's pretty cool. And you'll see the security guard standing in the corner the whole time, protecting the camera crew filming in our data centers.
Awesome. So I think that was a really good demonstration to kind of reiterate the term, secure by design. And I think it's something that's obviously very, very critical to Google and to our customers, but also something in terms of the way that we secure that makes Google Cloud in particular very unique.
Yes.
Owning everything from the data centers to
all the physical chips,
the pipes.
How we encrypt data, at multiple layers, how we make sure your data is encrypted with our front end. We really, really care about security.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Now, hopefully that's inspired our viewers to want to know a little bit more about how we do security at Google. So where can they go to find out more?
You can check out cloud.google.com/security. And there's a ton of white papers, information, videos you can watch to learn more.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Matt, for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. We look forward to seeing more showcase demos later in the show. Coming up on the next live show channel, the customer keynote continues with a group of business and tech leaders discussing the cloud and its impact on their businesses. And over on the featured Spotlight Sessions channel, we have security and trust for Google Cloud. We'll see you back here after those talks. Stay tuned.
Please welcome President Global Customer Operations, Google Cloud, Paul-Henri Ferrand.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for being with us today. So, as you've probably noticed throughout the conference, there's a huge shift happening. But I contend the shift is not about cloud, and the shift is enabled by the cloud. So a lot of companies today are looking at transforming themselves by using cloud technology to deliver magical end-user experiences, but also to become more nimble, to become smarter about their customer, to go faster. And if you think about cloud technology today, it allows us to do at least two things that were not possible before. The first thing is that it automates a lot of the complexity out of our lives. It allows us to really focus on what matters. And the second thing, it allows us to extract a lot of intelligence out of a world of data. Now, that's all great, but you can't really transform just with technology. You've probably heard it from many, many of our customers. Because you have to rely on people. You have to rely on culture and a shift of mindset. And so I have to contend that this transformation can't happen unless you're breaking the silos within your company, and also you're putting the customer in the middle of everything. So McKinsey has been studying transformation for a long, long time. And they came up with 3 traits that companies who are successful at transformation have. The first one, they align their corporate strategies with their digital strategies. The second one, they have leaders who are nurturing a fast-changing, agile culture so that it set up their own people to maximize the potential of technology. And the last thing that those successful companies do, they focus on people. They focus on talent. They focus on process, structure, and systems. So it looks like if you're using cloud technology, right, and you're focusing on culture, you're going to be successful at your business transformation. But then there's a question from a lot of customers. Does it make sense financially? Right? Am I going to get a good ROI out of moving to the cloud? So just recently, there's been a study by IDC and Cisco that came out and found out the following things, that cloud-based applications, on average, drive 3 million of upside in revenues and 1 million in terms of cost reduction. So that's a total of 4 million of upside. And if you know that across the world, companies go usually between 50 applications to running more than 1,000+ applications. That makes hundreds of millions of dollars that cloud can deliver to the bottom line of a company. So it feels like that if you are using cloud technology and you are making sure that your culture is changing, you can come up with very successful transformation and great impact from a financial performance. But instead of hearing it from me, why not hearing it from 6 of our customers? They have kindly agreed to come in and share with all of you their journey to the cloud and how they've been transforming their businesses. So with no further ado, I'd like to welcome to the stage Kim Manstedt, who is the CIO of Nielsen, and she's going to share with you her journey to the cloud.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm thrilled to be here today and share with you our incredible story of Nielsen going Google. Start with a little bit of background on our company. Nielsen is a global measurement and data analytics company that serves our client by providing the most complete view of consumers. We study what consumers buy, what they watch, and what they listen to in over 100 countries. Over our 95-year history, we've continuously evolved what we measure, how we measure, and how we can provide the most robust platforms for rich data analytics and meaningful insights to our clients. We have over 40,000 associates who work on these solutions every day. In 2015, our technology team began to search for an enterprise platform that would enable faster collaboration, more robust innovation, and we were looking for that kind of platform that would allow the teams to work together from all the various Nielsen locations real time. Yesterday, I shared that our 6-month program ended with a very successful single weekend cutover for the company. Today, I'd like to share a few of my favorite examples from the success story. First, real-time collaboration is a must. We found that with Google Drive. Have you ever had one of those long nights where you've worked tirelessly for a couple of hours on that presentation or document that was due the next day, only to end in frustration when you saw the blue screen of death and you lost all of your work? Or have you ever waited hours for a colleague to send you the latest version of a document so you could spend just 2 minutes adding the final touch? That simply doesn't happen with Google Drive. We no longer have time to waste, and we can't lose any work. We've also seen great collaboration and other ways that G Suite has helped throughout our company in teams like finance, where we have a rock star team led by Nate in our Geneva office that fully embraced Google and was excited to change the way they work. Today, they use Google Sheets and Google Data Studio to enhance the transparency and provide better reporting capability to their accounting process. They also use G+, that allows them to better communicate and engage with their employees. In HR, our teams are using AppMaker to develop custom surveys for individual unique personas for the new hires. They feed this into Google Data Studio, and they use the reporting to help them make better decisions during that onboarding process. Our next success came with Google Sites. So we knew it was time to make a change in our company intranet. We wanted to have a site that was easier to maintain and manage, and most importantly, we wanted to give our employees a fresh digital experience for how they access information about Nielsen. We did that with Google Sites. When we started, we found that there were a few capabilities that were not yet available, so we partnered with the Google product team, and we were thrilled when we were successfully able to launch with enhanced search, a G+ feed, and enhanced corporate branding that made our deployment a complete success. Within the first 24 hours of go live, we saw thousands of associates that were on our brand new company intranet from their mobile and laptop devices in the first 24 hours from 74 countries. It was absolutely fabulous. I would say the biggest change, and for me, the biggest win, was how our teams connected and developed deeper relationships. High-quality video is an absolute must with today's workforce. Our teams use Google Meet to discuss ideas, to collaborate on our most challenging problems, and to give each other feedback face-to-face. Paired with the Google Jamboard, we finally have all the benefits of in-person collaboration without asking our employees to travel all around the world. Our travel expenses have decreased, and the best part is that the time for our employees that they spend with their family and friends has increased because they're not sitting in airports. I could go on and talk for quite some time about G Suite and the features, but I want to spend a minute and talk about the second half of our success story, which is equally important, and that's the world-class partnership that we have with Google. I talked yesterday about that cutover weekend and how day one we went live with 56,000 accounts at Nielsen on G Suite. That day, over 100 Googlers came into our Nielsen offices around the world to help us with that transition, to answer questions, and to celebrate with us. These Googlers were not part of the professional services team. Their job was not customer support. They were simply Googlers that volunteered to step away from their day job because they were as excited about our big day as everyone at Nielsen was. I knew at that moment that I had a partner in technology that was deeply invested into Nielsen's success. Since that time, we've provided feedback to the Google product engineers, and they've developed hundreds of features on G Suite that make our work more efficient and a lot more fun. We've given feedback through the Trusted Tester and Early Adopters program. It's a phenomenal way for our associates to provide feedback on those product features. I can't tell you how amazing it is when I see the buzz, whether it's on G+ or within Hangout Chat, when an employee realizes that their feedback has just become part of a Google feature. For all the successful technology leaders in the room, you know that the best way to manage change is to empower your users and have them have their voice into the change. And that's what we get with Google. Finally, we've heard a lot this week about Google's incredible technology and their open platforms. Google has also provided us with a great open client community where we can talk amongst ourselves as clients and help with the product roadmaps, share best practices in a way that is extremely valuable. As members of Google's Technical Advisory Board, we've benefited from those relationships with our peers. It's an incredible opportunity for the community to come together, make the Google products better, and to truly transform the way we work. In summary, our transition to Google has been an amazing success. We have had challenges along the way, but in every way have come out with a stronger platform, the cultural alignment that we wanted in terms of a more engaged, robust, collaborative environment. And it's been a wonderful way to get to work with such a great partner like Google and to bring smiles to all of our associates' faces. Thank you.
Please welcome Sri Shivananda.
Good afternoon. At PayPal, we've been able to move 15% of our infrastructure fleet into the Google Cloud. And we're just getting started. Today, I want to walk you through the journey that we've been on. But before I do that, I want to tell you a bit about PayPal. Most of you know us, but we are a group of companies, PayPal Core, Venmo, Braintree, Zoom, and most recently, iZettle. Together, what we're attempting to do is to make sure that we can connect the world with payments. We are a two-sided network. On the one hand, we have more than 200 million consumers, and on the other hand, we have about 18 million merchants, for a total of 237 million active users. Last year, we did about $456 billion in payments. And our mission, on the one hand, is to power digital and mobile commerce, and on the other hand, to democratize financial services around the world. Let me walk you quickly through the technology stack we have at the company. At the bottommost is our infrastructure layer, what we do internally in terms of building our data centers, our network, our hardware engineering teams, our storage, databases, and ops teams. On top of that, we have a layer of technology services that we use internally within the company to help subsidize software development across PayPal, but at the same time create some level of homogeneity and standardization as we build applications and services. Up from there is the payments operating system. This includes identity, payments, risk, compliance, and credit. And finally, the heart of PayPal, which is the experiences. And these experiences are the ones for merchants on the one hand, and for consumers on the other side. The most important thing we do at PayPal is, of course, security. This is the number one thing. We are in the business of trust, and security is the number one thing that we need to build for. To give you an idea of the scale, as I mentioned, we did $456 billion in payments last year. We operate in about 200 different markets. about 100 currencies. And last year, the peak day was about 29 million payments on a single day. This translates to about $14,450 per second on average. Just imagine the peaks. To power all of this, we have 2,700 different application services, which are built and maintained by about 4,500 engineers across the world. Last year, in 2017, we did 17,000 software releases. Our internal infrastructure is about 200,000 servers, about 27 megawatts, and we have 238 petabytes of data, all growing at about 30% year over year. The cloud opportunity for us to begin with was all about the developer and test environments. In 2015, we made the decision that we want to move to the public cloud and start to leverage what was now a 10-year-old industry. In doing so, we wanted to first learn from pilots, and we picked the developer and test environment as our first pilot. The reasons that we moved to the public cloud for are as follows. Number one is scale. As I mentioned to you, the number of transactions we take across the number of countries we have and the number of customers that we serve is very large. And the number of payments at PayPal is growing at about 25% every single year. Second, we wanted to make sure that we were accessible and present for our customers in their locale, in their geography and region. For this, we couldn't go and build data centers all over the place. We needed a partner that could do this with us. Second was flexibility. We are a payments business, and we are available everywhere around the world. And with mobile commerce, there is huge variations in the amount of payments that you get at any point in time of the day, or any day of the week, or any week of the year. To work with this, we needed a flexible infrastructure that could scale up and down to our demands and our needs. Third was the fact that we had to meet regulatory obligations. We are in 200 different markets. Each one of these markets is a jurisdiction. These jurisdictions have laws on money, and we need to be compliant with all of those. In some cases, we need to process and store data locally across various countries in the world. And finally, in terms of efficiency, one, to understand what kind of a fleet we have. Number two, to continuously optimize how much we are using. And number three, to ensure that we burst up when we need something, and we don't have hardware on premises that is not going to get used for a long time. To give you an example, our peak days for payments are in December. Once we capacitize for those payments, we don't need that capacity till later in the first quarter of the year. With a public cloud, we have the ability to flex up and down. And finally, the rate of innovation. Public cloud gave us the ability for us to get started on the modernization journey and to ensure that we're using the latest and greatest feature set that is available to make sure that our services are of the highest reliability, the highest security, and are providing the latencies that our customers need around the world. The reason this is what I start with is it was important that as we went into the transformation, we had to convince all the people internally within the company on the reason why we are doing this. And this is the main reason why we moved to the public cloud. So our journey, like I mentioned, started in 2015 with Discovery. And through 2016, we picked 4 cloud environments and ran a bunch of pilots to actually compare them side by side. At the end of that test, we picked the Google Cloud to host our applications in. We then started our journey in the beginning of 2017. January of 2017 is when we started the project to take all of the dev and test environment and move it into the Google Cloud. Through that journey in 6 months, we had an amazing partner with Google, and we learned iteratively through every sprint we went through. And on June 28th of 2017, we cut over dev and test over a weekend to the Google Cloud. This was about 15% of our infrastructure fleet. Now, when we did this cutover, it was not all rainbows and unicorns. We had some challenges, and I want to share that with you as well. And those challenges, number one, with respect to security. As a company that is focused on trust, our biggest need was to make sure that we were as secure as we were on-prem. In doing so, one, we wanted to ensure through tests that we had the risk mitigation and the controls required in the Google Cloud Platform. And with the partnership with Google, we got comfortable with this and started to move in that direction. Second and most important thing was culture. In any transformation, there are three pillars. There is a change in mindset, a change in the tool set, and the change in skill set. Most people start with the tool set. In this case, the Google Cloud was a tool set. But if you don't change how you work every day and how you think of your application services and infrastructure, those tools will not help you in the long term. Third was architecture. Lift and shift was not going to work. We had to change our applications to make sure that they were ready for the public cloud. So we went through a process of ensuring that as we were making this migration, we were using the best of what the public cloud had to offer and not rely only on the paradigms that we had built on in the past. We also had a few challenges with the features. Even though public cloud is a 10-year-old industry, Google was still building many of the features. But through the partnership, we worked on various bridge technologies to help with our journey, and that wait was well worth it. And since then, Google has built those features for us, and we've incorporated that into our system. So taking you back to the journey, I mentioned how in the mid of 2017, we moved the dev and test environment into the public cloud, and with that, 15%. And since then, we've had a ton of new learnings. We've now run this environment for a whole year. And in doing so, we have now qualified many other use cases that we can start to move to production. As we begin the build-out of the production zones, we now have an intake process for the use cases. We are allowing for the development teams across the company to bring in the use cases that they want to migrate, qualifying those use cases both from a security perspective, a technical reliability perspective, and also from an efficiency perspective. And we intend, in the next year, to take a reasonable amount of our web and mid-tier and move that to the Google Cloud as well. In doing all this, we've had amazing learnings. And Google Cloud has been a tremendous partner. We have challenged each other, and I think we have learned from each other in this process. But we feel like the journey is just getting started, and we are continuing to make progress towards putting more workloads in the Google Cloud. Thank you.
Please welcome Mohammed Hamidi.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today at this prestigious event. I'm Mohammed Hamidi, the Chief Technology Officer of Sky UK. Sky is the largest entertainment company in Europe. We serve 22 million customers, we employ 31,000 colleagues, and we invest close to $8 billion per year on content that our customers enjoy to watch from the comfort of their homes or while on the move. A major part of this investment is buying sports rights. The crown jewel of those rights is the broadcasting rights of English Premier League matches in the UK. We call them soccer in the US. Let me give you a taste of what our customers love us for.
New channel dedicated to the Premier League with 126 live games throughout the season. Rewatch key moments of live games with the timeline feature on the Sky Sports app. And join the conversation with a new Premier League debate show. Chelsea are the champions. Feel it all with Sky Sports Premier League.
It is costing us $1.6 billion per year to get the rights for 126 matches, which equates almost $12.7 million per match. This is premium content, which we know our customers value, and part of the reason they subscribe to Sky Sports. The way it works is that Sky gets money from our customers in the form of subscription or timed passes. We get money from advertisers who buy advertising slots. We pay the Premier League, who then pays the clubs to invest in players, coaching, stadiums, and the development of the sport. Of course, big clubs can have other sources of revenue, like sponsorships, ticketing, merchandising, but still, broadcasting rights represents a pillar, an important pillar of their investment model. Smaller clubs, it is vital for them. This model has worked well and has allowed the football and other sports to develop to the great level that we are enjoying today. Unfortunately, like in any industry, there are bad guys who are trying to illegally stream football matches without owning or paying for the corresponding broadcasting rights. This can harm the sport industry and cannot be tolerated. So, as an industry, we had to find ways to defend our rights. The Premier League went to court in the UK and obtained a historical ruling obliging major ISPs in the UK to disconnect the pirate streaming sites while the matches are being played. But this represented a huge technical challenge, as we needed to quickly identify and disconnect the pirate sites while the match was being played. This is a problem for security, a problem for legal, but technology had to play an important role here. The team came up with a smart alternative solution which relied on the power of Google Cloud. Sky being itself the second largest ISP in the UK, we used NetFlow to sample all the traffic we have on our core network, which carries 9 terabit per second of traffic at peak. This has produced a huge file, which in 1 year reached the size of 500 billion data records that needed to be processed. Using BigQuery and an in-house algorithm, which costed around $10,000 to develop, we are now able to continuously study traffic patterns and produce an always up-to-date list of suspect pirate sites. Those are then checked, and once confirmed to be illegal, are shut down. The time needed to run the query on Google Cloud is less than 30 seconds, and it costs 23 cents for every run. These are the 23 cents of my P&L that I am most proud to spend. The result is a phenomenal reduction in Premier League pirate sites accessible from the UK, with all the corresponding benefits to the football industry. This success has opened the door for a wider collaboration between Sky and Google Cloud, as we have decided to build our data lake on Google Cloud Platform. This is a key component of our internal data factory transformation program. One of the deliverables of this program, which is a very ambitious program, is to join up all available data in a customer-centric way. This will allow us to progressively personalize every customer interaction to make it quicker and more relevant to the individual customer needs, as it is enlightened by the history and the context. This ranges from content recommendation to offer management to troubleshooting journeys during a service call. And this across all channels. And the sky is the limit. Thank you for your attention.
Please welcome Justin Arbuckle.
Afternoon. Any Canadians in the audience? There we go. Who's heard of Scotiabank? So for those of you that haven't, Scotiabank is based in Canada, but we're in 55 countries across the world. We've got 90,000 employees. about 24 million customers. That's about the same number of people as there are in Canada as a whole. We've got big markets in Mexico, Peru, Chile, Colombia, and I'd like to think that we are the most technological bank you've never heard of. So I'd like to share some of our experiences on our cloud journey and reflect on some of the practices that we have found that actually work. We call this the cloud method. But if there's something that you take away and you forget everything else from my conversation with you today, it's this. Cloud is a method, not a location. We need to stop thinking about cloud in terms of where. Where are we putting our data? Where are we deploying our applications? And we need to start thinking about how we develop applications, how we modernize the organizations that we work with using the cloud and some other technologies. And so one of the critical ideas that I think we have become aware of is to try and avoid something that I call the two-island problem. And maybe you have this too. Do any of you have a cloud program? Yes? If you don't, you may be at the wrong conference, by the way. But if you have a cloud program, that cloud program is getting applications into the cloud. But what's it modernizing? And what is that cloud program doing to solve some of the inherent, essentially systemic problems that you have within your organization? So in a financial services organization, this means things like highly fragmented data, probably years and years of legacy, many layers of APIs creating chaos and confusion. How do your cloud projects help that? How do you modernize your organization? Because in the end, if you have one island of fantastic 12-factor cloud apps on one side, and you then have a whole bunch of other stuff whose code base is older than I am, right? Not that old, but old, yeah? What have you actually done to your organization? And so for us, the critical finding is when we are doing cloud programs, when we are taking our resources and our projects and applying them across our major markets, such as Mexico, Peru, Chile, Colombia, how can we be using those projects to modernize and solve inherent problems within the organization? And so you can think of this metaphorically, I suppose, as building a bridge between these two islands, the islands of the old and the legacy kind of technologies that you need to be modernizing, and then the islands of the new, the highly scalable, dynamic, elastic environment that we invest in when we invest in cloud. So how do we do this? Well, one of the things that we've developed, and we're going to be making an exciting announcement about it today as well, is a product called Accelerator. What Accelerator is essentially a software development pipeline. And what this software development pipeline does is it takes all of the steps that you need to safely deliver and deploy code to production. And it creates this abstraction layer and this interface to all of the tools, such as source code repositories, artifact repositories, security scanning tools, which are super important in our business, and all of the other tools that you need. But it's this single pipeline that we use for both cloud-native apps as well as non-cloud native apps. So this convergence to a single pipeline, a single way of actually getting to production, means that what we can also do is we can achieve what I believe is the fundamental benefit of cloud. And that is being able to deliver change faster. Because if you buy the premise that cloud should be modernizing your organization, and if you buy the premise that just putting stuff on the cloud because it happens to be shiny and Google gives out great swag, what are we achieving if we are not using that opportunity to continually use every single opportunity we push code to production to also be solving and modernizing the rest of the organization? And so, what this accelerator pipeline really does is it allows us to push change. And pushing change means new features for our customers. It means a continual rolling improvement to the continual enforcement of security policies across the whole organization. But it also means that with every single project that we are rolling out, we are continually refactoring and improving our API landscape and our mesh. We're continually moving and migrating our databases. Why? Because we have this single way of controlling that. So the control plane of cloud is the development pipeline you use to get to cloud. And this has been a key lesson for us. So cloud is a method. This is the method we're talking about. How are you getting to cloud? How are you pushing the changes continually and at high speed? And so something that is really important, though, about this pipeline is actually that people are hard. And in driving change in a large organization, there are some engineering challenges that we are all facing and that we all have to work on. But there's so much cultural change. There's so much cultural change that we have to think about a new way of organizing, a new way of creating teams, a new kind of trust and relationship between our business stakeholders and the technology teams. Now, what this single consolidated pipeline really does is it removes the easy to automate, the obvious tasks that we require every single team to get right. It removes that from the conversation. And it allows us to focus, and allows our engineers to focus on delivering real value. And it allows us to also then focus more time on helping our engineers operate and organize in an agile manner. And so we've made a huge amount of investment in this kind of technology. And as I said, the accelerator product is what has been the result of this. Now, we're also committed to being more like a software company. The organization that I run at Scotiabank, it's called the Platform Organization. We're like a little software company inside Scotiabank. And we're hiring, by the way. And it's not that cold in Canada. But this little software company 100% believes in the brains and the talent in this room and other rooms like it, which is why we're announcing today the open sourcing of a component of the accelerator framework. This is just the start. You will see continual improvement and far more pushes of open source software within the accelerator framework going forward. We would love for you to participate with us, help us make this better. Because truly, if we get this right, if we build this bridge between the two islands, we all win. So I invite you to check it out on GitHub and come and work with us. Thank you.
Please welcome Miguel Campo.
Good afternoon. How is your day going? So the film industry is based on the ability to work with talented artists and the ability of studios to bring audiences. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you about some of the work that we've done with the Google Cloud to marry stories and audiences. So we've seen for some time now that it's getting more expensive to bring customers and to attract talent. As an industry, we are moving from the bottom left to the upper right quadrant, and this move is building up tension between tectonic plates. On the one hand, the inertial forces embedded in the old ways of doing things. On the other hand, what I'm calling AI-enabled capabilities. Audience discovery. Audience discovery provides crucial information to executives and filmmakers, especially and critically for films that are non-sequels. Now, audience discovery is intimately related to the process of storytelling. When making a movie, filmmakers and studio executives, they need to know and articulate why does the movie need to be made, what is new about the movie, and also who is this movie being made for. These questions are hard to answer precisely. And here's the key insight. The story and the audience are not set on a stone. The alignment between the story and the audience doesn't just occur, it's the outcome of a process. Studios and filmmakers have actually many knobs that they can adjust to achieve this alignment. It's a complex problem, and it's a problem that benefits from data-driven insights, which is why studios have been busy collecting data and building tools. So today I'm going to tell you about two of the tools that we've built at Fox. The first one is called Merlin. And Merlin answers the question of what type of movie are we trying to make? Merlin looks at a bunch of data. It looks at the trailer of the movie through computer vision. It looks at the plot of the movie through NLP. And then it outputs a report that describes the likely DNA of the movie based on the data. The second tool that we've built is called Nightcrawler, and it basically answers the question of, is this the movie that we were trying to make? And to answer the question, the tool does massive parallel multitest, sampling hundreds of different audiences, and it outputs a sophisticated report that helps us describe with unprecedented level of detail who are the core fans for this movie, who are the persuadable audiences, and who are the no-shows. So now I'm going to tell you about The Greatest Showman, because this was the first movie in which we actually applied the data. So on paper, this movie was set to be bringing similar audiences to the movie La La Land, which was another musical that opened the previous year. Our initial reads of online chatter in social media were in fact pointing in the direction of young female demos, which was consistent with the hypothesis of La La Land. The surprise came when we started to use the tool. When we analyzed the trailer, we discovered a broader audience that wasn't necessarily centered on younger demos. It was centered on family movies, it was centered on Disney musicals, and feel-good empowerment dramas. This was very important because it suggested changes in our marketing strategy, changes that we think ended up having a big impact on the success of the movie. So fortunately for us, the movie did pretty well, grossing north of $400 million worldwide. So studios are learning to learn. They are learning to compete for stories and audiences in a world of incomplete but multidimensional data. And they are also putting in place the processes to measure the alignment between stories and audiences, which is going to be key for rapid reallocation. Finally, they are building AI-powered tools, not to dilute, but to amplify the work of talented, bright filmmakers, and to produce more relevant and urgent movie experiences. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Michael Lycett.
About 15 years ago, I was on the phone to my sister, and I happened to mention to her that as I was approaching 30, things had changed. I could no longer eat and drink whatever I wanted without putting on weight. She asked me if I'd heard of Weight Watchers, which I had, and that kick-started a conversation where she taught me the fundamentals of the program. She told me that you were assigned a daily and weekly points total, and every food was assigned a points value. As you ate food, you ate into your points allowance. It seemed interesting, and most importantly, it worked. I lost the 15 or so pounds that had been troubling me. In subsequent years, I would find myself having to actively work to keep on top of my weight and would lean on the Weight Watchers principles that I had learned. But I needed some other motivators. I found challenging my friends would push me to work harder, primarily to avoid being the victim of their brutal sense of humor. But I discovered that the key was community on my journey. So much so that several years later, when I wanted to learn the fundamentals of a new programming language as an evening hack project, I decided to explore an idea that would let friends lose weight together in a fun way. A key personal thing that I learned from that project was I was far better buried deep in the back-end code than I was at front-end visual design. But then 4 years ago, when I was having fun building out one of the world's first Bitcoin funds, I was approached for the role of head of engineering at Weight Watchers. Even though I felt that Weight Watchers had lost some relevance, I decided it was worth a conversation. The night before my first interview, I had gone to bed and didn't realize I should check out their website before the meeting. So at 11 p.m., I got up to take a look, and this is what I got on the homepage. Needless to say, I went into the interview very cynical, thinking that this was a company that was ripe for disruption by technology competitors. During that interview, I discovered that the way I looked at Weight Watchers was the way that the management team looked at Weight Watchers. I realized here is this iconic 50-plus-year-old company with an inspiring mission and this credible opportunity to disrupt it from within. I became obsessed. Now, things were obviously not perfect. That message to members was up for 7 hours while the site was down to do an upgrade. I can never say that I went into this job without my eyes being wide open, but this told me a lot. I was pretty sure there was a legacy monolithic architecture with legacy engineering practices and a culture that needed to evolve. It was an interesting time in health tech. The proliferation of apps and hardware in this space was not insignificant, and people were excited to try different things. When it comes to health and wellness, there is no shortage of opinion on what's good and what's bad, resulting in consumer confusion. People want to get healthier. They're just not sure the best way to do it. Just have a look at these actual headlines, which highlight the amount of opinion out there, some based on science, some not, and how overwhelming it is. People have become lost in a wellness fog. There is a tremendous need for an effective science-based program combined with community to provide inspiration and connection. Delivering that program via the best technology not only makes it relevant to today's consumers, it makes it accessible to everyone, scaling world-class behavior change to millions of people around the world. So when I started at Weight Watchers, on the technology team, we started to work on 3 fundamental areas. One of the key components of getting any transformation right is culture, and culture shows up in many different ways. When I joined, we were relying heavily on external partners to help us build our experiences. In fact, we didn't have a mobile engineering team in-house. Organizationally, we were very siloed and not very collaborative. And our engineering practices, technologies, and processes were dated. As I had guessed, our technology was indeed monolithic and had been incrementally added to over the previous decade or more. One by one, we started to take on these problems. We started to hire more of our own engineers. We started to use modern technologies. We embraced modern engineering practices. We sat with our teams and not our function, and we became agile. When I started, we were partnering with a consulting company to help us with this, but we decided to do it ourselves, adding people who had worked in these types of environments to our team. On the tech front, we embrace a modern microservice, API-driven, cloud-based architecture. We rewrote many of our key web and mobile experiences, partnering closely with our friends in the product and design team to create intuitive user experiences. And finally, we became human-centric. As we looked at the root of why Weight Watchers was successful, it was based primarily on 2 things. First, a science-based program that worked and was livable. Second, our passionate community where people find inspiration and solidarity. Both were equally important. In 1963, Weight Watchers was founded by Jean Nidetch in her living room, and we actually like to say that we were the first social network, but the truth of it is that communities existed from the earliest days of civilization and are core to our social fabric. It is then no surprise that an individual's personal transformative journey, that they would be more successful in a community. At that time, our meetings represented our community, but as the world was changing and adopting more digital solutions, we needed to bring our community to life digitally. Our mobile app, introduced in 2009, had all the program functionality for tracking food, activity, and weight, but not the community that was so fundamental to the in-person experience at Weight Watchers. Bringing this to our digital experience would help us meet people where they are and offer a more personalized solution. Out of this, our community, which we call Connect, was born. It is a digital community for our members, which captures support and captures the support that strong physical communities provide, with a 99% positive comments on all our posts. We created a safe space for people on their transformative journeys where they could get unjudged support and inspiration from their community. The evolution of our offerings to our members was very visible, and we could also see the engagement of our members increase. As we're becoming human-centric, we also identified some other things that our members wanted. Weight loss was no longer enough. People wanted to feel healthier and well. Weight loss on its own was less relevant, and while people wanted to lose weight, they wanted to get there in a way that was more about what you gained, which is strength, confidence, energy, and happiness, than what you lost. And we're all not alike, so we need to be able to understand people better, guide them on their journey in a personalized way. So we actually reimagined our mission. Today, our mission is to inspire healthy habits for real life, for people, for families, communities, the world, for everyone. To do that, we need to know you and meet you where you are. GCP and its suite of data tools are crucial on this front as we aggregate data from disparate parts of our organization to power personalized experiences. We also need to enable you to find and create inspired communities, which Connect is uniquely suited to do. And we need to help you build powerful habits rooted in science. When I look back at my first experience with Weight Watchers, it was a science-based approach that is the world's most livable and successful program, combined with the community and my friends that helped me lose those 15 pounds. But that overall feeling of health and wellness is what I remember most, and that still rings true to me today. Over the years, I have picked up many healthy habits. I have modified things like my normal breakfast and my normal lunch. These were some of the things I needed to work on. The opportunity we have going forward is to personalize that experience even more so every individual can get the support they need on their journey. Taking the best of behavioral science and leveraging the best of technology is a key evolution for us so we can anticipate our members' needs and provide them with the tools and inspiration they need before they ask for it. Helping members to find and form communities around life stages like new parents or recent college grads, as well as their passions from food and fitness to fashion and travel. We have a vision of growing our community of more than 4 million globally into a much larger, more powerful movement that helps each individual define and achieve their version of healthy. Thank you.
Okay, what a great set of stories, right? I was blown away. So while in back, I took some notes, I worked for you, and I thought I would just basically summarize what we heard in a couple of key takeaways. And again, you can do what you want with it. But the first thing is that what I heard is that, again, cloud enables magical experiences that are not imaginable today or could not be imaginable before. And the one thing that I thought was really fun is the story from Mohammed of Sky Broadcasting, where he really had to fight a massive fraud problem. And he had to think about, like, how am I going to analyze 9 terabytes of data per second? And he started to use BigQuery. And with that, with a fraction of the cost, he was able to detect piracy sites and take them down. Michael at Weight Watcher, by the way, check the stock for the past 2 years. It's gone up big time. So if you doubt that cloud is adding value, this is a great example. His view that with cloud, you can bring the power of the physical location to the app and really create a community of users, right, that can interact in a safe way was mind-boggling for me. And I really liked Miguel, 20th Century Fox. His notion that every new releases now is influenced by data and models. This is just striking. So really, with BigQuery, you can determine what you guys like in terms of new movies. The second big bucket for me is that cloud allows companies to be nimble, to be smart, and to operate at speed and scale. the one thing that I thought was mind-boggling as well was PayPal. If you think about it, Sri has built up an architecture that allows him to go from a couple of updates a year to 17,000. Well, that scale. And I don't know if you've noticed, but he said because of that, this is increasing the rate of innovation at PayPal, which is really what we're after. Justin, Scotiabank, the move to the cloud. If I was summarizing it, that was really well put. He said, the cloud is not where we go. The cloud is a methodology to modernize your IT. It is the how. I thought it was really profound. And then Kim at Nielsen, using G Suite to really improve the productivity of their employees, streamlining the way they work, but also helping their employees to innovate by introducing new usage like Jamboard or Meet. And then the final bucket for me is how the shift of mindset is so important if you want to succeed in your transformation. And here, I think, again, Justin said that what's the most important thing, right, is the shift in the mindset of the engineers, not so much the technology planning, which is kind of easy. Kim talked about how just using G Suite has helped her team to become world-class partners with Google. I thought it was also a kind of an interesting thing, and you would never think that way. And then finally, Sri, Michael, and Miguel as well emphasized that their engineering team had to embrace modern technology, and they had to really learn from coding to DevOps to really have an impact and be really useful to the transformation. And I have to applaud Scotiabank and Justin for coming up with an open-sourced code called Accelerator. So thank you very much. The Canadians are in the room, so anyway, this is the gist of it. I hope you enjoyed those presentations. I want to thank again our customers. Big round of applause to all of them. And this concludes this customer session. Thank you very much, and have a good rest of the day.
Welcome back to the Next Live Show. I'm Stephanie Wong. One of my favorite moments as a customer engineer is seeing all of the innovative ways our customers are using the cloud to transform how they work. In this next story, we'll see how Twitter's big data needs led them to Google Cloud. Take a look.
You have to be a big enough cloud to be able to handle something at Twitter scale. We have things that run that nobody else can do, and we built technologies that serve those needs. We do an immense amount of data every second, and it's a live 24/7 service.
We're in the business of helping people find out what's happening. And for my team, a lot of what that means is providing the tools and platforms that people need to get answers to questions about what are people tweeting about, what's going on in the world. Twitter overall uses data centers for a lot of its infrastructure. And we've known for a long time that we should be using the cloud for at least some of what we do.
We need more storage than most people. We need more compute. We're expecting to transfer around 300 to 400 petabytes to the cloud. It's hard to even describe how big that is.
We actually had a very rigorous evaluation process to determine whether or not this would even be possible.
We did in-depth analysis with many engineers over many months. When we came to Google, it was significantly obvious that this was a high-performance, high-quality cloud.
Once you actually aggregate up the network differences, the savings from having more flexible resources, then the difference was dramatic.
Google Cloud was very impressive to us. It led in performance, allowed us flexibility in storage and compute scaling in both dimensions independently, as well as the big data suite of products that Google provided. Google's network is highly engineered and very high speed.
The network was actually good enough that we could separate compute and storage. We're really thinking about this as a broader, longer-term relationship for Twitter. This is Twitter moving into a hybrid cloud strategy. If you look back at where Google was 5 years ago with their cloud to now, certainly the trajectory has been incredible. And if that continued for the next 5 years, we'd be very happy to benefit from it. I think this is very much going to be an open and evolving long-term relationship between Google and Twitter.
Our showcase demos are a fantastic way to learn about our products and see how they work. Let's check in with our team for more.
Hi, I'm Natalie and I'm a cloud customer engineer from Sydney, and today we're in the data and analytics zone where we're going to be showcasing what Google Cloud is doing in the predictive monitoring space. So I'm joined here today by Soleil. Welcome, Soleil.
Thank you, Natalie. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So tell us a little bit about predictive monitoring and how we're building that solution at Google.
Excellent. So we've built an application called Flood Predict, which is demonstrating predictive monitoring. It enables organizations to be able to always have a critical view of a data feed, even when that data feed goes down. We're using machine learning to be able to actually predict what that value might be. So in Flood Predict in particular, we're taking in stream gauge data, so everything from water level height to the discharge, temperature, river condition, health, things like that. And we want to be able to always have a view of that data. And so in this particular application, we're going to be showing, for instance, the flow rate of the river over time. And I'm going to cut over to a different view of this, which has this pre-populated. So this is the actual flow rate in a particular location in Montana from about 2 months period of time. Now, when I toggle in the predicted value, we're using machine learning on Google Cloud technology to be able to predictively show what that value for that stream gauge might be. And that's especially helpful in like spring runoff when it's flood season. If that gauge goes down, which can be quite common, you need to be able to understand what's happening with the river.
Absolutely. So these are IoT devices that are placed along the stream.
In essence, yes.
Yes,
yeah.
And that creates this dashboard for businesses to be able to make timely decisions.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, critical view into a river. If it's flood season, you need to be able to understand what's happening. And this also has lots of applications in agriculture as well, in say pollution monitoring for government, public sector, manufacturing, and others. It's worth also mentioning we've brought Flood Predict to life a little bit over here.
Show us what you have here.
And so in this particular case, we've physically built a representation of about 2.5 months worth of time that's replaying in a course of about 5 minutes. And in this case, we can simulate what happens when one of the gauges go down, which it happens typically in the spring with like large woody debris that floats down the river. It might impact one of the gauge's sensors, and that might have it fail, et cetera. So when that happens, you can simulate that here. And you can see in Site 1, we've gone from reading the actual gauge data to the predicted data for that particular moment in time.
Okay, that makes sense. And this is quite interesting here. So this actually runs us through the flow of how the data is traveling.
Correct, yeah. So these would be all your locations and all the IoT data out in the field, and those would be pumped through IoT Core into PubSub and Dataflow, and then into your storage with BigQuery here.
Makes sense. IoT Core is really interesting, and I guess that's all around how we do the secure connections to devices that might be in the field.
Yeah, correct.
And then PubSub does the collection of the data, Dataflow, the ELT pipeline.
Correct.
And then finally, BigQuery, of course, is our data warehouse, and then the predictive ML modeling on top. So really great example of how the data kind of flows from being in the river into Google Cloud Data Solutions.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, this is quite an interesting demo. And where can people go if they'd like to know more about what we're doing in the predictive monitoring space?
Absolutely. So I would orient people to cloud.google.com/solutions. We have a big data solution page there, which has lots of different examples. We have things with predictive maintenance. We're building out some stuff with predictive monitoring, and other IoT solutions there as well.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time. This has been really interesting. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Cheers. Thanks.
Some really cool interactive experiences at the showcase zones. All right, it's almost time for your next sessions to begin. Coming up on this channel, a talk on rethinking big data analytics with Google Cloud. And over on the featured Spotlight Sessions channel, cloud native development with SAP. Enjoy the sessions.
hope I'm not going to bore you too much in this session. We'll keep it exciting. So let's get started with the session. The key thing is most of the folks in the audience or outside know Google from this search box. And the first experience people have with Google is go to the search box, search for a term, and you get some interesting and results that you're looking for. Actually, behind the scenes, when you search for anything on the search box, there's a lot of infrastructure. There's a lot of analytics that's going on. We are one of the largest organizations that collects massive amounts of data and analyzes it and uses that. It's not just search, though. If you look at it, we have more than 7 products, and I know I heard in keynote earlier today, we may have an 8th one with Drive, which will hit 8 billion users, active users monthly going forward. The key here is big data is in our DNA. We leverage data, we leverage machine learning for giving those amazing experiences in all of these products. And the way we do that is through internal technology that we have built. If you think about Dremel, which we use internally for all our analytics, BigQuery is actually an enterprise version of that same piece of technology that's available for enterprises. So what we are doing here is bringing the technology that we have invested over years and making it available for our customers in the cloud. If you think about it, data across the world is growing. It will be about 163 zettabytes by 2025. And as data sets grow within organizations, you want to have infrastructure, you want to have analytics capability that can actually process that amount of data. Just a data point, one of our customers, Zulily, when they started their data collection and their streaming analytics pipelines, they used to collect like 50 million events a day. Now they're up to 5 billion within 18 months. So what happens is as you start seeing value from your data, you will collect more and more. But you want ability and infrastructure that can actually seamlessly scale as your needs grow within your organizations. Similarly, there was a survey done, MIT survey was done about machine learning and AI, how many customers are using it, how it was going. The key thing was the organizations that are actually using AI are able to make 2x faster decisions, 5x faster decisions. They're able to do 2 times more data-driven decisions within the organizations, and also 3x faster execution on the decisions that they're making. So overall, if you think about it, machine learning, AI is going to be critical for all your organizations. And then the key point, though, is if your organization is not good at analytics, it's never going to be great at AI. So the first thing, the foundation, you have to have great foundation on analytics, data, how do you process data, how do you analyze data, and then you can think about how you go ahead and do machine learning on top of that data, leverage AI for differentiation. If you look at the numbers, though, less than 1% of world's unstructured data is actually being used for analytics or analysis today. Less than 50% of structured data is analyzed today within organizations. So what is our approach to this? If you look at Google, what are we doing? There are 4 key things. 1, we are focusing on infrastructure or solutions that allow you to go ahead and focus on analytics, not infrastructure. We'll talk more about that. The second is developing comprehensive solutions. So we know customers need the whole portfolio of solutions to go ahead and do analysis. We are focusing on end-to-end, all the components that you need. End-to-end ML lifecycle, and we'll look at that quickly. And then innovative and open. Being an open cloud, making sure you have options with open source software so that you can go ahead and run the workloads the way you want to run is super critical for us. And we have a lot of investments that we do in making sure we promote that. Let's talk about what does focusing on analytics means and not on infrastructure. If you think about us, if you're doing analysis with BigQuery, which is our cloud scale data warehousing product, you can get started within seconds. You basically can bring your data sets and start analyzing instantly. The key thing is, if you're not using a serverless product like BigQuery or Dataflow, you will have to worry about monitoring, you have to worry about performance tuning, infrastructure, how many nodes do I need, What kind of cluster size do I need? How do you performance tune? None of that is going to be a problem if you're focused on serverless. So that's what our focus is. We want to provide you with infrastructure that automatically scales, gives you ability to do analysis, and you don't have to worry about anything. Just bring your data, start doing analysis on it. Let's talk about the second point, right? End-to-end comprehensive solutions. The big thing is, if you think about analysis, it actually starts with ingestion. How do I get my data? The first step is, how do I get my streaming data? We have lots of customers using massive amount of streaming events that are coming to them. And how do you scale this infrastructure seamlessly? So Cloud PubSub is our solution that allows you to do millions of events per second that you can collect and do analysis on them. Similarly, a lot of our customers use different Google products, like, for example, AdWords and DoubleClick and all of those for advertising purposes. What we have done is we made it really easy for customers who want to use Google Cloud for marketing analytics. Within few clicks, you can literally go ahead and get your AdWords data, your DoubleClick data into BigQuery for analysis seamlessly. Similarly, IoT is super critical. You saw some amazing announcements today morning with Edge TPU and on Cloud IoT Core. We have a Cloud IoT Core, so if you are interested in collecting IoT data, you can seamlessly collect that and actually leverage the whole platform from that. So we've covered the ingestion. If you think about reliable data processing and streaming pipelines, we have multiple options for our customers, right? One is data flow with Beam. So Beam is an open source SDK for you to build batch and streaming pipelines with the same programming model. You can use Dataflow, which allows you to automatically build large-scale data processing pipelines. Great for developers. But we also realize that a lot of our customers have in-house capabilities with Spark and Hadoop, and they love Spark. I used to use Spark before in my previous role, so I love Spark too. So for that, we have managed Hadoop and Spark environment with Dataproc. And then for analysts, and we know a lot of our analyst community, which is familiar with data, also wants to do data wrangling, also wants to do data preparation, so that they know best before the data is used what kind of analysis they want to do and clean up the data. So we have Cloud Data Prep for those audience. After that, once your data is ready, you want to do analysis at scale, you want to build your data lakes, you can actually use GCS, Google Cloud Storage, to go ahead and put all your structured, unstructured data and then process it. Or you can use our cloud scale data warehouse with BigQuery to put all this data at petabyte scale and then do analysis on top of it. And once you have analysis platform ready for you, then for advanced analytics, you can use ML Engine, you can use TensorFlow. For visualizations, you can use Data Studio. We'll see some of the new enhancements we are making available on that. And also Sheets. A lot of our customers, especially G Suite customers, who use Sheets every day, we're making some enhancements on that to easily make data from BigQuery and other places available today. So that's there. If you think about ML lifecycle, this is the whole lifecycle, right? You have ML lifecycle is you start from ingestion, you have to explore, you have to prepare, you have to pre-process, then you start the process of training, hyper-tuning, testing, and predictions. There's a whole lifecycle that has to happen. And what we provide is a whole suite of products that allow you to go do every one of those processes. But what we are also doing is making it very easy for you to do machine learning. And you heard some of the announcements we did earlier today, and I will go a bit more detail into that. And actually, we have an amazing demo for you later in the session. From a customer momentum perspective, that's our portfolio. We are seeing tremendous growth in the data analytics side with our customers. A lot of customers using the whole portfolio across industry verticals, from financial services to retail, from gaming to media entertainment, all across the board, manufacturing, all across the board, we are seeing tremendous growth in our data analytics capability being used in different organizations. And it's across the different sizes of data sets too. So you heard earlier today, Twitter talked about moving their large-scale Hadoop deployment. I think it was mentioned 300 petabytes of data being moved into GCP and running that scale of cluster. And the highlight was like our network and our capability that we provide with our networking stack allows you to have this decoupling of storage and compute that really makes it easy to manage the whole environment, reduce the costs and all. So we are seeing tremendous growth with folks like Twitter, Yahoos of the world, but also a lot of enterprise customers that are using the platform. So with that, let me invite Irene Omar, who's the Deputy CEO for AirAsia on the stage to talk more about this. Hi, Irene, how are you?
Hi, thank you.
Can you just do a quick introduction about you, your role, and tell us a bit more about AirAsia?
Sure. AirAsia is the largest low-cost carrier in Asia. So we started back in 2001. With just 2 aircraft, we carried about 20,000 passengers. And now, 16 years later, we have over 230 aircraft. Wow. And over the years, we have carried over 500 million passengers. And this year, we're looking at about 90 million passengers that we're carrying per year. So we've grown very fast. We have bases in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia or ASEAN is our backyard. And the reason why we are focused in building that market there is because it has over 600 million population base, the 3rd largest after China and India. And it has a very young population base with about a median age of 28, 29 years old. 50% of the population is under 30, 70% is under 40, 50% of the population live in urban areas. And it's one of the fastest growing GDP in the world and one of the fastest growing middle income earners in the world. So this is where us as a low-cost carrier is a fantastic opportunity to grow with the population. And if you look at the geographical landscape of Southeast Asia, it's surrounded by water. And that's where we feel there's a lot of opportunity to learn about the population, to grow further and build other business opportunities apart from just running an airline.
So tremendous growth, right? Within 2 to 3 years, from 2 planes to 230, I guess now.
Yeah.
What were the key challenges you were facing? And then tell us more about what were the business challenges and how are you using Google Cloud for some of those?
I think that the key challenge is because we have operations in various countries, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Philippines, and recently in India and also Japan. We're looking at getting data from all over, from various systems or so forth, basically. So we have data coming from our booking system. 80% of our booking goes through our internet and our mobile app, unlike other airlines, which is the other way around. And then we have data coming from our aircraft and from our engines. And we use our aircraft in the most efficient, and we maximize the utilization rate. The A320 that we use, we fly 14 hours a day, and we have 25 minutes turnaround so that we can fit in as many sectors as we can. So if you look at the whole group, it's about departing flights is about 1,500 per day. And we're looking at departing passengers about almost 300,000 per day. So there's a lot of data coming there. And it's really important when you are running an efficient operations, you need it to be precise. Yeah. And you need something that's scalable and accurate so that we'll be able to understand those data better and be able to focus more on serving our consumers better. So the data that we need is really more on how do we improve the consumers' experience and the revenue that we can get from them and be able to provide the right kind of products and offerings for them. And how do we use this data to improve the overall operational efficiency of our operations and so that we reach productivity in the most efficient way and be able to focus more of our efforts into looking at the insights of not only just our operations, but also the behavior of our consumers so we can provide better products, offerings, and so forth.
Got it. And I know you use BigQuery and Data Studio and all the other tools in Google Cloud. Are there key metrics you can share with us that have been having, like, where you have seen really growth or savings? That can you share with some of the things with the audience?
So I'm also in charge of digital transformation. So the key thing is for us to integrate all this data coming from various sources and to be able to combine those data and make meaningful algorithm out of it. And what we have found, even though we only probably use less than 20% of the data that we have already combined, is that the conversion rate of the revenues or consumer has doubled. Oh, wow. And that every 1% conversion rate actually increased the revenue by about $50 million and so forth. And what we have seen also, because we're able to predict better in terms of our operations, in terms of maintenance and so forth, we reduce the number of aircraft on ground, and that means it's better experience for our passengers and so forth. And we have seen that the cost has probably reduced by at least 10% or so, and that's actually quite big in our operations of running an airline.
And that's amazing, especially in airline where, as you said, the operational cost is heavy. So 10% saving, doubling the conversion rate, and you're just using 20% of the data.
Yes,
so
it's probably a little bit less than that because we just started only about a couple of years ago, and that's a lot to do. So it's very key to be able to streamline all those in BigQuery, and it's a powerful tool that allows us to be scalable and be able to work faster and be more focused on the requirements of our consumers and so forth. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Awesome results, and I'm looking forward to what we can do together as you get to 20 to 30 to 100% of the data as you start analyzing it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irene.
Thank you.
So that's about AirAsia. Let's talk about, there are 4 key areas that we focus on normally when we talk to our customers when they're using the different portfolio of solutions that we have. One is, of course, modernizing the data warehouses, and we'll talk more about that. Analyzing streaming data, which is super critical. As organizations are collecting massive amounts of event data from different places, clickstream to IoT devices, streaming data and processing streaming data is super critical in organizations. Running open source software and, of course, visualizing and using the data in a visual manner is critical for organizations. Let's talk about BigQuery for a second. BigQuery is actually cloud-scale data warehouse. It's a natively built, if you haven't read Dremel paper, you should check it out. It's ground-up built data warehouse from the scratch. It's cloud scale. You can do petabyte scale queries within seconds. It supports standard SQL. You can actually get started with it at no cost. There is a free tier that's available. How many of you actually use BigQuery here? Great. There are a lot of people who don't. So my recommendation would be you should go check it out. It will take you a couple of minutes to go actually bring your data in and start analyzing. As I said, completely serverless. You don't have to worry about infrastructure. Bring data in and start analyzing. That's the key thing. It's highly secure. We encrypt the data at rest. It's highly available. And then real-time streaming is native to BigQuery. You can stream hundreds of thousands of events directly into BigQuery and then actually analyze it at the same time. So that's super critical. So one of the announcements you heard today morning was Rajan talking about BigQuery ML. The key thing in this was the 2 big challenges we started hearing from our customers was, it's great to use BigQuery, massive amount of data, bring all the data in, but if you want to do any machine learning, you have to move that data out. And then if you have seen some numbers, like 80% of data scientists spend time in data preparation, moving data around, and doing testing of the models and all. So our thing was, how do you reduce that time by making machine learning available in the data warehouse instead of moving data to machine learning engine? Why can't I move machine learning engine closer to data? So that was the whole premise of that. The second thing was skill set gap. In industry, we just don't have that many PhD data scientists to go do advanced machine learning. So our thing was, can we just leverage the skill our audience already has, which is SQL, and then make machine learning available to them in SQL? So that's exactly what we have tried to do is, BigQuery ML is nothing but SQL-based like machine learning model creation within BigQuery. If you have BigQuery, you're already using SQL to analyze data. You have queries ready. You understand your data. Just write 2 lines of code on top of it, create model, what type of model you want. We can auto-detect models if you want. And then just give us the input and what you want to predict. And for prediction, you're just saying, like, select ml.predict, and you can get the predictions out. So that's how easy it is to do to machine learning within BigQuery. One of the things, if you saw earlier today, was 20th Century Fox, where they talked about how they were able to predict what audience are more likely to come back to a movie, to come back to the newer movie that they're launching. I want to take a different example right now with Geotab. So why don't I invite Neil, can you please come on the stage and help us understand what Geotab does? Come. Thanks, Neil.
Nice to be here.
So can you do a quick introduction of yourself and tell us a bit more about Geotab?
Sure. Geotab is a global leader in vehicle telematics. Many people ask, what is vehicle telematics? We have a little device that collects data out of a vehicle. We're in 1.2 million vehicles. We collect all that data, and then we analyze it at massive scale. So we collect information about where the vehicle is, how fast it's moving, how the engine's performing, fuel consumption information, whether you are going over a pothole, whether you slammed on brakes. And so you can just imagine the opportunities that we have to analyze that data, to deliver results to our customers using products like BigQuery and machine learning are really massive. And so that's really what we do.
Awesome. Can you share more about your current existing infrastructure before you went into BigQuery ML? What kind of technology do you use from Google Cloud? How does the business do? And then your transition to BigQuery ML we can discuss.
Sure. We think of our relationship with Google as our competitive advantage. We have more than 500 servers in GCE that process the data. Every single piece of data that the organization generates is actually pushed up into Google BigQuery, and we're a massive user of Google ML and TensorFlow. We use Dataproc, we use products like Kubernetes, and anything that gets announced by Google, we very keenly look at because really the benefit is, and it's an understated problem, is that when you first start collecting the data, you have it in one place. The next point is if you want to leverage AI, ML, you have to have that ML close to where the data is. Otherwise, you spend your life just moving data around. And so it's been a great relationship and a great partnership.
And I know you've been involved with BigQuery ML since we announced our alpha. So I also know you have a demo. So why don't you tell us what you're going to show in the demo, and then what audience are we targeting, and then show us the demo then.
Sure, I'll do that. Just to kind of level set, we do have probably the most comprehensive and largest big data set of vehicles in the world. And as I mentioned before, this data set is very, very rich. It has, we know the ambient air temperature, air pressures. We know whether it's a dangerous intersection. We know a tremendous amount of data. So one of the things that I'm going to show you here today is how we have an add-in into our standard product, our fleet management product. But this one's focused more around smart city. Okay. And what we're going to do is we're going to use ML to predict outcomes for safety based on weather. So I'll get to it, and I'll show you how that all fits together and how that works.
Great, Neil. While you're getting set up on that, the key thing is there's another key thing we'll be launching today is it's GIS Alpha. So BigQuery will natively support GIS capabilities like GIS data types within the data warehouse. We'll talk more about it a bit later, and there's a detailed session at 3:15 that we're going to talk about. But I will hand it over to Neil to talk more about the demo.
OK, super. So we'll get the demo up. All right, we're up. So what you're seeing over here is a view inside our product. As I mentioned before, this is an add-in. This is one of hundreds of add-ins that are available in the product. This is one really cool one where we're leveraging Google ML and Google GIS, the BigQuery GIS features that have just been announced here that we just talked about, in order to get some really interesting data. And this is just starting to scratch the surface of where we can go with this, and you can understand. So what you're seeing on the left-hand side is a view of the dangerous intersections in the Chicago area, so over the last 2 weeks. And essentially, the hotspots are areas where it's more dangerous. Now you ask, how could we possibly tell that? Well, we know where there's about 100,000 accidents a year happening in our pool of vehicles. We know where people are slamming on brakes. So if we aggregate that data, we can then look at where are people having these accidents and where are people slamming on brakes or dangerous lane changes and swerving and whatnot. So what happened is the big data team, which is actually sitting here today, what they did is they took the data and then they said, let's use the public data set that was available in Google BigQuery around weather data. And so we know for a particular date and time, for a particular location, what is the weather in that location. And they used 250 different metrics to analyze and compute what could we tell about how weather impacts safety. And so they ran this experiment, and I'm going to show you some results of that. So let's say we drop the temperature down to around freezing, and let's choose snow. And I'm going to run the predictive analysis now live. And then what we see is actually really interesting. Some of the areas that were dangerous before are still dangerous, but there's been a big change in the pattern. And so we are seeing things look remarkably different. And if we zoom into areas now we can start seeing, well, where are those dangerous intersections? Let's just take one little area over here where I'm going to zoom into. And we'll find that whenever it snows, we seem to have a dangerous area near a school. And so we might consider what is happening here. Maybe The parents are waiting across the road to pick up the kids, and it's snowing, and so the kids are running across the road. And so you get the circumstance. Or perhaps vehicles break down there. But the point is, by leveraging ML, by leveraging this data, cities can now look at what the infrastructure is and change the way the roads are set up in order to keep everybody safer. And this is really just starting to scratch the surface of what you can do when you leverage such a powerful tool like Google BigQuery and Google ML.
Thank you, Neil. This is awesome. Thanks a lot. I think the key thing is just making the city smarter and just having that kind of impact. And you can actually do model generation and prediction so fast. It's just going to expedite the whole solution creation.
Absolutely. One of the key things was how quickly our team was able to put this together. There is no coding involved. There's no Kubernetes. There's no spinning up magnitudes of servers.
We love Kubernetes too, but we are SQL people. We love SQL. So
all right, thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks a lot. There is actually a session at 3:15 to go deep dive into the Geodap solution, the GIS capabilities. If you're interested in GIS data types and all, that would be a good session to go to later today. Other than that, we have also worked with our partners to go ahead and give an integrated experience for this, the BigQuery ML capability. So Looker, for example, has this end-to-end workflow that they have built within Looker, where you can actually go ahead and pull out a data set, see it in Looker views, actually run a prediction, create a model within that, visualize a prediction, and then actually go ahead and fine-tune your model from the Looker UI itself. So we will be working with more partners to bring these kind of integrated capabilities. So analysts who are using these tools can, from within the tools, actually do leverage BigQuery ML from these tools and make it really easy for creating these models, visualizing the models and all. So yeah, looking forward to this going forward. Couple of things in BigQuery ML. You have linear and logistical regression models that are already available. The beta is available, so please go try it. Give us some more feedback in the beta world. A couple of other things. We are also announcing clustering beta is coming. Again, I won't be able to go in details of partitioning, clustering, key capabilities. Just think about it this way. You can do a petabyte scale query from BigQuery. You could do it like 2 years back. You can do it now. But with partitioning plus clustering, you can reduce the cost drastically because the queries are going to be way more efficient. We only access the data, what is required within that cluster or within that partition. So partitioning plus clustering is going to help you make your queries way more efficient and actually reduce costs drastically if you're using on-demand pricing model. There's a detailed session at 3:15 by Jordan Tigani today. You should absolutely go if you're interested in that topic later today. There's some amazing demos Jordan does in that session. Again, as we just quickly touched upon, GIS Alpha is available today. So think about the scenario that we were hearing from our customers was all around. For example, we are in Moscone Center. How many within 2-mile radius, how many taxis are available of this region? If you want to do that kind of query, historically it's been like really difficult to do, and with availability of GIS features, you can do that kind of queries directly inside BigQuery now. We have some new connectors that are going live. One of the other key things we are launching is our new BigQuery UI, which will give you capabilities. It looks better, and it also has some one-click experiences to go into Data Studio and do visualization. And then we'll quickly take a look at Google Sheets integration that's available. So this is an example. Along with the GIS capability of the core data types and the ability to query, we also have a visual tool that we are launching, which allows you to go ahead and visually fire a query and look at the points on the map. Because if you're doing like a query around, hey, show me all the points that are in 2-mile radius of another point, how are you going to visualize it? It's really difficult. So what we worked with our Earth Engine team at Google and have this visual tool that gives you ability to visualize that data. So please take a look at that. Again, with Sheets, as I said, a lot of our customers use Sheets for analysis and doing move data into it. Now with Google Sheets, you have a connector for BigQuery. From within there, you can just click, connect to your BigQuery instance, pull data in, and start analyzing that, visualizing it out of the box. So one of the other key capabilities, making it easy to go do that analysis, connect to the data sets and all. So that's been one of our big themes for this year. So that's BigQuery. How do you make it easy to go ahead and analyze data on BigQuery? Streaming analytics, I touched upon it earlier. We have a whole portfolio of products that allow you to do that. Like you can do millions of event collection from using PubSub. Dataflow allows you to do large-scale data processing. You can use CloudML or BigQuery to go ahead and do analysis on top of that data, right? Brightcove is one of the best examples of this. They literally collect 8,500 years of video per month. That's 7 billion events a day is what they collect. And they use Dataflow plus PubSub to go ahead and analyze those videos and leverage some great insights from it. But it's not just the Brightcove. Traveloka uses it for e-commerce clickstream collection and analyzing that. Qubit is another example where in retail they're doing point-of-sale analysis. Amazing scenarios with Nintendo in-game analysis, in-game utilization of consumables, and then also Nest for IoT data. So any kind of large-scale event collection, processing, analytics, you can use PubSub, Dataflow for that. We are actually announcing few enhancements in that space. One of the big things that we are doing is Python. Python is one of the fastest growing language in GitHub, if you just look at all the commits and all. And we wanted to make it easy for our Python developers to do streaming. So now we are going to enable Python streaming capability with Beam, so customers can actually build scalable data pipelines using Python. So that's going in beta now, so customers can use that. We also have Dataflow streaming and shuffle capability. It will help you do large-scale data processing easily. Auto-scaling capabilities will come with it. There are detailed deep dive sessions on these that you should check out if you're interested. One of the other things we have done is we've actually enhanced the performance on and made our libraries much more efficient for PubSub in 7 different languages that you can use. But in addition to that, we have a lot of customers who love Kafka. They're like, hey, I use Kafka already. I want to continue using it on GCP. What are my options? So historically, you could just go ahead and deploy it yourself and manage it. But what we have now is with Confluent, we have a managed Kafka solution that's available. So if you want to go ahead and use a managed service for Kafka, you can just use Confluent Kafka on GCP. And that's one of our strategies is to work with our partners to provide these end-to-end solutions that you can leverage as a customer. So it's already available that you can use. One of the other things which is core to our strategy as well as core belief is this open source and being an open cloud. And we fundamentally look at things from Istio to Kubernetes that we are investing in. On our side, in big data world, we are investing a lot in open source technology. Like if you look at just big data roadmap, last 15 years, the amount of innovation that Google has driven and made available before Google Cloud, we used to make this available as papers so that the industry could learn from all the research that we had done. Everything from Dremel paper to MapReduce to GFS, like all different papers. And then we also are building a lot of these products based on these technologies. There are 2 key product areas that we have been investing in on open source side. One is Dataproc. It's managed Hadoop and Spark capability, as well as Composer. Composer is fascinating. When it was in private alpha, we had more than 1,000 customers using it. I have no idea how do you keep it private, and then they have that many customers using it. So it just took off. It's based on Airflow, Apache Airflow, and it was just basically all the customers loved it, and we started seeing a tremendous adoption of it. So we are announcing the GA for Composer now, so it's already available. You should be able to use it. Major enhancements in our Dataproc side, auto scaling, and custom packages. Custom packages allow you with few clicks to pick top-level Apache projects that you want to go ahead and deploy now in Dataproc. That's interesting. And auto scaling based on your resource needs, automatically we will scale your Hadoop clusters, Hadoop and Spark clusters on your behalf. And then, of course, we announced a few weeks back that Hortonworks now supports their infrastructure on GCP natively, so you can use HDP or HDF directly on GCP. With that, let me call upon Michael from Blue Apron to talk about how they are using GCP. Michael, welcome.
How you doing?
Good. Can you do a quick intro of yourself as well as the company, your role?
Sure, absolutely. Hey, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the second day of Next, like I am. So Blue Apron was founded 6 years ago with a rather modest goal. And that goal was to re-envision how the food system worked in this country. And so while we've made some good progress, that is an audacious goal, as visions are supposed to be. And we thought we can get at this vision by making home cooking more accessible, easier, more affordable for more people in this country. And in doing so, we could go out there, work with farmers, producers, and make sure that we were investing in sustainable agriculture, humane ways to raise livestock, all these different things. So basically, what we do is we send out proportioned, seasonal ingredients to you in a box with the recipe to make those. And we are around millions of dinner tables in the US every single night, which is a privilege.
I'm one of them, so I love Blue Apron.
Okay.
So how is data analytics used at Blue Apron?
So one of the greatest privileges about working in food, I think, that I've learned is that people always want to tell you what they think. We don't have to really go out and solicit much customer feedback. No. As I said, you're around people's dinner tables. It's a very personal moment, right? And it's very intimate. And basically, we have a responsibility to listen. And as I said, people will sure as hell tell us what they want in their recipes. We were joking before that all the recipes have kale in them in the summer. Don't ask me to fix that. I can't fix that. So data is a really core part of how we make our business decisions. And that's not immediately obvious if you look at what we do. You think, oh, you ship a box of food. OK, so that's great. But actually, we are looking at the customer life cycle at every stage, and we are ingesting data about what you like, what recipes appeal to you, what photos appeal to you, what titles appeal to you, and we're building up a profile of what you like. And as I said, people tell us how they feel. If you've ever written a comment on one of our recipes, know that a human being has read it.
That's awesome.
But we can do better, right? And what we think is we can build a virtuous cycle around what we're doing here and the vision with data. And the way that we think about doing that is, just if we use an example of something that my team does a lot of, which is recipe recommendations, obviously. Helping people make sure we put the right recipe in the box that you'll like, obviously. So if we have better recommendations, we have better forecasting, we have better purchasing, we are going out and sourcing the right ingredients and the right proteins and the right dry goods that meet our needs. That is reducing food waste. It is cutting out another part of the, another middleman in the step, right? The supermarket. And, if we get better at that, we end up saving, thousands and thousands of tons of wasted food, right? So every small change is really important for us in that. And, at scale, it makes a huge difference.
And tell me more about your philosophy around open source software and how you use it and stuff like that within the organization.
Right. So, we're on the record as using a laundry list of GCP services. Our enterprise data warehouse is BigQuery. We use Dataflow for our streaming processing. We use Dataproc for our batch machine learning. We use GCS for our data lake, for our prepared features, our trained models, all of this stuff. But a lot of that orchestration we use Airflow for. We have been using Airflow from more or less day one that data engineering existed at Blue Apron. And it's incredibly important for us because it helps us ingest information from outside sources. It helps us run other batch ETL processes. It helps us run our batch machine learning models, all of that stuff. And it's actually a key piece of how we end up actually serving our batch machine learning predictions as well. We use Airflow to compute 122 million recommendations every day. and we load those up into a little level DB artifact that we serve in memory from our services, which is great because it means we can serve 122 million recommendations daily with, about 15 microsecond latency. That's pretty good.
Wow.
We can work with that.
That's awesome.
Right, but open source is a huge part of that, right? We got burned early on by, I think this story should be familiar to everyone who's worked at a startup, maybe. We got burned early on by vendor lock-in on certain clouds.
Okay.
And, we've been committed to open source from the beginning, but that really made us realize, we have to take open source seriously as an engineering organization and, not end up in that position again. We're not a big engineering organization. Data engineering for us, we're only 15 people. We got to work on what we have competitive advantages in, and that is not running Airflow. Our data operations team managed to do the most recent Airflow 1.9 update on our cluster. They did not sleep well that week. Let me put it that way. So we don't, if we don't want to get locked in, and we want to write it once, run it everywhere in our hybrid cloud, and when Google is saying we are committed to an open cloud, that's very important for us. And that's very important because you can compete for our business on any other dimension, but it's not, you're locked into our product, right? And that matters a lot, and that's a good signal to us. Beam, Spark, TensorFlow, right? These are all things that we have big investments in, and if it's open source, we can move it anywhere we like, and we're not.
We hope you never move them, but I get it. You have an option of moving them wherever you want.
I could.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Michael. Any other key metrics that you have seen or business results you would like to share before we wrap up?
You can't ask me that on the week of an earnings release. No, I mean, basically, we have seen a huge amount of uptick in engagement with our product, and when we give customers more ways to give us feedback, we get even more feedback. So it's it is a really virtuous cycle there, and we're also using those insights to help our culinary team and our amazing chefs basically plan recipes better. So that's a new exciting frontier for us, is using AI to actually provide feedback from what we know our customers will like, so that on the menu are more things that there's something for everyone, and things that people are going to love that much more.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Michael.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you. So as you saw, when I talk to customers across the board, this whole thing around open cloud actually resonates a lot, especially keeping the expertise customers have in Spark, Hadoop, as well as with Beam, what we have done, and other areas. The fourth topic I want to talk about quickly was visualizing and activating your data. The key thing is self-service BI is one of the priorities in various organizations. How do you explore your data yourself, like enable your users to go ahead and explore the data, as well as do collaborative data-driven decision-making are the topics that come up in every conversation I have with customers. So one of the things, if you haven't used Data Studio, it's our BI tool that's available, highly collaborative. It's basically built around collaboration. The key thing is with the new BigQuery UI capability that I announced, if you use the new UI, you can literally do a one-click from your query, click once, and directly do a visualization, a data exploration. So you can go explore what data set it is. You can blend that data with other sources like AdWords or something pull that data in. And you can actually go ahead and create a report out of it within seconds. Like literally, you don't need a specialist to go do that. Additionally, we also have pre-built templates that are available now. So you can literally go ahead and see. There's actually a template I found on cloud billing. So if you want to just visualize your billing on cloud, Google Cloud, you can actually have a template for that. Or you want to analyze your AdWords stuff, you have a template for that. So really good capabilities. We also have a data visualization developer preview that's available, where you can do a D3-based visualizations, create custom visualizations. The other area that we have invested with one of our partners, Trifacta, is the data prep solution. So a lot of our customers want to do data wrangling, as analysts want to go do that visually. data prep actually allows you to go ahead and visualize your data, which may be in BigQuery, figure out what anomalies are there in the data, clean that data up, and store it back. As we are getting ready for our GA with that tool within the next few months, the key thing is we have focused a lot on getting the feedback from beta, and we'll have some key capabilities available. One big area of enhancements we have done is all around team-based data wrangling. How do you share your recipes, share and copy your flows? How do you go ahead and reuse your custom sample recipes and stuff like that? So a lot of focus on that. Focus more on productivity, like how do you go ahead and have quick shortcuts to the popular items and all. And then we have a completely new comprehensive design which looks much better and is way more efficient. So that's one of the areas. Before I jump into the next one, so one of the other things, somebody told me a while back, it's not, being good is not enough, you should also do good. So we have been working with some nonprofits to see how we can help democratize our analytics and machine learning capabilities in the nonprofit community. And so let's run the video of how Precision Medicine is using it, and then I will talk more about that. Can we take it over?
My name is Robert Tabbs, and 5.5 years ago, my mother was diagnosed with Alzheimer's. I knew none of the medications were working. The entire time was a downward spiral.
And I also lost my grandfather about 25 years ago to the disease. My family at the time felt like it was already too late to change the trajectory of the disease. And it breaks my heart when I hear the same stories today. The mission for Foundation for Precision Medicine is to bring AI and healthcare together to detect Alzheimer's early.
If you can detect Alzheimer's very early on, that is when the disease is most susceptible to treatment.
The data that we have access to are anonymized electronic healthcare records. We needed a HIPAA-compliant environment, which is why we use Google Cloud.
We're dealing with hundreds of variables on millions of patients, which generate billions of lines of data.
Google Cloud enables us to scale our operations, and with BigQuery ML, we're able to develop machine learning models faster and utilize our entire data. Being a nonprofit, we rely on our volunteers across the US, and Google Cloud really enabled us to do that. We wanted them to be able to apply machine learning on the data and look at trends themselves to empower them to come up with more innovative approaches to change the progression of the disease.
This work is so important to me because it helps us address this devastating illness that has no cure.
I heard somewhere that they said, don't forget that dots on the plot are people. And we really take that seriously.
So great example of how Precision Medicine is using the data analytics capability, BigQuery ML, along with other BigQuery features to go ahead and do an advancement in their area. So what we were able to do was, today we are announcing Data Solutions for Change. It's a program that we are launching for nonprofits across the world where they can go ahead and, on need basis, get access to Google Cloud credits, along with self-training resources and hands-on enablement. As I said, our goal is how do we democratize analytics and machine learning for nonprofits around the world and give these capabilities in hands of organizations that want to do good in the world. So that's launching today. The other one more thing that we are launching is Visualize 2030. So this is a collaboration with World Bank, United Nations, UN Foundation, and other affiliate organizations where we want to drive awareness and actions around the UN Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 goals within the next 12 years we want to meet. And so this is a storytelling competition for students, grad students around the world, where they can go ahead and create visual stories and insights and actions based on Data Studio and the public data sets in the BigQuery. So BigQuery has 70 plus public data sets that's available that you can go use, start analyzing today. So in this, you can go ahead and create these visual stories and then submit it by end of September. And then we will announce the winners at the UN World Data Forum in Dubai in October. So this is one of the things that we're announcing today. We want the next generation students who are like, earlier we were talking about 80 million students using G Suite. We want to extend similar capabilities on data analytics for this audience so that they can start analyzing, visualizing, and coming up with insights to go solve. Along with that, one of the things I do want to talk about is our partner ecosystem is super critical to us. We have partners across the board, like from ingestion. We have some amazing partners. If you want to get data into BigQuery or different analytics products that we have amazing partners that provide those solutions. We have data integration partners. We have partners for visualization. You saw a previous example of Looker. Tableau is a big partner in that. Qlik. There are a bunch of partners that provide BI tools, as well as a lot of SI partners coming on board to help you with your various engagements that you may have. So that's key. Google is a leader in the insights as a platform for a platform as a service from Forrester. And I'm hoping we'll be recognized more and more in different upcoming reports that come out. The key thing from me is there's a lot more information on big data that's available on the solution plays. Please take a look at that. There are amazing sessions. I highlighted the GIS one, the deep dive on clustering and all with the Enterprise Data Warehouse, Beyond Enterprise Data Warehouse by Jordan Tigani. There are a lot of other good sessions on the big data topics in the conference. Please attend them and give us more feedback. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back to the Next Live Show. I'm Stephanie Wong here at the Equality Lounge. The Equality Lounge is a women-focused, all-gender-inclusive drop-in space celebrating our diverse community of builders and innovators. During Next 18, the lounge offers attendees confidence coaching, professional headshots, panel discussions, and #IamRemarkable workshops. This is also where you can view a special piece of artwork created by illustrator Sam Rodriguez, titled Changemakers. This mural honors 4 extraordinary women: Morgan DeBon, Patricia Graves, Miroslava Silva, and Rana Abdelhamid. All women who lead with inclusivity, empower change, and impact their global communities. Now, let's send it over to our showcase team for more demos.
Hi, I'm Mark. I'm here at the Industry Solutions Zone with Laith. Laith, what is your title?
So I'm the Media and Entertainment and Gaming Marketing Lead for Google Cloud.
Perfect. And we're at the Media, Entertainment, and Gaming booth here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what Google Cloud does for media, entertainment, and gaming?
Sure. The theme of Next is made here together. So we wanted that content to kind of shine through in its own merits.
Perfect. So I see a couple of different game booths here. Why don't we talk about each one?
Sure. So one right in front of us is Jurassic World Alive. Jurassic World Alive utilizes GCP, but also, very interestingly, it utilizes the Google Gaming Maps platform so that you can find dinosaurs in real life on your phone and recapture them and nurture them into their own zones.
Sounds exciting.
So it's a mobile game. We're very excited to have the Maps team kind of with us on this one. We also have Dauntless and Worlds Adrift. 2 of our kind of PC games. They utilize GCP very heavily. A lot of their games kind of run on GCP. We want to ensure a very smooth player experience for all of our games and for our game clients. And GCP is one way to do that.
Of course. So using the cloud, they can kind of take advantage of servers and other configurations that didn't really exist before. And of course, we have kind of a big partnership with Unity that also takes advantage of this.
Yes. So Unity is not just games. Unity is really a creative platform for anybody who wants to create things in 3D in real time. Our partnership, for the first part, does focus on the connected game space. So we want to simplify development for game devs and make it easy for them to access Google Scale directly through the Unity editor. But Unity is really a creative platform for anybody who wants to make awesome content.
Perfect. And so we also have a big team of animators behind us.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what they're doing?
Yes, we do. So the theme of Next is made here together, and we wanted to take that to its ultimate extreme. So we are actually making a 30-second animated short throughout the 3 days of Next. We call it Robot Dance Party. You can see some of the characters behind me. But what you'll see in the back is a real-time live animation studio where animators are working on the short with the magic of the cloud and some of our partner solutions. They can be anywhere, animating anything, anytime, because that kind of flexibility of the Google Cloud Network plus some of our partner solutions make it possible for VFX studios to scale up not just their compute resources, but also their most important asset, which is the artists themselves. To learn more about media and gaming, and particularly what we're doing in cloud, we will be at SIGGRAPH in Vancouver in a couple of weeks, where if you're there, we'd love to see you.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Leif.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. Hi, folks. We are here at the Public Sector Zone at Next. I'm here with Bryce. Bryce, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So first, why don't you start by telling us what are some of the problems that you're seeing in the public sector arena that you think we can help with?
So in the public sector arena, accessibility seems to be a very big problem. Today at Google Cloud, we're using things like chatbots to create 311 type of environments that allow people to access the government and other agencies directly from maybe your phone, assistant, a home device, whatever it might be, making it more accessible to the people today than it is before. So it's not so much as fill out a form as much as it's let's ask a question. Also, with local agencies, we're starting to partner to create things like crisis response. So when hurricanes or things roll through, that we're enabling agencies to work together and collaborate on what they're doing today and actually respond to an incident very quickly.
One of the things that I think these folks would have a lot of concerns with would be things around, privacy and security. How are we making public sector and government customers, comfortable that we're protecting their data?
Well, with privacy and security, we treat it the same way that we do here at Google today. Google is a secure environment, so we want you to have the same security that we have today in our environment. So with things like IAM and security policies and allowing people to create access and having very granular control over what people can and cannot do, it's great. And then our network is just complete, it's huge, it's privatized, and you have the ability to kind of stay off the internet and get that information back and forth securely.
Awesome, thank you so much. If customers want to learn more about this, what should they do?
Go to Google Cloud /solutions/government, and you can find out about all the different solutions.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, team. We look forward to seeing more of your showcase recording later in the show. Coming up on the next live show channel, we have a session on Cloud AI, how to get started injecting AI into your applications. And head over to the featured Spotlight Sessions channel for Google Cloud's IoT vision. We'll be here with more next live during the break. Stay tuned.
Please welcome Jia Li.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jia. Here today, I'm talking about how at Cloud AI we're inspired by customer needs. AI has the potential to change every industry, from transportation to healthcare, from retail to education. However, there is a big gap between what's possible with AI and what's within reach for our customers. This gap reveals a lack of awareness on both sides. On one side, many traditional companies lack an understanding of AI, which makes it hard for them to benefit from it. Machine learning development is an extremely complex cycle. From collecting data, designing model, tuning model parameters, updating the model, evaluating it, and iterate the process. Every single step would require machine learning expertise. Unfortunately, of the world's 21 million developers, only 1 million or so have data science background, and thousands of them have deep learning or machine learning expertise. And on the other side, technologists who are driving the development of AI lack an understanding about traditional industries. As a result, many problems that could benefit from AI remains unsolved. At Google Cloud, we're trying to bring our customers and AI experts together on the shared platform. We try to help our customers to understand AI and make its capability more accessible. Through this process, we develop the first-hand understanding of their world, the challenges they are facing. And by combining this with AI expertise at Google, we can address their problems in powerful new ways. By understanding the diverse range of needs in today's enterprise environment, we're delivering the power of AI in the form that we hope to meet our customers where they are. We provide AI technology across a wide spectrum of solutions. On one side, for the most advanced machine learning experts, we provide the most powerful machine learning tools for them to build their vision, like TPUs, TensorFlow, Kubeflow, CloudML Engine, etc. On the other are the customers who understand the value of AI, but don't have the expertise to put it in use. For them, we offer simple tools that deliver immediate results, like the machine learning APIs. And in between, we offer a growing range of solutions that blend the ease of use and sophisticated capabilities, such as Contact Center we announced yesterday. Furthermore, we believe in delivering maximum results for every customer, regardless of their expertise. Consider Cloud TPU. For example, the custom chips that dramatically accelerate machine learning tasks. With minimal amount of code, advanced user can run their TensorFlow models on TPUs and experience an immediate boost. But even novices can rely on the performance boost from the latest Google hardware, as APIs like Translation API can automatically leverage TPUs behind the scenes. No matter what's your level of scale, we want to ensure you benefit from our most powerful technology. We call this democratizing AI. But there's much more we can do to make AI more accessible. To explain where our technology is going next, I'd like to share a bit of the history that I've witnessed in my own career in computer vision. Image classification is among the greatest success stories in our field. In recent years, it has been gone through a lot of significant improvement. And now we're thinking about how do we expand the success of image recognition to other areas. But we are facing a lot of challenges in doing so. The first challenge is data. Years were spent collecting millions of images to train algorithms to understand what they see. The second is algorithm development. It took hundreds of researchers decades to refine the algorithm behind this single goal. A big part of democratizing AI will be finding better ways to replicate what has made image recognition such a success. This is the promise of AutoML. AutoML makes it possible to customize our most advanced machine learning models to your customized and specific use case, all without writing any machine learning code. Our first release came earlier this year in the form of Cloud AutoML Vision, which makes it possible to train the Cloud Vision API to recognize entirely new image categories. Keller Williams Realty is using AutoML Vision to bring to market the most advanced home search experience for consumers. By training a custom model to recognize common elements of furnishing and architecture, customers can automatically search home listing photos to find their specific preferred features, like granite countertops, or even more general style, like modern. And here at Next, we have introduced 2 additional AutoML features: AutoML Natural Language and AutoML Translation. With AutoML Natural Language, customers can train custom models to accurately recognize domain-specific content in their text. For example, in one of our customers, Hearst Newspapers, they're one of the world's largest publishers of magazines and newspapers. They have been always looking for better ways to manage their content. At Hearst Newspaper, they're looking forward to leverage Cloud ML, AutoML Natural Language to customize domain-specific text models for their newspaper content. And that has been providing high accuracy for their needs without writing any machine learning code. AutoML Translation helps to recognize jargon and terms specific to your domain. And the result is accurate translation to capture the context and nuance that your customer will expect. So customers all over the world have been finding ways to improve translation with AutoML. For example, Nikkei, a media company based in Japan, is evaluating AutoML for translating international news articles. By leveraging AutoML, it meets the customization needs from them, and they have been very impressed by the accuracy. AI is still a very nascent space, and we know that each of you face some unique challenge. We're eager to learn them and help solve them. That will require us to keep a close conversation with you. Let's talk about the problems in your industry and what are the ideal outcomes look like. And let's work together to use the latest AI technology to make that vision a reality. Thank you. Now I'd like to welcome Stefan to the stage to share how we are partnering with SAP to bring AI and enterprise software through, to the physical world using Google Cloud.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Cha. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stefan Nusser. I'm product manager for Cloud AI in Europe. Here at Google Cloud, one of our primary objectives is democratizing AI, lowering the barriers to entry and making it as easy as possible for customers all over the world to put its remarkable capabilities to use. As AI becomes more accessible, other technologies benefit as well. We see an opportunity here to use the combined power of AI and the cloud to make automation more accessible to industry and to businesses of all sizes. To understand how, let's take a look at Industrie 4.0, Industry 4.0, and the state of automation today. There's an exciting transformation underway in the industrial sector. Manufacturing operations and the entire supply chain are being digitized. This is known as Industry 4.0. It involves sensorizing machines and also the environment. Industrial sector companies want to use that sensor data to drive machine learning and AI. This promises to enable new levels of optimization and learning. The ultimate goal is to make processes that are currently manually operated be controlled much more efficiently. Automation plays an important part in this process. Now, historically, automation has been highly customized and siloed, with high upfront costs, and as a result of that, vendor lock-in. It's also inflexible. If you can afford automation, you'll structure your entire environment around it. Today, we're seeing exciting trends in automation. Collaborative robots, like the ones shown on this slide, that are equipped with modern sensors and open software layers that are easier to program. These collaborative robots promise to transform how we do automation, especially in less structured environment, where these robots can work side by side with humans. So how do we digitize the physical world in a less structured environment, like the warehouse that you see on this slide? It's easy to capture sensor readings from big machines, but it's much harder to digitize goods in storage or containers of goods, like bins or pallets or shelves or boxes, especially if human workers are in the same workspace and manually move these goods and containers around. We believe we can solve some of these challenges with the help of collaborative robots and by harnessing the power of AI and the cloud. And we're not the only ones who see this opportunity. Let me tell you a little about our partner, SAP. SAP is the world leader in enterprise applications. They manage business processes of large and medium-sized companies across the world. Think orders, parts, or inventory levels. Their roots are in Europe and in the industrial sector. SAP is working with their customers to gradually transition workloads from on-premise to the cloud. That, combined with their deep industry expertise, makes them a unique and strong GCP partner. Industry 4.0 is a huge opportunity for SAP to optimize not only business processes, but to take this optimization closer to the physical world based on, for example, real-time awareness of goods, pallets, or trolleys in a warehouse. Shorter feedback loops combined with readily available automation will translate into increased efficiency and agility for SAP's customers. To capture this opportunity, SAP is looking for ways to manage and orchestrate collaborative robots from different vendors and to tap into insights about the physical world for better optimization. The Cloud AI engineering team in Munich, in Germany, is working on an open cloud robotics platform that adds critical infrastructure for collaborative robots. It builds on mature GCP technologies and provides foundational capabilities for cloud-enabled automation solutions. Our cloud robotics platform securely connects robots with the cloud. It enables distribution of software and other digital assets to the robots using Kubernetes containers. It provides infrastructure for collecting log data, for uploading it, monitoring it, and creating dashboards using Stackdriver. It also provides infrastructure for sensor data collection, aggregation, transfer to the cloud, and processing with our data management pipelines, Bigtable, BigQuery, Dataflow, and more. Our objective here is to solve these common infrastructure problems for the entire industry. Our cloud robotics platform will be open source and will be built on open APIs. We'll also provide the interfaces needed for customers to port their data to other platforms, so there's no vendor lock-in. This cloud robotics platform will be available to early adopters at the beginning of next year. On top of this infrastructure, we will offer cloud services that leverage our AI platform and solve several critical customer pain points for automation with collaborative robots. Our SLAM service uses data from sensors like LiDARs or depth cameras. It allows robots to create a map, localize themselves relative to that map, and recognize static landmarks. We further analyze that sensor data to discover walls, doors, shelves, tables, chairs, and other essential elements of the robot's workspace. Using that same data, we can also discover known objects in their pose in the workspace. This will allow the robot to detect and plan operations on these items. Where are we going with this? There's a broader vision here. Our infrastructure enables reusable assets on the robot and in the cloud. It can support not only the services I just described, but also serve as a foundation for third-party software. Our plan is to work with our partners to grow this platform into an ecosystem using an app store for easy software distribution. SAP, as a developer, and their customers benefit from easier creation and deployment of robotic automation solutions. They'll also be able to tap into cloud-based analytics of sensor data to expand their awareness of the physical world. With this platform, we're enabling developers to build innovative, reusable software and services for whichever use cases or verticals they want to tackle. This will ultimately make automation drastically simpler and reduce the cost of custom integration. It will also allow one-off processes to be automated seamlessly through the orchestration of existing hardware and software components. Collaborative robots and more accessible automation will complement local physical labor and increase productivity where needed. This is how automation and AI can enhance human skills right here in local labor markets. Now, please welcome Rajan Sheth, Director of Product Management, who's seen this principle in action every day.
Hi, everyone. So you heard a lot about the great technology that we have. And what I want to talk about a little bit more is how customers are approaching this and how you can think about approaching this. So what you've seen is that there's a spectrum of technologies, as Ja has mentioned. And really what the trade-off here is the flexibility that you have versus the ease of use. And so what we're really trying to do is give you a variety of options so that you can do many different things. And I want to explain this a little bit and talk a little bit about how our customers are using this. So on one hand, you have our cloud TPUs, which are very, very, very powerful. And many of our services are underlied by cloud TPUs. But we're now providing access for people that do have a lot of machine learning expertise to be able to utilize that to do some pretty amazing things. Beyond that, you have TensorFlow and Cloud Machine Learning Engine, where you can build your own models. Beyond that, you have Cloud AutoML, which can do a variety of things to be able to customize our models. And then you have our APIs, or building blocks that you can bring together that are Google's models, where we're bringing the best of Google's technology. And all of these let you actually really add great value. And I think one thing that's there is that we shouldn't mix kind of ease of use versus value. There are a lot of things you can do by just calling our APIs that give you a ton of value. And we'll talk about that a little bit. So we'll start at the TPU end. A great use case for this is eBay. And this is something that they've recently been doing, which is they want to be able to do visual product search and do this across a variety of different types of categories and many different types of image. And so they had 55 million images in their training product set, and they have 1 billion product listings to search for. And so they use cloud TPUs, and cloud TPUs are very good with image recognition. They increase their image recognition accuracy by 10%, which is a huge difference for them and makes a huge difference in their business. But then they also increase their speed up time in training time by 100x by using cloud TPUs. Now, if you going with TensorFlow, there's a lot that you can do with TensorFlow. It gives you a lot of flexibility. And a great example of this is Ocado. Ocado's done a variety of things with our products, but in one case, they were using this for fraud detection. And they built the TensorFlow model for fraud detection. They're the UK's largest online grocer, and there are lots of transactions happening all of the time, and so they need to be able to detect fraud. So using TensorFlow, they were able to get a 15x increase in fraud detection precision. And this is just one of many things that they could potentially do to help automate their business. Now, looking at AutoML, I think one of the biggest things with AutoML is that you can have customers that don't have a lot of expertise in machine learning do really powerful things. And a great example of this is Bloom. So Bloom is a European manufacturer of furniture. And they have hinges that are all kinds of different types. So they were able to use AutoML to be able to look at these hinges and classify these hinges. They have no in-house ML expertise, and they've never used GCP. But in 5 weeks, they were able to create a model with 91% accuracy. Now, we talked a little bit about the building blocks, and this is a lot of where Google has brought kind of our best technologies to bear. And one of the most powerful ones is translation. And so I'd like to welcome up Adela Quinones from Bloomberg to talk to us about how they have been using the translation API. So Adela, can you tell us a little bit more about Bloomberg and what Bloomberg does?
Sure. So Bloomberg is a financial media and technology company. We're a news organization. You might have seen Bloomberg Television or Bloomberg Radio. And a lot of people think of us that way. But at our core, we're really a technology company. We have 19,000 employees globally, 5,500 of which are engineers. So that's a quarter of our company in engineering. And we have a lot of expertise in machine learning that we really focus on solving proprietary problems around finance and data. And so we're really focused on those use cases from a technology perspective.
Makes sense. And what was the problem that you were facing where you used our products, and how were you solving it before?
Yeah, so our news product ingests about 2 million stories a day. We bring in content that we produce ourselves, about 5,000 stories a day, and also content from premium providers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, and also social media like Twitter. So it's a lot of content coming through our systems. And for our clients, milliseconds matter. You know, a few milliseconds can make the difference between a great investment and a not so great investment. Mm-hmm. And so we wanted to make that content available to our clients in real time in the language that was most relevant to them. News is local. It breaks in local language. And we wanted to be able to make the content available in the language that our clients understood. So I'll give you an example. When the municipal bond crisis was happening in Puerto Rico, there were reporters in the courtroom taking notes and publishing stories and tweets in Spanish. Not a lot of our clients speak Spanish, right. So we needed to be able to make that content available to our customers in English or their native language.
That makes sense, and because they were in Puerto Rico, you could increase the speed of getting that content directly to your clients.
Exactly. We wanted to really narrow the time from when a piece of news is available in any language, and it's available, and we make it available to the client in a language that they can understand.
Makes sense. And so how did Google Cloud help you solve this?
Yeah, so in 2015, we looked at kind of what was available from a translation perspective, and we really wanted to find a partner that could scale because we have a lot of content that could operate at great speed because our own requirements are 100 milliseconds or less from the time the news is published to the time we alert our users about it. And that could also produce translations in lots of different languages because we're seeing growth all over the world, and we want to be able to support and kind of think about our future. And Google really checked all the boxes on all three fronts. And I think another really nice to have was the fact that it was so easy to work with the Google team and to connect to the Google API. So from the moment we decided we wanted to integrate with Google to the moment when it was available on our system, I think it was less than 2 weeks' time. So it was a pretty remarkable turnaround.
Makes sense. And you touched on this a little bit, but why Google versus other alternatives?
Yeah, I mean, I think for one, the quality of Google Translate was really high. We integrated Google Translate in 2015 before neural network translation was introduced. And at that point, we found that the quality in many languages was very, very good. And in some cases, it was good enough for gisting. And then when Google introduced neural network translation, that really changed the game. The quality was just really, really great. And it allowed us actually to expand our use of Google Translate beyond just on-demand news translation to other types of news translation.
Makes sense. Great. Well, really, really appreciate it. And it's a very great story.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. So part of what we're really focusing on is not only helping customers, but also in that vein, doing good with AI. And so I'd like to welcome up Fei-Fei Li, our Chief Scientist, to talk to you about how we're doing good with AI.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the progress of AI has been breathtaking. At Google, we are all in trying to build good AI technology and products to deliver to all of you so that it can make a positive impact. I want to close today's session by talking about some of our shared responsibilities of AI and how to make it a benevolent technology. You already heard so much about our efforts in different aspects of our technology development, our products, and across the globe. So it's not only just an aspiration that we believe a technology like this should bring benevolent impact to our human society. It's also something we are putting in action. So I want to share with you some of the actions we're taking. To start with, let's just look at an AI for good example, particularly helping all of us to protect some of our most precious natural resources. So the World Wildlife Fund and the government of Nepal have built a network of cameras to track endangered animals like tigers and rhinos in the world. But they are really easy to miss. These animals don't come out so fast. So they only come out sometimes a few seconds. So considering there are dozens of cameras all rolling at once, it's a lot of work for humans to manually monitor all of them and try to detect and track and spot these animals. That's where machine learning can help. I'm now going to show you 2 videos to demonstrate how generic object tracking and detection technology can help to automate and assist this very difficult and tedious process. So this is, you're going to see a tiger is walking out of the fog. And then as it comes closer to the camera, a machine learning generic object detection algorithm will call out where the tiger is. So I feel this tiger looks hungry. Okay, this one impressed me because the first time I looked at it, I didn't even see the rhino coming out of the bushes. Again, it's quite small and in a very, very cluttered environment, but where our generic object detection algorithm was able to spot the rhino, even if part of the body was being occluded and it's going into different, a different angle and becoming smaller and smaller. So it just warms my heart that machine learning can do this for our natural resources. But to really I don't know how many of you were at Diane's keynote yesterday. She mentioned that one of her friends was doing wildlife preservation in the oceans. And today we are bringing Professor Janet Mann onto the stage to share with us the story of her work collaborating with Google Cloud AI on preserving wildlife in ocean. Welcome, Professor Janet.
Oh, I need that. Thank you. Thank you. It's a delight to be here. So you just heard about identifying species using AutoML. I'm going to talk about identifying individual animals, tracking wildlife with using ML. So tracking individuals is a critical part of biology because natural selection acts on the variation between individuals. It's also important for conservation and management, and it also appeals to the public in terms of their attraction to individual animals and interest in them. A poignant and sad example that you are probably all familiar with was the Free Willy, also known as Keiko, where people spent over $20 million on a lost cause, really, to introduce him to the wild. At the same time, the killer whales off the coast of Washington State and British Columbia have been declining and are on the verge of extinction. So you can use the individual to engage people. So this was an example that wasn't very good, but it shows how important the individual is in understanding these animals. So there's lots of species that can be tracked through time: chimpanzees by their faces, zebras by stripes, and cheetah by the stripes on their tails, manta rays by the spots on their bellies, and whale sharks also by their spot patterns, and even toads by the gland markings on the Wyoming toad on their backs. So these are individually distinctive but stable through time. How about individuals that change through time? So elephants, they are identified by their ears, and the tears change through time. Sperm whales by their tail flukes, and actually most whale species by their flukes. And those patterns change through time, and Rizzo dolphins by the scarring and dorsal fins. So for over 30 years, I've been studying dolphins in Western Australia, pretty far remote place, and we've been tracking their residential population, and we've been tracking over 1,700 individuals from birth to death. They just live there. This is Bitfluke, and as you can see, her fin has changed. It is called Shark Bay, where I work, and so the dolphins do get bitten up by sharks, and their fins do change over time. Bitfluke, by the way, 10 years ago had a calf that we named Google, and Google is still alive and well. He's 10 years old, figuring out who his friends are. And then here's Zombie, daughter of Phantom, born in 2011. And as you can see, Zombie's fin changed quite dramatically in 4 years. So we know these animals and we can track them. And basically, how do you track animals that you don't know? So I'm going to take you to another part of the world. But first I want to say we gave tens of thousands of photographs to the Google AutoML team to help us build something that could track animals that we know a lot less about. So that was the training data set. And so take you to the other side of the world, the Potomac Chesapeake. Yes, there are dolphins in the Potomac. And because it is the Potomac, we've named them after presidents, vice presidents, founding fathers, first families. So this is Hubert Humphrey, who we seen for 3 years in the Potomac. And to find out where these animals go, because they're only there for about 6 months of the year, we want to see where they winter. And fortunately, scientists have been collecting dorsal fin photographs from animals all over the Western Atlantic. And so this is put together in the Mid-Atlantic Bottlenose Dolphin Catalog. And so our challenge was, could we match the Potomac Chesapeake dolphins to these other locations? So I'm going to show you an example using AutoML. And this way we could get at critical problems in biology. So this is George Mason, who was one of the key authors in the Bill of Rights, in case you're interested. But he was photographed in the Potomac in 2015, 2017. This is what it looks like. So we ran the image through AutoML, and we tested it against the Mid-Atlantic bottlenose dolphin catalog. And as you can see here, the first two that came up were actually George Mason. And he was seen off the coast of North Carolina in 2008 and 2010. So this is, a 10-year difference practically for when this animal was seen. And this is how effective this has been. So Google AutoML has enabled us to identify individual dolphins in seconds. And to do this, we usually do our matching by eye for animals that we know, but for animals that we don't know, we can use this technology to map them onto animals in other locations and track migrating individuals. And this informs us a lot about the populations for conservation purposes. So I want to thank Google AutoML for helping us with this. And I'm going to give the stage back to Fei-Fei. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. That is just amazing. Every time it's not the first time I saw it, but I'm still just, my heart is beating when looking at the amazing result. So we spent the past 2 days sharing with you our excitement about how AI can empower industries, can make life and work better when it's applied right. But the power does demand responsibility, and it is our collective responsibility to make this a benevolent technology. Earlier this year, Google published AI principles to guide our company's work and development of AI to do the things that we believe are important and adhere to our values. So today, I'm going to welcome on stage 2 colleagues of mine who will share a conversation with us, about how we can develop responsible AI, both at Google as well as inviting you to this dialogue about why it's important to all of us in the enterprise business about developing responsible AI technology. So please, Tracy and Shannon. So I'm going to start with Shannon, and I'm going to read her bio word by word, because this is really impressive. So Professor Shannon Whaler is a technology ethicist and a McKenna Professor of Philosophy at Santa Clara University, where she has taught since 2003. Shannon has expertise in ethical implications of AI and robotics. She serves on the board of directors of the nonprofit Foundation for Responsible Robotics, is a member of the IEEE Global Initiative on AI, and has received multiple awards. She's the author of a 2016 book from Oxford University Press, Technology and the Virtues, a philosophical guide to a future worth wanting. And I'm so excited to announce now that Shannon has joined our Google Cloud team to work with us in terms of developing responsible AI. So welcome, Shannon.
Thank you, Fei-Fei.
And sitting next to Shannon is Tracy Frey. I have to say, Tracy is one of my favorite colleagues at Google. I'm not just saying this because we're on stage, but her energy, her sense of moral responsibility, and her expertise in understanding the problems and the challenges and opportunities that AI can bring to our customers is just phenomenal. And she is our cloud AI's go-to-market strategist. So we don't have a whole lot of time, but we're going to have a conversation here with you and hope to open that conversation for many years to come in this journey together about the importance of this topic. So I'm going to start with Shannon. Why does ethics of AI matter to any company, including enterprise companies?
Well, I think you have to recognize that public trust is one of the most important things that any corporation needs to think about, needs to earn. And public trust in technology is on a shaky foundation these days. And so lots of companies are having to think about, okay, well, how do we cultivate and build up that public trust in technology in a way that's sincere and earned? And I think that one of the things that we have to recognize is that we've been for a while in a reactive mode where we see ethical issues that crop up in society as a result of the way certain technologies are developed or deployed, and then we jump in and try to fix it. But what we really have to do is step back and start getting into a more anticipatory mode, where we're seeing the road ahead a little bit, where we're thinking about where the problems will crop up. And we do this in all other kinds of engineering and technology development with other kinds of issues, right? Thinking ahead about where you might have some stress points or where you might have some complications. So now we just have to bring the ethical expertise into that process.
Great, yeah, so turn a reactive understanding to a proactive action of embedding ethical and responsible principles into the AI and technology. So to go a little more concrete, because we want to actually turn that into action, what are the key ethical principles for an enterprise company who is practicing AI?
Well, I think one of the things you have to think about are what are going to be your stated goals and values. And right now, I think, especially given where the public trust is right now and public confidence, I think fairness and transparency have to be two of the stated goals of any enterprise, of any organization that wants to earn the public trust. And then I think you also have to think about values like safety and security, which sometimes we forget that those are moral values, right? Safety and security are about protecting things that matter for people. And so thinking about those as values that we're committed to and that we have systems in place to preserve is really important. I think we also have to recognize that the other kinds of attributes that we might have in play in our decisions, even things we often think of as just mechanical attributes like speed or precision or efficiency, that these are values too. And we have to have them in the same conversation with the decisions we're making about the ethical values that we're entrusted with protecting. Because often there are some very challenging trade-offs that happen between values like speed and efficiency and precision and other kinds of things we care about, like fairness, transparency, and so on. So I think understanding that there are no ethically neutral decisions that get made when you're talking about technologies that shape people's lives, that influence the institutions in society. There's no way to be ethically neutral or to detach yourself from that set of questions. So you have to just dive in and try to get it right.
To embrace it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So actually, I'm gonna, speaking of practicing these ethical AI principles, so Tracy, we rolled out AI principles earlier this year, and we together, and many of our colleagues, are working hard to make responsibility a part of our process. So I would love for you to share with us and share with our partners and enterprise colleagues what we are doing.
Yeah, sure. And a lot of it is a lot of what Shannon was saying around starting at the beginning and how do we think about it from the earliest stages. So within Cloud AI, we've really taken the responsible use of AI and made it a goal of our development process. So, and alongside the AI principles that I hope everyone's had a chance to read, if not, they're certainly easy to find on our website. But alongside those, we actually did our own sort of human-centered approach within Cloud AI to say, what are the core values of this group? These are the set of humans who are going to be creating this technology to use at scale. So what does this group care about the most? What do we think is critical? And that was, what came out of that was courage, integrity, compassion, and impact. Now, given how rapidly this market is expanding, I mean, just even the size of this room or the size of this conference, the level of interest that we see and how quickly it's being used, given that and the fact that many customers really need to use their own data as a part of any deployed solution, well, that really makes the assessing of fairness and ethical impact, especially at scale of AI technology in enterprises, it makes it really complex. And so what we've done is we've really committed to evaluating the work of cloud AI carefully and really in depth with the goal of aligning it with those principles from the time the development starts all the way through to hearing back from our customers and partners when it's out in the world.
So can you give us an example that a current cloud AI product that has reflected this?
Yeah, and certainly I think in terms of where it is in our product, we're still at the very beginning of a lot of this. But even in AutoML, for example, we worked really hard to create an inclusive machine learning guide that's available now to all of our customers who are accessing AutoML, and we worked hard to build it into the product. So as you're building the model, you can then reference that guide, and it's infused in our documentation as well. And then eventually, we're working hard on tools and testing of our own models, transparency, and all the kinds of things that we can offer to you, the kinds of tools that we can build to give to our customers around how they can assess their own models and think about what is in their data already and how to think about it from an ethical standpoint.
Yeah, one thing I think we all share this experience. AI is a very nascent technology, but even with its nascency, the importance of fairness and responsible development and usage is already very much important in our products and on the mind of many people. So even at Google, a lot of these are the first steps we're taking to make responsible AI products. So I want to ask back to Shannon that you talk about public trust. Public trust is not something that should be a goal. It should be a consequence of what we do, that we earn that. You said that. So you heard from Tracy that Google is already starting to take steps on that. How do we sustain this? How do we sustain our AI principles, and how do we earn this long term, especially technology like AI and many others changes rapidly?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the key, is to understand that this is a long game and not something that has a quick, easy technical fix or a quick, easy social fix. And it's also important to recognize that technologies evolve, people evolve with them. Technologies also influence other technologies, interact in surprising ways sometimes with other technologies. It's a complex web that's constantly shifting, which means that to manage what's going on in that web in a responsible way, you have to always be there, and you have to always be paying attention, and you have to be constantly seeing this as an unending task, something that you're not looking to sort of finish and tie a bow on, turn your back on, and walk away, but something that you're expecting that the field of interaction between technology and society and people is always going to be shifting, and managing that in a trustworthy way is something that will never stop being our responsibility.
Yeah, that's great. So one last question, Shannon. So you've been an academician for most of your life and working on books and theories and philosophies of technology ethics. But now you're taking a step into the industry world and putting all your expertise and knowledge into practice. Does that excite you? What's your, what do you feel about it?
Sure. Well, I've always been more of a practice-oriented philosopher than a theoretician. It's partly why I came around to study these topics.
I didn't know philosophers are all practice-oriented.
We do exist. Practice-oriented philosophers do exist. There may be a little fewer than they should be, but we're out there. But I've been teaching engineers and computer scientists for over a decade about these issues, and teaching working engineers even about how to develop ethical principles and apply them in different professional contexts. Most of my research partners are people who are involved in engineering and computer science as well. So it's an area that I'm very comfortable in. But in general, I also think that if philosophers aren't available to step up when society needs them, then what good are we? So I'm kind of with Plato on that one. Those of you who might have read Plato's Republic, there's this whole thing about when society needs your help, you have to put the book down and step up and do the work. So I'm excited to be part of Google's work now.
Well, I can tell you, we are all excited to be working with you and getting your advice along. Like you said, it's a long-term, it's a long run, and it's a journey we're going to share together. So our time is up, and I don't think there's any better way of ending this session with the very quote that Shannon has inspired me several years ago when I was in the audience listening to one of her talks, is that there's no independent machine values. Machine values are human values. And the technology we create are eventually going to be the technology that's going to impact all of us, our communities, our families, and our future generations. And we really want to invite you into this journey to develop benevolent and responsible AI. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Stephanie Wong. I'm here with Mario Ciabarra, founder and CEO of Quantum Metric. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
So let's start at 10,000 feet. What prompted you to start your company?
Have you ever been to a website and tried to purchase something, transact, and had a frustrating, just a poor experience?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you do when that happens?
I leave the site.
Right, you don't call them, you don't email them and tell them you'll wait until the site's fixed and come back. And if you think about it, how many other people have that bad experience on that same site, that same day? And when you step back a little bit and you think about the business, how do they find out about it? How do they find out how much it's impacting their organization? And so that's what we built Quantum Metric to do, is solve that problem.
And how specifically are you solving that problem for your customers?
So if you think about a personal experience where maybe you click add to cart and it doesn't work, you, like me, I'll click add to cart 5 more times. I'll rage click it. Yeah. And then I'll click reload in my browser and I hope that works. And then I click the back button and I go through all these different steps. And these are just a few behaviors that we track to say, I'm not having a good experience. Maybe I had intent to buy, but then I left. And we aggregate around those different experiences to figure out how much are each friction points costing their business. And we can actually quantify how much money that impacts and reduces their overall revenue based upon those friction points.
Can you tell us a little bit about the couple biggest challenges that you had with your initial infrastructure investment?
For us, collecting data wasn't that hard. It was, how do we analyze it? How do we get to the heart of where the value was? And so no matter what efforts we put into it, we sharded, we partitioned, we were really thoughtful about how we scaled. At some points through hundreds of CPUs at databases to try to get to the really valuable parts of them. And every day, the problem got bigger. We had more data. And so we would solve it today, but next week it would come back. And that was where we really had our biggest pain points, was how do we take our data and make useful, actionable insights out of it?
You also wrote an article earlier this year about some of your experiences with other cloud providers. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
When we had these problems, how do we solve for them? And we stumbled upon Google BigQuery, and honestly, we can attribute our 200% growth so far this year. We're on target to grow 400%. Really a large portion of that is honestly due to Google BigQuery, and being partners with Google Cloud has been just a tremendous impact to our success. And when I look at the market and some of the messages that come across about who's winning the cloud war, a lot of people focus on the indicators of revenue. And I can tell you from our own personal experience, we've actually halved our cloud spend in the last month alone. It was frustrating to see that people focus on that as the indicator of who's winning the cloud war. So I wrote from personal experience about, I don't think the indicator is how much money is being spent in each individual cloud, but how they enable startups, enterprises alike to succeed. And the tremendous support that we've had here at Google, I think that's the best indicator of who's really winning at Cloud Wars.
And can you kind of elaborate more on how Google Cloud is being used by your internal data science teams to increase efficiency and help them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what we discovered when we switched over to Google BigQuery is that we had invisible handcuffs the entire time we did our product development. It was, honestly, I didn't know about it until after the fact, and I think a lot of people are going to have the same awakening. And it's really about the questions that we ask are really in the context of what answers can we get to. And so what we discovered was as soon as we removed those handcuffs, as soon as we could ask any questions that we wanted, a whole new world opened up in terms of data and data science. And so what we were able to do is actually write the data scientists into our application, into our platform, and we are able to ask hundreds of questions and then iterate on the responses to those questions and ask deeper level questions. And it was really along the same process that our data scientists would follow. And building that path into our product, we finally got to the point where helping our clients, it's just simply logging in and the answers are there waiting for them. So with BigQuery, we actually have built data scientists into the product. It's been incredible.
So you spoke about including data scientists into your product strategy. How does that impact get translated to your customers?
Yeah, it's really been incredible success at solving problems that our customers have never been able to solve before. So in the case of our data scientists and building that with BigQuery, we really have been able to get to answers that sometimes took weeks, maybe days, and now turned it into a few seconds. So that's been impactful. I mentioned our growth, our success, but really our growth is based upon we've empowered our clients to really recover hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue. And take it back to the problems that we solved where people went to websites and had bad experiences. We're able to discover that, quantify it, and help get resolution faster. So issues that our customers wanted to get to answers in minutes that, again, before it took them days or weeks, and it helped them make decisions faster. So really, it was really speaking to the power of massive cloud scale. Being on Google Cloud is quite amazing, has been quite impactful for our business.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for sharing all of that. From Quantum Metric, we have Mario here. We appreciate your time. All right, let's check in now with our showcase team for more product demos.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and we're here with Ryan in the Data and Analytics section at Next. Ryan, tell us about what we're doing in real-time analytics.
Yeah, so within real-time analytics, what we're really trying to do here is we've got a supply chain use case, and what we're trying to illustrate is the ability to take external and internal data sources, combine those together in real time, and get a better understanding of the environment that we have happening there. So in this case, what we have is we have some trucks that have started their routes, and those will then turn to ships, and then ships back to trucks as they reach land on the other side. But what we're trying to do here is to assess, based on the route that they're taking, can we bring in weather data? Can we bring in then just also global news data and be able to actually get to a point where we can put a risk score on that route to say, hey, based on some port unrest that happens, maybe there's a strike that's happening, maybe some social unrest, or even it could be something that's just as simple as like, hey, there's a hurricane that's dropping here.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that we can understand that, assess the risk.
Real-time information.
Real time, that's exactly it. And then reroute that in real time as well. So in this given example, right now, it looks like our potential risk, we're actually in a good spot right now. Let's give them some bad weather.
Yeah,
let's give them some bad weather.
That.
And let's give them some really bad weather. So we'll make it a high alert as well. So we'll add that in, and what that's going to do is essentially inject this piece of data into the rest of the data feed that the model is naturally taking in, and it's going to inject this in and then have this bad weather present within that model.
Got it.
So we've added that in, and we can see that there's an alert for the person who's managing this to say, hey, we've got some bad weather. As a result, we've seen immediately that risk right there change from a potential risk all the way up, spike up to 89%. And so what that means is that it's likely time for us to take a look to see whether or not we can reroute this shipment. But what's nice is with Google's platform, the serverless nature of it and then also the integrated nature of it means that whether this is 3 trucks, 4 trucks, or 4,000 trucks, 40,000 trucks, Google can scale up to be able to deliver the solution that you need to be able to.
Amazing. I think it's pretty important to show just how dynamic businesses can be in terms of being able to make decisions on the spot with all different types of variables. So really great example.
Absolutely. And I think that particularly when you're looking to make those decisions on the spot, doing it in real time and then bringing in, as you said, all of those other variables, that external data, there's so much value in that that's outside of people's businesses where they typically think to look to find information and data and analytics to better inform them. Think about bringing in external data sources as well. There's a lot of value in that.
Awesome. So, Ryan, what's next in supply chain?
Well, in terms of supply chain, and then I'd say in terms of real-time analytics at Google in general, we're looking to just make our services faster, easier, and more integrated. And every step that we take is about giving our customers more choice in terms of the languages that they use, the different products that they use, and then also just to ensure that they've got the ability to do what they want with their data to get to those results that are very specific to their businesses.
Right. Well, that sounds pretty exciting. If our viewers want to learn more about this space, where should they go?
Cloud.google.com/solutions is going to be the best place to go to. I encourage everyone to figure out how to get to that real-time analytics piece of that in particular, but there's a wealth of great solutions in there that you can read up on.
Okay, well, thanks so much for the demo.
All right.
Loved it.
Good stuff.
Thanks. See you later.
Hi, I'm Yuri. I'm here with Lukman, and we are at the AI Solutions booth here at Google Cloud Next 2018. And today we're going to talk about the recommendation engine. So Lukman, what is a recommendation engine?
So a recommendation engine is one of our AI solutions. It's what we call a reference architecture. Basically has code and a set of papers that describes to you how to implement this kind of solution on Google Cloud Platform.
What can I build with it?
Well, let me show you. So this shows you an example of e-commerce store where the user might be scrolling through a whole catalog of items, picking ones that they're interested in, say they're adding them to a shopping cart. As soon as they do that, then the data that we've collected from them in that store can be sent to this recommendation engine and essentially recommend other items or products that they might be interested in buying. It works off of Google Analytics data, a very popular product that Google has had. Our Google Analytics 360 product allows that data to be directly synced to Google Cloud into BigQuery, basically what our data warehouse solution. From BigQuery, the data is exported into cloud storage and then used as an input to train a model in TensorFlow that provides the recommendations. That model is loaded into App Engine, which serves as the API, essentially. And this is where the application server for the client application would make a request to the API saying, I've got a user, give me 5 recommendations for that user. Important to know that you've got to not recommend things that users have already bought or purchased, so you got to filter those ones out. Anyway, you provide that back to the user, and then on the store, the user would see these items that we've recommended to them in addition to the ones that they've already bought or purchased.
Excellent.
So very, very popular application.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's take a look at another example of using AI, this time at the contact center. So Steve, why don't you, how can we apply AI to the contact center?
So what we're trying to do is we're trying to help out when people call in to get much more easier assistance when they talk to a virtual agent versus having to go through a complicated phone tree. And we're also trying to help out the live agent when you eventually get connected to them, make their job a little easier, provide them help as much as we can. And AI was a very easy way to do that. So what you're going to see is a person calling in and they're going to get responded to by the virtual agent. At least the virtual agent is going to try to answer all their questions. So what happened is one person's calling in. I just placed an order recently and one of the items are damaged. And so as the person's calling in, the contact center AI is able to discern what they're talking about, interpret into real text, and get the context of the conversation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it needs to go look up what the order number is to figure out what they actually want returned. They also need to authenticate the customer, making sure it's the right person calling in. And so with this information, the virtual agent is actually going to be able to process the claim, process the refund, send an email to the customer, and actually process all their concerns on the spot. But what if a person wants a little bit more help? They want to be connected to a live person. I got the wrong order from Walmart. So the agent will hear this question. They need a little bit more information to figure out exactly what they want returned. Golf clubs. And so the virtual agent is going to hear this, but they can't help all the way, so they need to connect it to a live agent. And so what's going to happen now is all that information, all that context from the previous conversation is going to get pushed to that live agent, so they don't need to ask the customer again why they're calling. Thank you for calling Cloud Made Up Store. I see that you have ordered a set of golf clubs from Walmart. And so in the background, Contact Center AI is listening to this conversation, is going to try to piece together what kind of help it can give the live agent. Yes, and it's broken. I need a replacement. So what you're going to see automatic pop-ups happen here, all these resources that the live agent can click through. They can read through some of these and figure out how exactly to help that live person on the line without having to put them on hold, without having to go ask questions of somebody else. They can help them right away. And by clicking through these articles, the live agent learned that they can't actually process a replacement, but they can process a return. And that's how we're using AI to help out contact centers.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If customers want to learn more, where should they go?
So they should go to our website. They can sign up for public alpha access right now and hopefully get access to one of our partners that we're working with.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it for day 2. Tomorrow on the next live show, we kick things off with a developer keynote, Made Here Together. Following the keynote, we invite you to bring your questions to a conversation about imagining the future of cloud with a group of Google's cloud engineering leaders.
That's definitely on my list of must-sees tomorrow. Later in the day, we have sessions on how to use Google SRE and reinventing databases for your journey to the cloud. Make sure to join us tomorrow starting at 8:50 a.m. Pacific for all of that, plus our developer keynote recap and more showcase demos.
We'll see you then. Until then, goodbye from Next 18 in San Francisco, California.